forum. I'd like to call for a first introduction, opening remarks from the Energy for a Secure Future, Shannon Joseph. I'd like to welcome you up. We're going to be having a fireside chat, nation building, uniting for energy sovereignty and sustainability. From coast to plains, chiefs and Indigenous leaders from across the country will discuss regional and national strategies to achieve energy security, environmental sustainability, and economic empowerment, advancing Indigenous-led energy strategies that empower nations and protect the environment. We'd like to welcome Shannon Ciascas.
Thank you very much. All right, good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to be here at the 9th annual First Nations Power Authority Conference. It's extra exciting that it's here in Tsuut'ina. I think in previous years it's been in Saskatchewan, but it just shows that Guy is taking his project global, one province at a time, and now we're here in Alberta. To kick things off, I wanted to tell you a little bit about Energy for a Secure Future, and especially about some research we are doing related to access to affordable energy in Indigenous communities. And to kick that off, I thought no one could say it better than some of the chiefs that we interviewed as part of this work. So my friends at the booth, could you play the video?
Heating oil, propane, or electric heat.
We've been calling it heat poverty because that's what it really is.
Without the natural gas, there's a lot of insecurity.
Come to my nation and see how my people are living out here because of the high cost of energy.
It's easy for people that right now are on natural gas to go turn up their furnace.
20 years of lobbying for natural gas.
Government has more or less set us aside.
Thanks a lot. So that was Chief Christine Longjohn of Sturgeon Lake First Nation, Mark Fox of Chief of Piapot First Nation, and Edwin Ananoth, Chief of Beardy's First Nation, and they were kind enough to let me see their communities and talk to me about what's going on. And what's going on is that despite living in an area that has lots of gas pipelines and neighboring communities with access to natural gas energy, they don't have access. They have electricity and they have propane. And can we change slides? Again. And because of this, many people in their communities, from kind of the youngest to eldest, have really unaffordable energy. And we started working with First Nations Power Authority on this issue alongside Inserva to try and understand what's going on, why is this happening, and what can we do to change it? Because there's a lot of attention on water security, and Guy talked about food security and a whole other areas of security, but energy security remains kind of a big challenge. This is a little slide about Energy for a Secure Future, and I'm not going to talk too much about us, but I'd invite you all to check us out. We're really focused on getting smart energy policy domestically, but also helping Canada play a better and bigger role on the world stage, bringing together all the voices and leaders who are part of it, including Indigenous leaders who are now leading in LNG and other areas of energy export. Slide changed. Flip. This is just an image of some of our international work with First Nations leaders involved in energy. But flip again, so we can continue the discussion of our research. All right, so in addition to, as part of this work, we're in collaboration with Earnscliffe. Earnscliffe had done some research on access to energy on reserve. And this looks at the national view of does your community have access to natural gas? And for First Nations off reserve, a lot of them were able to say yes, and that's because natural gas provides over 50% of the heat in Canada. In provinces like Ontario, it's 70%, but on reserve, it's a lot less. And the implications of that are that energy is going to be more expensive in a household. And when energy is more expensive in a household, the effect of that cascades across things. You can't, you have to make trade-offs, and that's what we started to hear. Next slide. So the research in Earnscliffe showed was that about a third of Indigenous peoples in Canada qualify as energy insecure, and that is because they spend 10% or more of their after-tax income compared to 5.6% of the general population on energy. So double what everybody else is paying. Next slide. In the past 12 months, have you experienced any of the following due to difficulty paying for energy? And so you see some of these answers. I avoid using energy to save costs. I reduced other essentials to pay energy bills. I was unable to keep my home adequately. And you heard some of the leaders say that in the video, and actually there's a longer form of that video that you can check out on our website or on our YouTube page. So this is a big deal and has consequences. So the question is, well, what should we do about this? And next slide. So in February of this year, we released a report authored by Heather Exner, who I know we're going to have a keynote from today, looking at the other energy insecurity. We talk a lot about energy security globally, but there's energy security issues here. How do we address energy poverty in Canada's Indigenous communities? And what the report found was that, one, this is a big issue that ranges from maybe being one of those diesel-generated communities far away from other grids. But the low-hanging fruit that seems to be unaddressed has been communities that are not so far away, still having to rely on expensive energy. And a big barrier to that being kind of political barriers. There's programs federally to access natural gas, well, to access energy. And a lot of those programs exclude natural gas. And in excluding natural gas, they're basically saying to these communities, just wait for us to have a cheap solution for you to heat your homes. And, you know, as the leaders would have put in this video, that's not good enough. And so the report speaks about programs in Ontario and elsewhere that have been successful. There have been programs here in Alberta as well. I know that Guy has worked with Sask Energy in Saskatchewan in a program to really understand the needs and figure out how to move forward from here. And I guess what I'd say is this research is going to be the basis for more work we want to do on this issue. Next slide. This is some research in Energy for a Secure Future did, working with some of the big utilities in Canada, so ATCO, Fortis, Enbridge, Manitoba Hydro, looking at how many First Nations reserves have access. And sometimes you see a number, and there's a number on this screen, but maybe it's like one building and the community is connected, so not all the households. But we have there as well the slide per gigajoule cost of electricity versus natural gas. And you see it's a lot more expensive if you have to heat for natural gas. Electricity is 84.99 cents, 84.99 per gigajoule, natural gas 13, and you can see that across the board. So this is a big deal. It's a material issue. And the first part of it is understanding what's going on. And so now that Parliament's back, we're going to continue to work with the leaders you saw on the screen and others to really tell this story in Ottawa and bring all the pieces together. It's not a lack of knowledge, it's kind of a lack of will. Next slide. So yes, now what? And I think the now what also brings us to the panel we're about to hear from. I really think that one of the biggest challenges, and I say this as an observer, not as somebody who's lived it like Guy and others, but you know, why was this happening? This was happening because there are a lot of people involved in the decision around how to heat a community who are nowhere near that community. They're in Ottawa, they're somewhere else. And they might have goodwill, but it doesn't mean that they act fast enough in response to what's going on. And I think this slide shows, you know, Karen Ogan and I in Japan making an MOU with the Institute of Energy of Economics Japan. Billy Moran, who's now an MP, but he went to Columbia to speak about what First Nations in Canada are doing now in terms of ownership in projects of all kinds, building Indigenous economies. The slide at the bottom, the photo at the bottom is a meeting that a group of leaders had with representatives of the G7 at last year's G7. Of course, Canada's hosting this year, and that's a panel with President Eva Clayton of Nishka, along with the ambassador of Korea, and a lawyer who represents a lot of energy buyers in Asia, talking to the First Nations Major Projects Coalition Conference about what First Nations are doing to build certainty and make projects happen in a good way in Canada. And this is the foundation for the solution to this issue, because once nations have their own money and own economies, they are in a position to really address these things. And next slide. And so that brings us, I think, to the bigger discussion of, how do we unite for energy sovereignty as a platform for addressing a lot of these other issues. And I'd like to invite up my fellow panelist, Karen Ogan, CEO of the First Nations Natural Gas Alliance, Stephen Buffalo, who is the CEO of the Indian Resource Council, but also the chairman of the Alberta Indigenous Opportunities Corporation. And I think Chief Ananas is here. Guy? He's not here. And so should I invite Guy Lonechild to the stage to be Chief Ananas? Exciting. Clean Energy BC chair. Come on up. You've been voluntold by your good friend Guy Lonechild. We're all grateful that you've accepted the challenge. All right, well, please give them a round as they come up, everyone.
Can you put a microphone?
Are there microphones on this stage, or are we sharing a microphone? Oh, there's a nice little setup here. So everyone, take your seats. I know this is terrible, but what's your name? Stephen. Nice to meet you. All right, so we have our great panel today. We're going to have a pretty free-willing conversation here, and I wanted to start off, I think, with the elephant in the room, because, so much about building Indigenous economies relies on building things. Canada is in this moment where we really want to build things to assert our economic sovereignty from the United States, to diversify our energy customers. And we see on the news a lot of First Nations have concerns about Canada doing this, even as they are also trying to make things move forward for their projects. So I was wondering if each of you could give me your thoughts on this particular moment and this tension between Indigenous communities who are now owners in these initiatives wanting to move at the speed of business, but also not wanting maybe to be railroaded by policy, and how do these things come together? Steve? Okay, sure. Stephen Buffalo.
Thanks, Shannon. And first off, before we get going, I wanted to say thank you to Guy Lonechild for the invitation, and as well to Tuna Nation for hosting the event. It's been a great turnout. And, any leaders out there that are here joining us, thank you for coming from all over the place. It's a definite honor. And we're in interesting times. And I think the script kind of got flipped when this election came about. And, we're in a situation now that I'll say, status quo for First Nations we can't have that anymore. The Indian Act is killing us. So, with going to Shannon and Karen to Japan, for example, on a trade mission to talk about what Canada has and where First Nations are being a part of this, of the economy, energy security is probably the number one thing for me to accomplish. Our people, unfortunately, require, energy. I have relatives, my own brother on a dialysis. There's children that are born that need the incubation of an incubator or whatever. The healthcare system relies heavily on energy and power. So that's one thing, to even kind of consider. That's just one avenue, one tunnel to look down. But, as we move forward, here's a great opportunity for First Nations to change it. And it's going to take strong leadership. Yes, there's a lot of things that have happened bad to our people over the years to where we are now. To even, I bet you it's probably less than 10 years ago not even an opportunity to be an equity owner in such national infrastructure. But proponents are stepping up, companies are stepping up to make sure that they acknowledge our communities, our traditional territories. And I think we've come a long way, but we still got a long way to go. We must continue to not only acknowledge the agreements of the past, because that's, in my view, is sacred covenants, and I'm talking about the treaties. But there's got to be a plan going forward, and I think, as we progress, the number one thing I think we're going to need, for our communities, our First Nations, is unity. It's a really big thing. Where I'm from, Musquechees, there's 4 bands. I see my cousin, relative, Ken Cutarm here. We can't do things together in those 4 nations, and we're all related. We just come from different communities that are identified by the 4 nations, and we just can't seem to do anything together. I don't know why that is, but it seems like there's a history, and if there's one thing we learn from history is not to do the same thing over again. But we got to get to the point on supporting each other. And then, of course, with this, what happened here in Alberta with this sovereignty question, I think that kind of united us to a point. But there's got to be something to go forward, because right now, I know there's another government that's fanning the flames of the separation talks between the division of the existing government and our leaders. We have to find something different, because that party will do the same thing to us. They'll still do the same programming and push us down the same avenue and keep us where we're supposed to be. These political parties are something different, but once we learn I'll say this, the cunning of the white man and their political parties and the governments and how things work, we have to address certain issues. And of course, it's really self-reliance and energy security is paramount for me.
All right, that's a great kickoff. Karen, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I heard yesterday one of the speakers thank Trump, because from my perspective, I've traveled the world with you, and what I see about Canada is that we're very rich in natural resources. We're very rich. We're a good country. We should be a wealthy country. And we still have people living in poverty, below the poverty line, primarily Indigenous people. And you just saw Shannon's slides about energy security for our people. In my home community, we have electric heat, we have propane, and we have wood stoves. We have a PNG pipeline going right by our community. And when I was on council, they were wanting to twin a line, and I said, you need to be able to start giving us natural gas. Give us that opportunity. And to this day, we still don't have natural gas going to our community. I have to say that, I also sit on the Public Policy Forum Board, and we were in Toronto last week, and a playbook paper was just released on 10 plays that Canada should do to get projects to FID. And the Indigenous component was one of the 4 pillars that we must address. And I think that in order to get things done right, making sure that that whole notion of Indigenous consultation and accommodation is really important. I don't think that's a step that they're going to miss. Regulatory process, that we need to get projects built faster. Financing, and being able to get, the loan guarantee program. Like they've upped the program from 5 to 10 billion for Canada. So I think we're on the right path. But what I'm seeing is that pushing these bills through without doing the proper groundwork with Indigenous people, that's where they're missing the mark. And they need to do things right and make sure that, the Indigenous people are in the forefront at every level of any project. And I think that's where, we're seeing on social media and on the media that our people are upset. And I think we have every reason not to trust government and industry. History has told us that. So I think we're in a day where If they want to get projects built, you need to continue to pick Indigenous people as partners in the value chain right from beginning to the end. The other piece that was really significant that I found in this report was that out of 41 countries in the world, our GDP is second to last. With a country that's rich in resources, our GDP is second to last. And as far as I'm concerned, that's a shame for Canada, for a country that's wealthy. The other piece, a graph that was shown to us was the permitting process. Again, out of 41 countries, we're second to last. So we need to get our act together in Canada and play our cards right. You know, you hear of other countries that have natural resources that are wealthy. Canada needs to be up there because we do have we're rich in our natural resources. So I think with this Bill 5 and 15, I think the government needs to go back to the drawing board and include the First Nations, because when they don't, that's where we're going to be seeing blockades, that's where we're going to be seeing protests. And I don't think that's good for Canada. I think they need to be very inclusive with Indigenous people.
All right. Steve?
So I'll say that I absolutely agree with the other panelists. I think they made excellent statements. I think I'll kind of talk about partnership and collaboration. I think, you know, I think opportunity is created by challenge. So, you know, I think with what we're going through, I'll say in British Columbia, use for an example, you know, I think that, you know, the call for power and different opportunities like this, but the challenges faced to actually have nations participate in it, you know, I think pulling together and being able to like unify to be able to advance and create the opportunities, open up more opportunity for us is like one of the better ways to approach. You know, I sit on a 25 nation investment body, ISCM Investments. It's one of the largest collaboration of First Nations on the coast, and we have some in the interior. And so I think that, you know, this has never happened before. So just seeing the collaboration between the nations just provides so much more opportunity, and I feel like just a lot of strength in numbers. I don't want to repeat what my previous panelists said, but yeah.
All right. Well, I want to get back to kind of all of you alluded to some of the big solutions on this, but I want to dig into this whole notion of coast to plains. You know, what are some of the realities? What are some of the opportunities that, you know, your nations where you live want to explore, want to realize, and, you know, how does it connect to this idea of energy sovereignty? Stephen, what are some of the opportunities your members are interested in?
You know, there's a ton of opportunity, and proponents are reaching out. You know, it's not perfect. You know, they're still looking for that manual to create a relationship with communities. But, you know, the landscape has changed. And governments, you know, I want to acknowledge my good friend, former Premier Jason Kenney, for starting the Alberta Indigenous Opportunities Corporation. Other provinces taken the same approach with loan guarantee backstop for communities that don't have investment capital. And now we see a national program. And of course, the discussions are now what kind of infrastructure are we going to look at in Canada. So First Nations have this opportunity now to really participate and start hopefully creating wealth. And when First Nations do good, the municipality will do good, and the province will do good, and then Canada will do good. You know, but there's a thing that we have to continue to force. You know, one of our former board members, and actually grandfather board member, Dutch Laraz here, and through our organization at the Indian Resource Council, he back in 1992, they took the initiative to what's called assertion of jurisdiction, which really at the time was the thought of controlling your own lands and its resources, but is kind of subject to just reserve. But now we're seeing that we're acknowledgement of our traditional territories, and that First Nations now can acknowledge what's happening 100 kilometers off their communities. Because all this infrastructure is going right past that. There's a community in northern Alberta, the Woodland Cree. They had an oil company come in to look at doing 200 wells within their territory. The chief stopped it because he didn't think it was fair that all of this was development happening in his territory without his consent, without economic benefits, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know what happened there, but at least he asserted the jurisdiction of, hey, this is our land, this is our territory, can't do this without us. And I think there's something that they are moving towards establishing. But, that's where we're at right now. I realize everyone wants to protect the planet. And I realize, some of our people are dying with every social pathology you can think of, the fentanyl, murdered, missing Indigenous women. How do we take care of that? We need a healthy economy. And sometimes we have to just dig in there, even to get to the cleaner energy, the green space. That costs money, and if I've seen through the AIOC, some of the renewable projects that have hit our table. They don't get very far without huge government subsidy, and of course, how do we get there? Well, we still have to utilize the resources and try to get to world markets. That's the challenge now. So if you know anything about oil and gas right now, we're sending oil to the United States at a huge differential. It's not really good. But if we're sending it to China and other markets that want it, things get a little better. But now First Nations can have an absolute piece of the pie, more or less, to dig ourselves out of this situation we're in. But, if we're talking pipeline, if we're talking railway, if we're talking fiber optic, we all have to work together to make sure that we're protecting the environment, creating a healthy economy, and of course, providing that energy security, natural gas, power up north, data, all of that stuff. It's all important to us now, and it's really to advance our agenda. Yes, there's treaty. Yes, there's treaty rights. But there has not been a government that has been fiscally responsible acknowledging our treaty rights. I'm not saying that they need to go away, but if we were absolutely to share, the political power of our leaders unified can really push the jurisdiction, which is the provinces. We bring out the Natural Resource Transfer Act to really talk about resource revenue sharing. I know there's resource revenue sharing in different parts of the country through different provinces, but nothing like what will happen here in Alberta. Let's take it 30,000 feet. The federal equalization, Alberta sends $22 billion of our money to Ottawa. First Nations, we see only pennies coming back through this communist system called the Indian Act. And we all signed this comprehensive funding agreement, which is garbage. So that has to change. So, there's again, our opportunities now. But, some of the things we have to kind of move forward and discuss. It's not up to us. It's not up to me. It's up to our chiefs. It's up to our leaderships and their technicians to really guide that ship.
Absolutely, absolutely. And yeah, and there are a lot of provinces, and I think of Ontario in particular, that have found avenues for royalty sharing, and I know you've been talking to Alberta about this for a long time. Karen, from where you stand with your members, a lot of them are involved in, Cedar LNG comes to mind, Siliciums. There's nations in your membership involved in the pipes. I know you've been in conversations with some of those upstream folks. What are some of the opportunities you've seen? What are some of the, I guess, positives and lessons and opportunities that your members want to see happen, and how do they want to see those things happen?
Well, I think there's a couple of things that I'd mention. One, first out the gate, is the most recent equity ownership deal that was done with Enbridge and the 36 First Nations, right from Fort Nelson right down to Chilliwack. I think the West Coast Energy Line is an existing natural gas pipeline. So they got 12.5% equity ownership on an existing pipeline. So I see that as an opportunity, not only in BC, but it should go across Canada, where there's existing pipelines. Why aren't Indigenous people getting equity ownership? So they may have opened a door, and I think it's a positive one, because we have, right-of-ways going throughout our territories. We have transmission lines, highways, railways, lines that are going across our territories that nothing comes back to the community. So I think that we're going to start to see a trend. I'm hoping that that's going to be a trend that will benefit the Indigenous people along the corridors of the different right-of-ways. So that's one piece. The other piece that I see, I think, especially where I'm from, the Wet'suwet'en, the backlash that we got, a lot of people don't realize that when you become a chief of your nation, at least for me, it was either, for your term, you just maintain the status quo. You just continue receiving what funds you get from Indigenous Service Canada, or you look outside the box and you try to find different ways and means of bringing revenue to your community, because what they give us isn't enough for education, social services, housing. And so by the slides that you showed earlier, that's where you have, our people saying, well, I need groceries, but I also need heat. What do I do? We got to eat. So that shouldn't even be a choice. So really, it's about trying to help our people, lift them out of poverty, for one, and be able to give them that energy security that they need. And I think, when you talk about energy sovereignty, when our people have that option of being able to heat their homes and be able to buy food and provide for their families. The other piece I see is that, as I see energy sovereignty for Indigenous people, is when we have none of our people living in poverty. So I think that's important, and I because I'm a social worker, I've dealt with people with social issues. So full well that it's going to take money to help them. We need programs and services to help them get out of that rut and help them to move. I was fortunate enough to take this program in Boston, where I learned about the different nations in the US and Canada, and I was just blown away. I always like to look at other nations. They did case studies on this nation, the Winnebago people in the United States, and they are very wealthy. And it's, not just about money, it's about how they've built up their people. They did a case study at Harvard Business School, and the Winnebago people developed this, their ECDev Corp, the Ho Chunk Inc., that is the vehicle that is used to build up revenue for their people. And they built a strong governance component. Like to have that much wealth, you have to have good governance, the whole accountability, transparency piece. The other thing that they did was they looked at their language and culture, because right now, like I can say for my own community, we have 2 speakers left in our community, and they're both not well. So once those 2 leave us, we will have no speakers in our community, and that's a crying shame. So we're at a critical stage with our language and our culture and our community, and we need to be able to have the funds to be able to put in, whether it be a 10-year, 20-year plan for our language and our culture. And that's one of the things that the Winnebago people did, was that they developed a 20-year plan. So it doesn't matter who gets into council, that plan is set for 20 years. And so they developed their language and culture. And the States has a similar history as we do with residential schools. And so health and wellness is very important. We're dealing with generations of people that have unresolved trauma. Every single Indigenous person has some form of unresolved trauma. every single one of us has to do our own healing because we're all byproducts of residential schools, the 60s scoop. And I was even told, you know, we're going to move forward if you stop talking about your history. Our history is what makes us who we are today. And I think that we need to continue on with that whole piece of our own healing. So that's what the Winnebago people have done, and they had success stories of single parents. They were able to get them an education. They were able to build capacity within their people. They helped them to get mortgages. And to me, that's success for our people. Learning their language, healing from whatever past traumas, and having the revenue to do that. And I think that's what every First Nation aspires to. The other thing, especially here in Canada, we have 600 plus First Nations, and some are at ground zero. Some have no capacity, and some are very wealthy. They have full capacity, they have full staff. It's the ones on the ground that we have to worry about. No one gets left behind. And that's really the realities of our people here in Canada. And I, for one, really want to see our people prosper. How do we do that? It's by, you know, being a part of these major projects in Canada. Nothing without us will happen without us. So I think that's important.
All right, thank you. What are your thoughts on opportunities? And I guess we've heard from both of them indicators of what it means to have energy sovereignty and success.
Well, I'll talk a little bit about my nation. So my nation's a modern treaty nation. We signed treaty in 2011. In the last 14 years, we've been, trying to organize the race and run it too. So I echo the comments made previously. The opportunities we create in the nation are somewhat stifled by the social challenges that our citizens face constantly. So we spend more money on social programs than we do on any other department within our nation. I think that the strength of the nation comes from the people. So, having strong citizens, helps create those opportunities within the nation. So, but when it comes to power security, we're a little late to the game. I only got on council 2 years ago, so we just finished our community energy plan. We have a run-of-the-river project that ran up way too high in capital costs through the pandemic. So, trying to look for a various solutions to be able to help accommodate. We're an end-of-the-line nation, so we get constant brownouts, blackouts, has all types of effects on all our technology. So, trying to advance the smaller programs to be able to help, secure power for our territory is critical. But along that, I'll say that we face a multitude of challenges that I'm sure every other nation in here faces at varying levels. So, I would say in power security, the citizens are very much on board with developing clean energy. We were a very resource extracting focused nation for decades. And I think with the new generation, they are extremely supportive of power development, a clean power development. We had a huge amount of input on our community energy plan. And so I see great opportunity, but as the previous panelist said, I think that investing in our nation and having the health of our citizens really strengthens us and allows us to really take hold of those opportunities and run with them.
Yeah, all right. Well, okay, so I think we've heard a couple things. One is that there are lots of opportunities, whether it's for other energy projects and wells, whether it's for ownership in existing assets to create new revenue streams that can be available for other things, developing new renewables projects in your communities, and the indicators of success being around ending some of those poverty issues, having the resources to preserve language, having the resources to build from. When your power's not failing all the time, you can start having more tech sector programs. So a real sense of both indicators and opportunities. But you've also mentioned, each of you, and I want to dig in on this, the whole notion of we have to work together. You know, the 600 nations have to work together. We all see on the news, you know, neighboring nations conflicting. One nation wants to pursue X project, the other one says no. So what do we do on strategic alliances among Indigenous people that can be built from in this bigger conversation? Stephen, you look ready to go.
Well, you know, like just back to Karen and saying the history, you know, like sometimes we get in front of ourselves. And you know, what I meant through, you know, some of our histories, it's somewhat complex. You know, for example, back in my territory, you know, there's stories of who was there first. Whose land is this? You know, and that's what I meant by kind of, you know, that history is kind of hurting us of identifying whose traditional territory this is and who came here to sign Treaty 6 or 7 or 8, whatever. But at the end of the day, we're all here. We're all with this having the same problems, you know, and I think, you know, moving forward, that I see a couple of things. One, from a Western context, you know, a good business deal, a consortium of nations coming together to be part of a big major infrastructure project is key. And we've seen precedents set. You know, I shout out to Enbridge. You know, they did a couple good deals, you know, for First Nations now to start generating wealth, meanwhile paying back the loan, unfortunately. But at least it started something that is good for the nation. And here in Alberta, we're seeing like Whitefish, Goodfish Lake. You know, they had their hockey rink burnt down 20 years ago. And because of the program through Alberta Indigenous Opportunities Corporations, they're now rebuilding their hockey rink, creating that center. Getting our corporate governance in order, being prepared to our communities reaching out to proponents to say, hey, we're here, don't forget us, you know, and then having the capacity to find something that is fair to the nation. Not only just jobs, but, you know, that piece of owner equity so the nation can start generating wealth. Mm-hmm. The other side of it is, you know, from I'll say the Creed life concept, you know, Nehewa and Matsun is, our culture is so strong and it's still alive, you know, and some of us still practice that. You know, when we light pipe, as Guy lit a pipe here to start us off, that's a key component to building unity. You know, you smoke that pipe or you're part of the ceremony, you can't be not the person you come in there with. You have to be honorable to respect others. And sometimes we get to the point where we're a have band versus a have not band, right? And some bands are very fortunate. You know, they're either beside a major center or they're in the middle of the oil sands. And then they create a lot of wealth. Natural gas place, you know, they create a lot of wealth. But that's the choice, you know, the choice of what we want, of how we're going to do it. Again, you know, I think the Indian Act is probably the worst thing for our people. And if we still continue to go and depend on it, it's going to put us further back. So having that unity through not only corporate governance, business deals, opportunities, and also through our Indigenous ceremonies and practices of putting on our guard and looking at our children and say, they're going to suffer just as well as we're going to suffer. Mm-hmm. And if we continue this way. So it's that unity that I pray for every day. You know, when we have our conferences and we do our pipe ceremonies, I pray for unity. I pray for our chiefs to come unified, you know, to address certain things. And we're close. We're getting there. I see it. You know, and again, can you imagine from, I'll say 50,000 feet, if we had Indigenous ownership on resources, sending around the world, you know, what that would do for our people. Mm-hmm. The creation of wealth is paramount, more so than ever. Our land bases aren't getting any bigger, but our populations are growing. And you know, some of the things that we kind of have issues about, we got to get through those, either through corporate governance or a cultural way, you know, because that's, in my view, is the best scenario to kind of fix those things. You know, if it's a fair deal for everybody on a project, then it makes sense. You know, this free, fair, informed consent consent now has a price tag, and it's really what a consortium can come together and figure what that is. But we have to continue to support our youth. We have to continue to build capacities, and move forward. I know the history is something what is kind of holding us back, but in the same sense, our children are growing, and we need to accommodate things that they need. And it's a different life for them as opposed to a different life for me, and a different life for what my parents lived through. And it's about just, again, trying to work together on that. And be open, and not so combative. Some of the communities we're seeing now being evacuated, I seen a gentleman say, some of our members never been off the community and they're going to Niagara Falls.
Wow.
So what does that say? It means a lot, but what we do here, what we work on has ripple effects, and I hope they're positive to the future generations.
Absolutely. Karen, maybe you can pick up on some of the things Stephen was talking about in terms of unity. Obviously, there's unity within the nation, and it's been, Wet'suwet'en had that challenge of not everybody agreed on what to do, and maybe sometimes you have to get enough people to move forward. But then your members also are kind of 16 of the owners of the Coastal GasLink pipeline, and managed to kind of agree on that. So how are they successful building agreement, or at least enough agreement, to be able to move forward and start to generate these revenues?
Well, I was just going to sort of add to what Stephen said. In community, and that's one good thing about democracy, not everybody agrees on an issue, and that's okay. Every community, I'm sure we have different perspectives, different views on how we should get things done. When you look at this cup and you each describe it, Stephen's going to tell you from his view, this is what I see. And then Shannon can say, no, what I see on my side is different. But it's still the same cup we're talking about. We have different perspectives, different views. And like I said earlier, I was the chief at the time when this whole Unistoten and Gadimden blockades were happening within the Wet'suwet'en people. I have to say that was probably the hardest part in my career as the chief. To be a part of where your people are divided. And like I said, when you become the chief of your nation, you have choices to make. Either you're going to maintain the status quo, or you're going to think outside the box and do things differently. And the whole premise is to look after our people and the land. Whether you're an elected Indian Act chief or a hereditary chief from our system, that's our role and our responsibility, is to look after the people and the land. And, that's what I've had to do. We look at the work that we do. We want to maintain our environment. We want to make sure that we're upholding the highest environmental standards with every project that comes through our territory, that it's responsible, that it's sustainable. So those things that we want to make sure that we have guiding principles to show us if those don't fit the bill, then those aren't going to cross our territories. And I said earlier, looking after our people, our language and our culture, our health and our wellness, our housing. Those are critical issues in our community. And I can say today that those benefit agreements that we signed 10 years ago with our province and with industry, our community is reaping those benefits now. We're able to put money into our language and culture pillar. We're able to put money into our health and wellness. We have more housing in our community. And to me, this is just me. That's done more for our people than protesting that pipeline. And I wish our people that have been protesting it, I wish them well, because it's true. When you get into leadership, you have to find ways to look after your people. And it might be controversial, but I just say, you know what? As a leader, you want to do the right thing for your people. And I tell this story. when I was on council, when we signed our agreements, and we received the hugest backlash on social media. And I had the council member phone me from back home. I was on a business trip, and she was very sad when she called me. She says, Karen, our people, when they go to the town of Burns Lake, they're getting called down. They're being put down because of the agreement that our council signed. You know, our elders were a part of that, and they're just like your children. You hear somebody bullying your child, you want to step in, you want to protect them. And you know, I went to bed that night, and I thought, I prayed, I just said, God, I don't know. I don't know if I did the right thing. I don't like hearing about how our people are being treated. I just prayed, and I went to bed, and the next morning I woke up without a doubt in my mind, yes, you did do the right thing for your people. From that day forward, I didn't look back. If people want to misunderstand you, so be it. I know my heart was into looking after our people and the land. And, you know, I want to see not only our people prosper, I want to see the rest of BC and Canada prosper. And sometimes it takes those hard conversations, those hard decisions to make. But at the end of the day, our people must benefit from every project going throughout our territories.
All right. Steve, tell us about building alliances for success.
Let's see. So I'll start out with the nation, like with the citizens. I do constant community engagement. So I do like a breakfast with council. I just have citizens come out and ask me a variety of any questions. It's a great way to disseminate misinformation. You know, when people are challenging projects within the nation, it's nice to have a forum to be able to allow people to challenge. And usually, if they have a question, there's a group of people within, like in the nation there or in the crowd that have the same question. So being able to you know, have them ask it, you know, and provide information, they may not be on board. But I feel like in all, you know, being transparent, it really helps kind of I would say all in all, we get general support from all of our citizens. It's very rare that we get a lot of upheaval, but we do a lot of work in trying to engage with the community and really try to understand what their needs and wants are, and then plan for that and accommodate that. And so anything that we undertake has heavy citizen and community involvement. So, but in that, again, it's not perfect. There will always be somebody challenging, and there may be people, no matter how much I explain something, will just hold on to the what they see as. So I think internally in the nation, having a strong democratic process and having people being able to ask questions and being transparent creates a lot more unity. On the coast, when it comes to bordering nations, other nations we work with, I think that it's not a change in time. I just think that with new opportunities arising, I think there's been a lot of things that poised us against each other. Grant applications and things like that really kind of make nations work against each other in trying to procure small pots of money. And there's nations along the coast that are heavily dependent on it. So I think as we're moving forwards and there's more opportunity with business relationships that I think, the smaller disputes, they start to peel away as a business relationship starts to form, an opportunity that, is recognized by the nations. You can see the overall instead of kind of the smaller, past, I would say, things that we've held on to from family disputes and things like that. So, for me, I think we've had a lot more unity. We do a lot of intergovernmental meetings with other bordering nations and nations up and down the coast, looking to develop partnerships and better, stronger relationships. And so I think that, I don't know, maybe changing the time or just advancing. But I think, we've created at least, I think we have 5 MOUs signed. where we have data sharing relationships with other nations. And then I mentioned before, we're part of a 22 nation investment body. And so, yeah, I think I'm not certain kind of what turned the tide, but I feel like more and more there's more opportunity and alignment and willingness to look at structured business relationships to help benefit all the nations.
That's fantastic. Congratulations. So, we have 10 minutes left, and I do have other questions, but I'd love to give the audience an opportunity to ask any of our panelists a question if they have any questions. So I'll just give a minute, and Hal has a microphone, so he might be able to help you out.
Great discussion. Really honored to have all of you up on our stage here at our 9th annual forum. And the intention here is to bring together a variety of voices from right across the country when it comes to unity, when it comes to what does success look like. This is what success looks like. When you step forward and advocate for change, because poverty isn't acceptable, that young people deserve a future, a bright future. The time is now, I think, for us to do something pretty significant in this country. So maybe I'll go with you, Stephen, in terms of, and this is a question for all of you. Stephen, you and I sit on the Clean Energy BC board together. Do you see a role for the First Nations Power Authority in BC, and what form does that take? And has there been any thoughts about collaboration with BC First Nations, with the FNPA? And yeah, I'll ask you that first question.
Thank you, Guy. I should have said before, I really appreciate the venue and the First Nations Power Authority and the opportunities they're creating out here. I would say, speaking with nations, like radially around us or other nations that we engage with, I think there's a huge opportunity for First Nations Power Authority. I think there's challenges with BC Hydro and the monopoly that they hold within British Columbia. But I think with new developing infrastructure, there's a lot of opportunity. I think, there's a lot of nations that see the potential in developing a power authority, but don't really know how to advance it. So I think the hesitancy in it is just not understanding how we actually implement or we start the how we kick it off, and then really the rollout and what roles they would play. So yeah, I think that there is a huge opportunity in conversations I have, collaboration on energy development. I feel like none of the nations I've ever talked with have and it's not that I've talked to every nation, but in British Columbia, but they are, like the nations that I engage with are all on board with clean energy development and power security. So yeah, just to, I think that there's a extensive opportunity, and I think we would love to work with First Nations Power Authority and see if they could establish ground in British Columbia. So I appreciate the question, Guy.
I honestly think right across this country there's a role. Every community is different, and of course we all need all forms of energy, and that's around the world. And given the circumstances, the geographic, the terrain, whatever, you're going to need it. We have a First Nation member of the Indian Resource Council, Wikimekong, and the former chief told me it was a program that they have for elders where they supply them 8 car batteries and also solar panels and a little wind turbine to help their house. So in the summertime, they can get off the main grid power and power their own house, that way. It's micro, but at least it's something different, and it helps the First Nations in that regard, but of course we need all forms of energy, and we can't close our eyes to it being whatever, if we really care about the planet, we're getting away from thermal coal. And finding better ways to create power, create energy, and it's your role is important. Going forward, as we continue to transition, You know, we need the infrastructure, we need the students, we need our young people taking advantage of that. I see an engineer over there sitting along the wall there, Steve, you know, and we need people to kind of follow his footsteps. We have aged infrastructure in our communities, and that transition to get to something better, something more renewable, something more, you know, quality versus quantity type things, all of that stuff, it's imperative that we get there. So your role is huge. And we'll continue to support you.
Thank you. Karen, do you want to take a shot at that question? And it doesn't have to be about the FNPA in BC, but just in terms of your advocacy and your prominent roles in the country and your voice. What do you see in terms of nation-building projects to alleviate poverty?
Well, I think that, you know, both government and industry need to stop looking at First Nations as a threat and for us wanting to block every project. I think when they start to see us as partners and begin to start collaborating with us and be a part of the discussions from beginning to the end and beyond, and, you know, with power authority, I think it's time. It's time that we're a part of every energy sector in not only the province of BC, but across Canada. You know, I always say this, that Canada's rich in our resources. There should be absolutely no reason why our people are living in poverty. There should be no reason. So when we attain energy sovereignty is when our people are lifted out of poverty. And I think we need to make that as our focus and be a part of the solution going forward.
Time for one more question here.
Good morning, panel. I'm from Ontario. My home community is Rainy River First Nation, Manitou Rapids. I'm here with Nishnabek of Neangashi, Big Island. We're located on the south shore of Lake of the Woods. You know, in the mid-90s, I remember with Billy Erasmus, I was chief of my community. And I was wondering why all the chiefs that were there were fighting over program dollars, fighting for percentages of national funds, regional funds. So we asked together to do a review of this organization's mandate. I don't think it went anywhere. But as I got done talking, and you know, there was some hooting and hollering, and some against us, some with us, I went to have a coffee, and this old man from Hobima, the chief of Hobima, I think he was a Buffalo. He come and asked, hey, where you from? You know, he started talking. And he says, you know, I rarely come here. The only reason why I'm here is because it's in Edmonton. I usually send my councilman here. I'll come here if it's treaty rights and, you know, there's some danger to the community. But he says, my job as a leader is wealth. And he says, that's what I do at home. And, you know, after that meeting, I sent council reps to meetings like that because my job was to build wealth, right? So at home, about 12 years ago, we did our first solar farm. We did a 20-year FIT project with Ontario government for 25 megawatt. And you know, we asked a lot of First Nations, do you want in? We did the heavy lifting. We got the financing in place, senior debt, right? None wanted it. You know, we bought an international bridge near a town. Again, we said we did the heavy lifting. We could buy it with cash, but we amortized it just to see if we could get partners in. Nobody wanted it, you know, and I think they were too busy going to political meetings, and that's why I commend you guys, you people, and especially Karen, because my older sisters are all social scientists too, like you are, and man, we have some good arguments sometimes, you know. They always win, but I'll let you know that. But I guess the question, again, looking at us, because you know, I'm sitting with these people from Vernova, and just talking about some of the options for power development. And that's actually an area, because of what I did at Manitou, what we want to do at AON, at Anishinaabe Neangashi, is to create that. But you know, this aspect of support, especially with this power corporation, and how can we combine that with some of the select expertise we'll certainly be pulling in. But to use your experience, because you've been to the dance, and we need to learn how to dance in this world. We have limited experience, but again, that invitation, and we will be following up officially by letter to, to your authority. But I think that's the question, and I heard it already inferred here. It should be national. It has to be national, because oftentimes we're so used to following the government's agenda, their policies, their programs, and that's a bunch of, and I don't mean to insult anybody here, but at home, I call those IBAs bitch agreements, and I said they should be more than that. And why didn't you invest 200 million, 300 million, go get it, senior debt. If the white people can do that, why can't we do that, And if the mining companies ain't ready to open the door for that, then let's go to their public shares, their bonds, their stocks. Let's get it in that way. And that's what the chief from Hobima told me. He said, Sonny, we went to a hotel we owned in Texas. And he said, they didn't know we were there. I brought my whole council. Here you are with our suit jackets, our cowboy hats, our cowboy boots. We walk into this boardroom and they're looking at us. I think you're in the wrong meeting, sir. He said, oh no, we're in the right meeting. Here's our corporate documentation. They were majority owners of that hotel. And he said, you should have saw the face on their faces when they realized these Indians own our hotel, And so that's what he said, you go home, you do those things. And I really took him to word. I thought he was such a humble man. And so that's what I share with you. But that invitation to come, I think you're going to get that. And coming to meetings like this is more worthy than going to political meetings where you're talking about policy that doesn't mean a damn thing to the community. Good work, Karen.
All right. Thank you so much. I want to respect Guy's schedule. And we are now at 10 a.m. So I'd like to thank Stephen, Karen, and Steve for your great comments today and insights and for all the work you do for communities, for Canada. And let's keep the good work going. Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful discussions. Thank you, panel. We can get you down by the teepees for a picture. You can just put your mics in there. We'd like to, at this time, go into our award segment, and I'll invite Elena Gilmet to come on up. And we are live on the FNPA YouTube site, also the Facebook site. So if you can let your contacts know, get the word out that we're live right now on YouTube and Facebook, just go to FNPA site.
Hello, my name is Elena Gilmet, and it's a real honor to be here and to be able to give an award to an energy champion. For those of you that don't know me, I come from the University of Saskatchewan, and alongside Guy Lonechild, we created a Master's in Sustainability in Energy Security program, and it is designed to be online, to work with Indigenous students that work right in their community as a way to empower them, as a way to open up doors and be able to provide energy literacy for youth and adults across Canada and across the States. So it is very exciting to be able to be here and do this. The Community Energy Champion Award recognizes an individual that has encouraged sustainable energy solutions, innovation, and initiatives that engage and mobilize community members towards cleaner energy goals. This individual demonstrates exceptional leadership in promoting environment and sustainability. I would like to present the award to Deverell Crow of Piapo First Nation, the Community Energy Champion Award. Is he here? I don't think he's here. Is there anybody that would be able to accept the award on his behalf? No? Okay, well, we will make sure to mail out that award and make sure it gets to him, but thank you for your time.
We'd like to continue on with the Indigenous rights and focus, meaningful engagements with right holders and energy development with industry. We'd like to ask moderator Candice Robertson Schattler to come on up and introduce our panel. Indigenous rights in focus. Little bit summary of the panel, keeping the kettle warm. This panel will examine the importance of early, ongoing, and meaningful engagements with Indigenous rights holders throughout the life cycle of energy projects. This discussion will focus on engagement models that prioritize collaboration with rights holders and industry. Candace Robertson. Welcome. I got some mics up here for all of you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we're really excited for our panel today. What I'll do is just kind of help me out here. Sorry, I was shopping, so I was paying for my stuff. Here we go. All right, so Hal kind of started to give a little bit of an introduction of our panel. And what we're really focusing on today is the notion of engaging with rights holders in a meaningful manner. And Hal mentioned the notion of keeping the kettle warm. And that's really kind of the essence of what our panel is here today. It's the importance of making sure that we nurture our relationships, we have open dialogue and long-term care. So without further ado, I'm going to invite my panelists up to join me. And once they join us on stage, I'm going to actually get them to introduce themselves, because I want you to get to know them a little bit better from themselves personally. All right, so I'll get my panelists to join me, please. Come on up. Grab a mic. Fantastic. Welcome, welcome. Is Guy here? Where is Guy? I'm going to ask Guy to join us too on stage, please. Here we go.
Yeah.
All right, well, while we wait for Guy, how about we get this going? And Cherie?
Yes.
How about you introduce yourself a little bit? I'm so excited to have you on the panel today.
Oh, okay, well, thank you. I'm so excited to meet you and be here at the FNPA conference. So I'm just gonna give a quick introduction. My name is Cherie Brandt. I am a partner at the law firm BLG. I'm also the national leader for our Indigenous law group at the firm. I'm Ojibwe on my mom's side. I'm Mohawk on my dad's side, and I've been practicing for over 20 years now, and just incredible work working with Indigenous communities, working with industry, and really just trying to move the dial. As we think about policy issues that we're dealing with as Indigenous communities, that's definitely the work I'm always trying to do behind the scenes. So I have a very transactional practice, but there's always an element in there that is really just seeking to change our economies as Indigenous people to help us grow and thrive and prosper and be more sustainable. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you so much. Fantastic. Stephen, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, thanks. My name's Steve Avada. I'm a member of the Blood Tribe. Sorry, one sec. And I run an engineering company called Scout Engineering and Consulting. So I started the company about 8 years ago because I saw the way that we were doing our projects, the way that engineering companies were working with First Nations and Indigenous communities was just falling flat. You know, we weren't resolving the clean drinking water crisis. We were frequently having to come back and solve problems that we, had been there 10 years ago working on. So, I thought there was room in the market for a company that really sat on the side of the nations and tried to find solutions for those persistent problems. And so I'm a civil engineer by background, by training. I've been very fortunate to work in some of the larger firms, constructing dams, spillways. I even had a bit of work in the area here. We were tearing up Lakeview and putting in new stormwater pipes about, it's probably over 10 years ago, so quite local as well. Yeah, these days, as a company, we're really focused on, driving towards these systemic issues, not being content with just simply solving the technical problems, but also working on, these kind of social and bigger picture issues. So I'm excited to talk about our rights.
Amazing. Thank you.
Sorry, welcome to my territory. And Sutana, yes, you guys are awesome. I love you guys. I have relatives here. It's good to be here.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much. Guy, is there anything you want to say at the beginning of this, or you want us to just jump right in?
These are just introductions, right?
Yep, just introductions, yeah.
I will say that the First Nations Power Authority was born by an idea. And this idea was that we would be unified in Saskatchewan for the betterment of our people through the electricity sector to address some of these challenges. And so being a former politician, I call myself a recovering politician because I used to be in politics and as an elected leader from 1999 through 2011. And if there's anything that I've learned in my previous role as Vice Chief and the Chief of the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations is to never check your rights at the door, ever. There's a difference between a stakeholder and a rights holder. And that's why I'm passionate in the work that we're going to do together now and forever.
Absolutely. Too often, our nations and people are referred to as stakeholders, right? And then people don't even in industry respect the fact that we're rights holders. It's very different, right? Hopefully today we can examine some of the pitfalls of transactional engagement and consultation and start talking a little bit about, some practical things that we can do to foster enduring relationships with our nations and industry. Looking at, today we're really hoping to talk a little bit more about elevating Indigenous voices right from the beginning, right from the inception and planning of energy development and projects through the decision making, the implementation, and the overall governance of them. So we're looking today at taking a holistic approach. We're going to talk about cultural, legal, and economic dimensions of this. And we're going to just kind of jump right into these questions right here. So we're not going to do this as a traditional panel where we're just going to ask a question and have one person speak. We're going to try to make this as conversational as possible. So our team here, we're going to jump in whenever we feel. We're all family here. We're all relatives, cousins. So, and you speaking, Stephen, today, I have the honor of being traditionally adopted into the Blood Tribe and went to ceremony this weekend, had a buffalo harvest, and I'm honored to be a part of this as an Inuk, being here and being adopted in this territory and feeling a sense of community here. It's pretty amazing. So I extend my thanks to you and for being on your territory. First one I'd like to actually talk about is Guy, having been an elected official, what does it mean to be recognized as a rights holder within the context of energy projects and energy development? What does that mean to you?
It means that the rights that we have are inherent to us as Indigenous, as Nehiyawak or Saulteaux or Blackfoot or Anishinaabe. We have creator-given rights to us, and those are special rights that are enjoyed. It's like the human rights under the Canadian Human Rights Act, except we have the inherent rights, those inherent rights to self-determination. And to be who we are, to be free, to be informed, to grant or not grant free prior informed consent. Those are the things that are special to me as a rights holder. And we don't view ourselves as fiefdoms or kingdoms in this land, in this territory. This is land that we have a responsibility to look after. That's the stark difference between a rights holder and a stakeholder. And that will never go away. We'll never surrender that, and we've never surrendered that under treaty or any other covenant.
And that's why we still have the privileges we have today. Please, Cherie, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you for that, Guy. You're making me think, if I think about what it means to be a rights holder, what a privilege, right? What a privilege that we have as Indigenous nations to be rights holders. What an opportunity we have to grow and thrive and continue to persist as our communities. But I also think about what a responsibility we have as well, right? And so you sort of bring those notions together. In my day-to-day work, when I think about rights holders, I sort of got my thinking cap on, my lawyer thinking hat on, and it's like, okay, what are we going to do? What do we want to accomplish? How do we want to improve the communities that we're working with? If I'm on for industry, I'm thinking about how do I communicate how important this partnership can be to the other side? How do I educate or share knowledge and help the industry partner sort of think about our existing rights in Section 35 as the minimum standard, right? Because that's what it is. It really is just a minimum standard, and we have the real opportunity to elevate those rights, and we have the responsibility to do it as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I may be a little bit different from the rest of the panelists. I'm an engineer, like I said. I'm always trying to find some firm ground to stand on, to build on. And, the conversation around rights, to me, from my training and background, it's always seemed nebulous. But over the past 8 years running my company, really focusing on working with community, it's helped me to understand that the conversation is, it's not settled. This issue of rights, Section 35, I can't speak to, legal case law and what's been established in the courts, but on the ground, when we're out there doing our work, we're visitors. I do the majority of my work up north with the Cree and Métis communities up there, and we're very fortunate to be welcomed there. And I'm a visitor, even though I'm a rights holder here. I'm not a rights holder there. They are, and it's humbling to go into their territory and know that I need to understand what it means to them, what being sovereign means to those communities, what rights means to them. So to me, this conversation around rights is based on a lot of that experience. And so hopefully, I have a chance to share a bit of that with the audience. But I think for me personally, and then trying to translate that into how we operate as a company, we're always seeking. We must always be questioning. We must always be learning and having an ongoing conversation. And so, that's to me the really exciting part is it will always be going on as long as I'm alive. And we're continually trying to, create that firm ground that we can stand on for a project or a pipeline or whatever it might be. But we must understand that these are not settled issues. These are not conversations that have an endpoint. As far as anyone here in the audience is concerned, we're going to be dealing with this for a long time, and that should be exciting, not daunting. Hopefully, you can take that from this conversation.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Well, and, looking at that, in the previous panel, Stephen Buffalo mentioned FPIC, so free, prior, and informed consent, right, from UNDRIP. And here in Canada, we have the UNDRIP Act, right? That's been implemented. Well, it's starting to be implemented. We're in, our fourth report this year, I think it's coming out. And so, when you look at that aspect and you think about meaningful engagement, what are some practical steps that proponents can take to honor FPIC?
I'll go, because I think we're dealing with this, like I said, all the time. I think just quickly to speak about CANDRIP, I think is the colloquial term for it, because it's not adhering to a lot of the terms of UNDRIP. I think just real quick on that subject, I think we're, as a country, Canada isn't learning the lessons of the past. So trying to water down what was a piece of, I don't know if it's not legislation, obviously. UNDRIP is an international document, but watering that down and turning it into what it's become, I think, is an unfortunate error, because the destination where everything's always headed is an acknowledgement of rights and title. And that's where we start. We acknowledge rights, we acknowledge title, we acknowledge that, again, we're visitors. That seems to have been lost as an idea, that there's something that has to happen. It's always a half measure. In terms of like practical steps, I think I'll speak to one really pivotal moment for me and how I run my company. So we're doing a project up in a community that's not entirely remote, but quite far from a major urban center, and they don't have any clean drinking water. They don't have any water infrastructure at all. So when we showed up, there was still many outhouses, and they were moving into cisterns and getting plumbing into the homes, but that wasn't there. So this was very new, like I'd never seen that before, and through that, there was some residents in the community that had just said flatly, no, we don't want this. We don't want this water infrastructure. And that was completely baffling to me. And so I had to do my best to learn what that objection was, because it could have potentially derailed part of the work, and it was, a risk, it was on our risk register, whatever you want to call it. But really, it was a gap in my understanding, like a place where I just could not understand this at all. So it took me 6 months. I read several books on the community and the history of the community. And finally, after all that, and I put myself in the shoes of these folks, I understood what their objections were. Really, like, our project was a manifestation of the federal government's attempts to sideline this community for, at that point, almost 100 years. And the folks that were rejecting this new project were seeing it as that. And so, I can go into this at length, but I think just for the purposes of this discussion, it's just to say I had to humble myself and learn. So as a practical matter, that's a great place to start. I think the other really critical thing is if a project or a proponent is seeking free prior informed consent, you need to understand you're number 20 on the priority list of the community. Your project is not important. The future of the youth, the status of the language. I heard Karen talk about that. These issues are front and center for community. You are passing through, but those issues will always be there for the community. So, humbling yourself and understanding that, but then helping work on those, number 1 through 19 that are ahead of you. How can you help with that? I think that's a really interesting place to go with that conversation. And, I like to think I'm very pro-development. I make my living building things. I always look at it as it's no for now. We have to get there, and you need to understand what that might look like, because your project might not be the right fit now. Maybe it is later. There's all kinds of circumstances and conditions that change and evolve. So.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Our work, just to build off what Stephen is talking about, what practical steps can we take, and the practical steps that we have taken with SaskPower Corporation, for example, was they had a question. The question was, what is free prior informed consent? What's this Bill C-15 all about? And really, it's just an attempt at Canada to enshrine human rights to apply to our people. But again, we do have inherent rights. So there is a difference there that I want to be able to make clear to them. And we have much more to do in terms of education and awareness about what is FPIC, what is free prior informed consent, what is all of these other international agreements that are being signed on by US, Canada, and other countries that are coming on board to do this. So we can do much more work around education and awareness But taking some practical steps, we've actually implemented those into our agreements with SAS Power Corporation as well. So free prior informed consent is part of the hurdles you have to jump through in order to build a wind project or a solar project or a hydro development project, and not taking no for an answer. So those are the prickly conversations we've had, but that's the practical steps we've taken.
Fantastic. Sri?
Yeah, and I can just add, legally, and I think you mentioned this, Candace, we're seeing FPIC implemented on the child welfare front as Indigenous communities are exercising their inherent rights in how we want to raise our own children. I mean, that makes perfect sense, and is so happy to see the Supreme Court of Canada acknowledge that. I think that it's only a matter of time before we're going to see cases that will move into the area of acknowledging economic rights for our Indigenous communities. And so we sort of see it a little bit within certain areas. I mean, I can just speak very generally in tobacco out of Quebec. We're seeing some cases move forward through the courts, but I think we're heading in that direction, and it's obviously a place I'd like to be around when that happens.
No kidding, no kidding. Awesome. And so, speaking about, free prior informed consent and kind of taking the necessary steps, when we think about our people as rights holders, how do Indigenous laws, governance, processes, decision-making practices, and cultural protocols, how have they shaped your expectations of engagement from proponents or industry?
I'll go first. I come from White Bear First Nations. We have 4 distinct nations at White Bear: the Dakotas, the Dakota, the Cree, and the Saulteaux. And so there are very distinct rights and protocols that each of those 4 nations have. In our one First Nations, we have maybe 3,000 members. But what we've decided to do is to take a look at those rights and how special they are in terms of their differences in the way they undertake engagement, for example. So we've decided to develop a White Bear Rights Impact Assessment Framework. Each of those distinct rights come with responsibilities to undertake engagement in the way that they feel comfortable in being consulted. So that's a tangible example of, I think, what we're going to see more of. We adopted that process a little bit from our brothers and sisters from the Atlantic, who are also undertaking that in terms of consultation protocols and processes as well. So, yeah, I think that's an exciting development in the power sector that we're leading.
And it's asserting our own, right? Asserting our own rights with industry. And, Stephen, you and I were talking a while back when we were preparing for this panel, and I had mentioned that the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan First Nation, and I've worked in nuclear before, and so I had the privilege of seeing their 14-step protocol for engagement and consultation practices for nuclear projects on their territory. It is extensive, it explains their rights, and it takes you through this step of understanding their culture, and through that developing a way to have the keeping the kettle warm process, right? Of, okay, there's 14 steps that industry has to go through, and every step of the way we're learning, we're continuing that engagement, we're continuing that fostering that relationship building and dialogue, which is pretty incredible. And, maybe Stephen, you can speak a little bit to it, but we had talked about the importance of nation sharing, right? And when they're able they have these amazing protocols, these amazing practices, and we're not really sharing enough with each other. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think we can be our own worst enemies, and I think we need to move out of that. We learn the wrong lessons from colonization, and I think we're moving into a place where I think we're becoming who we want to be. Like I don't know if he's out there, maybe Duff Twin, maybe raise your hand if you're out there. Anyways, he's from Swan River First Nation, and he's just a visionary for what we could be, or why do we even want development, right? Like, we're doing this to be able to still be our traditional ways, or to practice our old ways. That should be an option in this modern capitalist society. I think we can chip away at it as individual nations, as individuals operating in this space, on this panel, in this audience. But I think real movement, and we saw it in the 70s and the 80s with the rising of political movements within the nations. Those really found their feet when it started to spread across multiple nations and geographies and territories. And I think that is something we can learn from as rights holders, as nations, as Métis and Inuit people. I think we can support each other and create whether it's a political union, economic unions, we need to exercise our sovereignty. Otherwise, someone else will do it for us. They'll define us. And that's always been something that's happened. We have to start defining ourselves, and part of that is sharing, starting to create these collaborations. Personally, I'm again honored to work with those Cree and those Métis communities, and I'm honored to share what I know. We call it, in my company, we call it collaborative wisdom, learning from each other, trying to exchange what I know as an engineer, but trying to learn from that community. And I think that's maybe the heart of what you're referencing.
Absolutely.
Thanks. I was just going to add in, Candace, the example that you presented is really great. In the sense that I sort of look at it and think that this is really a great example of where a community is codifying what they want to see and defining their own processes, as you mentioned. Yeah. And I think we're going to be increasingly challenged to try to figure out how to do that. So that's a perfect example, and I think that's what communities really need to be thinking about. And we have so many communities with different traditions and practices. And it's such an incredible idea to do this as well, because industry is going to be looking for that. Yeah. They're going to want to see what is the rule book, what is the process, what is the outcome that you're looking for. And so to the extent you can go on to Algonquin's and Pikwakanagan website and find this information, I think we should all be encouraged to start doing the same things, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And so, we've talked a little bit about this in terms of one of the barriers is understanding, right? That's one of the biggest barriers to meaningful engagement. And so maybe what are some of the other barriers to effective engagement of rights holders and industry are facing together? What is, and how do we overcome them?
It was talked about yesterday, and I'll just be really quick here. I think the one thing is making sure that there's a level playing field. I think Kennedy Bayrobe talked about it yesterday, and that's really important when we're talking about these very complicated energy projects, for example. Nuclear is something that isn't going to go away. It seems like it's really on an all-time high in terms of public support. However, there are hurdles, there are questions from our people regarding nuclear waste. And so I'll be talking with the NWMO at the tail end of this forum about what lessons can and have we learned. Meeting with the Ontario Power Generation CEO coming up in June 23rd in Toronto. They want some advice on how do we deal with storage, safe storage of nuclear waste at Bruce. So these are some of the important things that we, I think, can help to provide some direction, but it has to be understood that consultation and capacity requires financial resources as well. Yes. So we can't forget about that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think I can add on this. When we think about barriers and sort of the environment that we're in right now, I actually think of time. Time is actually a barrier that we're facing. It's a huge challenge as we sort of look at the landscape. Different provinces have brought in new governments. We have a new federal government. If I can just speak from the Ontario perspective, Ontario's talking about putting forward economic zones. The federal government is talking about fast-tracking approvals. Time is not a luxury that we have anymore. And so I see that as a barrier, but again, a real opportunity for nations to come together and think about, how are we going to be able to move at the pace of where we see change happening? I didn't get to mention this, but I also sit on the board of Hydro One Limited since 2017, and I've had the opportunity to sit on the board of TD Bank since 2021. And we often talk about how fast-paced change is happening right now. bankers don't even want to say, like, they may say something, but this is like, these are my views for the next 48 hours, right? Because we're just, that this is the environment that we're living in right now. And so I think it, really requires nations to think about being more proactive. I worry about us being caught flat-footed. I worry about us not figuring out how to get in those political rooms and have those conversations with other governments about what our priorities are. And, we're just as nations, I'm just generalizing, but, I feel like we're sort of looking reactively, constantly. We've taken comfort in doing that because we've been growing our own processes, right? And so there's a respect for that. But I think, and in my view, we've been doing that in earnest for over 20 years. If we sort of think about when some of our laws came forward and cases that acknowledge the duty to consult. So, we've been doing this for 20 years now. We've got to figure out how we're going to, turn the corner. And, it was mentioned on the panel earlier, and I really appreciated what was shared, because we have to figure out how we're going to work together. We have to figure out how we're going to be more efficient in our processes. We have to figure out how we can find economies of scale. We shouldn't be thinking that we have 635 unique protocols or 650, however many nations are yet to be recognized and places are yet to be acknowledged, right? We need to figure out how we can share knowledge, and I love the comments that were made, but and figure out how to be efficient in that. I just think that's the challenge over the next 5 years. And I look forward to seeing communities that are going to take that challenge up.
Yeah, I have a legal question. Yeah. Oh. So I'll get some free legal advice. So my understanding is that the duty to consult is the responsibility of the Crown. So what I've seen in projects is that's guarded so carefully by the bureaucrats or the proponents, especially if it's a publicly funded project. But is that what the barrier is? Like when I'm on the team trying to deliver something, is that the source of why I can never have a conversation with the nation about what the project is and how we're planning to build it? Like, is that the source of it?
So I want to just talk about what I think you're saying, but I would say, for sure, it's the Crown that holds the obligation, right? The Section 35 rights come with that, the honor of the Crown concept, and that needs to be sort of breathed into these complicated decisions that are being made that, mostly natural resource related or, linear development focused. What I see in what you're talking about, and this was something I wanted to share, is I think, governments have to satisfy themselves that the consultation obligations have been met. And it's in satisfying themselves, that's the closed door process that I think we've all sort of maybe felt from time to time. How is the Crown satisfying itself that the consultation was sufficient? How is the Crown discharging that duty sufficiently enough? And, having done this a lot, what I observe is I think, our bureaucrats and technicians and regulators really need to learn more about what that really means, because we've developed a lot of projects. I can see some, I know we're going to be talking about some of those projects today, and, really had the opportunity to go through those processes. And we often find that the Crown's stumbling on its own obligations, right? Regulators are stumbling on their own obligations. And, that may be because they've got a revolving door of bureaucrats that are trying to discharge this mighty obligation. So, I think the real challenge is on us educating, is on regulators to educate themselves about it. And I don't know that you get away from this private conversation about was it enough? Was the consultation enough? I don't like that that's an assessment. In a sense, it's a risk assessment. You end up having to look at the materials that were presented presented and make an educated assessment on that. And we find ourselves having to put opinions forward that lenders will have to rely upon in their decision making on how to invest in a project. So that definitely happens.
Yeah, because like I'm sitting there and I'm like, bring me in, coach. Like, I'm ready. Like, this is what I'm here for. And it's like, no, we got this. And then like 6 months later, they're like, yeah, this didn't go very well. And I go, okay, well, are you ready yet? And it's still, yeah, I think to me, one of the big problems is a lack of creativity, or just at least embracing the opportunity to learn and grow in these processes.
Well, I think I would just add, there's so much fear in it, right? There's so much fear of doing it the wrong way that it can slow things down. But I'm absolutely a pragmatist in the sense that I think we need the right people in the rooms with the right knowledge. Has this been enough? Is this correct? Can we move this forward? And so if I sort of think of the federal government wanting to have, that, I don't want to use the word support, but an understanding that projects, that Indigenous leaders will have a say on some of these major projects that are going to go forward. That's the kind of pragmatic decision-making, assessments that have to happen.
Awesome.
And
thank you so much. So what I think we're going to do right now, before we kind of get some closing remarks from you all, open it up for any questions in the audience. Does anyone have a question for our panelists that they'd like to bring forward? I don't know if I can see anybody. Do we have anyone with a mic out there? Oh, no questions?
Oh, there's a
we have a
question.
question. All right, here. I'm coming. Putting these heels to work.
Oh, I should have been a gentleman, and now I feel.
It's all good.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Brown from Haida Old Masset. Yesterday I spoke and mentioned we have a utility company that's 2 years old now. And we're in negotiations with BC Hydro with our 2 megawatt solar farm that we just installed. And I think with our being new to the game, I don't want our people and our organization to be taken advantage of in the negotiations for power. And I've been trying to find somebody that does have the experience and sort of have our backs. So I was hoping maybe with this organization and this forum today that there would be somebody that can give us some guidance and maybe somebody that can assist. Thanks for this forum. Hello.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Absolutely, FNPA, but any one of us likely could help you as well through those negotiations. We take a look at, or we see ourselves as the go-between or the broker between industry and Indigenous nations. And so we'll go thoroughly through financial models. We'll do a financial audit if required to ensure that the numbers check out, to ensure that the returns through projects are realized and maximized, and that project activity, whether it's the building, the developing, owning, operating, and maintaining the full spectrum of your project, can be done by your people. And so we are definitely there to help and pleased to connect here soon.
We have time for one more question.
Good day. My name's Lou Mearns with Dreamcatcher 2000 Consulting Limited. We're working with Green City and other groups, and we're looking at Haida to come out there and put in with Cree Energy. We have oil and gas, so we could put hydrogen, 2% hydrogen in, which will reduce emissions 50%. So we want to put car locks on all First Nation land and start with, you got 4 stations out there in Haida, and I looked at they took $1 trillion worth of the trees off your land and gave nothing to the people. So, we have to say that the political system's broken, the judicial system's broken, the pharmaceutical system's broken. We need to do self-sustainable communities and take our land back and say we'll take care of our own business.
Mm-hmm. Awesome.
A great
Thank you so much.
Couldn't agree more.
That's it for questions. All right, thank you so much, Hal. Appreciate it.
I'll start off by just saying that what a pleasure. It was nice to be on this stage talking amongst a couple of people I really, really admire. Stephen and I have had some conversations. We share some office space at Taza Developments. And there's room for growth and there's room for collaboration. He's brought some really good ideas to us that we're going to talk to them about.
Absolutely.
And then Cherie, I think we just heard from the former or the current or maybe the future Attorney General of Canada. What do you think? Give her a round of applause. That would be
difficult.
Or Prime Minister.
Yeah.
Not going to happen.
I just see what's happening with Premier Wab Kinew. He's doing such a fine job in advocating for his people who are displaced. Taskwayak Cree Nation is totally evacuated. 3,000 people, I think, or 4,000 people have been evacuated from northern Manitoba. They are do have a GoFundMe page. I would encourage everybody to take a look at that. And I know that the FNPA will help out as well, but I appeal to all of the people online or in the audience here just to your hearts and prayers, extend them out to Chief Doreen and company out at Taskwayak Cree Nation. So thank you.
Thank you, guys. Cherie, if there's one thing from this panel that you want everyone to walk away with, what would that one thing be?
Sure. Okay. I guess first I want to say miigwech for having me, Nyawan for having me up here. If there's one thing I really want to make sure that everybody takes away from what I've said today is that we really are in a sense of urgency right now and in such a sense of incredible change. We really need to think about how are we going to be resilient as communities? What are the tools that we're going to bring forward to demonstrate our resilience? What are the solutions we're going to find that will be, homegrown within the communities themselves? And just really convey that, we've got to sort of lift ourselves up and figure out how to be more proactive, more action-oriented, and not really wait to respond. Come up with our own ideas and drive those agendas is really what I'd like to share.
Yeah, I'd like to just quickly take off from that. I think as, if you're a rights holder here, if you're an ally attempting to improve your understanding, I think, or to support, Indigenous rights, I think we need to take some lessons from other parts of society. Like we need to move this Overton window. We adopt meaningful consultation, we adopt all of these terms, but sovereignty, like we need to, as rights holders, and if you're out there and you're an ally, work with the community to advance this idea of sovereignty, of moving beyond kind of government-defined rights. And I'll put this out there. Actually, it's really interesting. Corridors have kind of come to life. But I was working on this stuff for 6 years. I told a group, it's called C2C2C, that was trying to work on how would a corridor actually work. And they said, "Oh, Steve, are you interested in joining?" And I said, "Well, I'll do this for free. I'll come on. But my only condition is that you need to agree that the final end state of a corridor that's going to actually get built, actually going to happen, is going to have Indigenous co-regulation with the rights holders there." And they said, "Oh, great." Luckily, I think they just didn't really have a good notion of what that meant.
They didn't understand the request.
We spent 5 years kind of chasing our tails around this idea, but I still believe that's the case. I think, what I want to just get that out there, kind of speak it into existence. And hopefully there's somebody in the federal government. I saw Heather Exner-Perot, Macdonald-Laurier Institute out there. We need Indigenous co-governance over these mega projects of the approvals piece. And that doesn't mean we're foregoing our rights to free, prior, and informed consent. Or equity participation in these projects. There's ways around this. So I think just creativity. There's solutions out there. We don't need to go backwards. We don't need to start fighting each other tooth and nail. We can come to a prosperous end state where everybody comes out ahead.
Thank you so much. It's been an honor to sit here with the three of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Beautiful discussions.
Awesome.
All right, we'll take a little network break here for 15 minutes, so we'll see you back here at probably around 11:10. And we'll get back into the panel, Power in Partnership. So we'll ask Rebecca to be ready to introduce your moderator role. See you, guys. Don't forget, we're live. our next panel. We like to call the moderator Rebecca Craignis to come on in. Our next panel is Power in Partnership, Major Infrastructure Projects in Canada. Okay, we're just getting one more chair up here. Oh, we got a whistle, Should I get a powwow? So partnerships with Indigenous communities are driving Canada's clean energy future. This session will highlight the critical role Indigenous partners play in major infrastructure projects. Financing of clean energy is both a national imperative to our emission reduction strategies. The panel will discuss approaches to what to consider when developing partnerships with Indigenous communities.
Thanks, sir.
We're going to have one mic short. We're going to have one mic short, so just to let you know. One mic short. Yeah. Some of you have to share a mic here.
Okay, thank you. I've moved on to dress sneakers. It's fair.
Can I have a stump?
Yeah. Yeah, we can share. Yeah, that's fine.
Stump there to put my water on. Sorry, we just realized we're going to share mics. Yeah.
We pass mics back and forth.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry about the delay. We were a chair short. Welcome to today's panel, Power in Partnership, Major Infrastructure Projects in Canada. My name is Rebecca Craignis. I am a Cree Métis woman from Treaty 8 territory, and I'm honored to be a guest here today on Tsuut'ina Nation. I am a member of the FNPA Board of Directors and work as the Director of Indigenous Relations and Community Engagement with Bird Construction, and have worked in the oil and gas and construction industry for 30 years. As an Indigenous woman who started my career as a Red Seal electrician and now work alongside many Indigenous communities across Turtle Island, I'm particularly excited about this panel conversation today. We're here to explore the complex but critical intersection of infrastructure development, power systems, and Indigenous partnerships, with a particular focus on how these relationships shape the future of the energy infrastructure across Canada. As the country accelerates its transition to cleaner, more sustainable power, whether through transmission upgrades, renewable generation, or grid resilience projects, we must ensure that true nation building is woven into the approach, that Indigenous communities are not just stakeholders, but true partners and rights holders. This means Indigenous involvement in the decision-making, achieving equity ownership, Indigenous governance, and building projects that have economic participation that builds intergenerational wealth and local capacity. Today's panel brings together leaders that have worked across government, industry, and Indigenous nations to build these types of partnerships. And we have a big panel with us today. So this conversation about infrastructure, it's about power in every sense of the word. Power as electricity, but also power as governance, agency, and shared decision-making. We're honored to have this group of thoughtful and experienced voices, and I'm excited to dive into this conversation. Let's start with you, Hillary. Could you please introduce yourself and share your experience with infrastructure project development?
Sure, thank you very much. So I'm Hillary Thatcher. I am the Managing Director for Indigenous and Northern Investments at the Canada Infrastructure Bank. I've been there for just over 5 years and lead initiatives like the Indigenous Community Infrastructure Initiative, where we invest in community-based projects, water, wastewater, off-diesel and other energy projects, and the Indigenous Equity Initiative, where we lend communities equity so they can make investments in major projects that are happening across their traditional territory. I am married to an Inuk from Nunatsiavut, and I have Métis ancestry from the Edmonton region. So back to you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go with Rob.
Thank you, Rebecca. So my name is Rob Blackstein. I'm co-chair of the Electricity Markets Group at Borden Lander Gervais. I am based in Toronto, but I do work across the country. My involvement with Indigenous communities, although I'm not Indigenous myself, really began at the beginning of my career. I've been in the power sector for about 20 years. And in Ontario, Ontario has a long legacy of including Indigenous communities in power projects. So right when I was a baby lawyer, I had the privilege of working with Indigenous communities that were investing in wind and solar. And that experience has really carried me through my entire career into much larger projects. So I find it a privilege. I was delighted that a deal that I worked on with the Lower Nicola Indian Band in British Columbia won Mid-Market Deal of the Year. That was the transmission line to the Kingsvale pump station for the Trans Mountain Pipeline. So that was a fantastic project, and again, I just feel absolutely privileged to work both for developers who partner with Indigenous communities as well as communities themselves.
Thank you, Rob. Ron, do you want to go next?
Just need a mic. Thank you, Rebecca. I want to say thanks to FNPA and my good friend Guy Lonechild for giving this opportunity. Know him for many years, and he's been a big help to me because you can see from my color, people always make fun of me, who's the real Indian here, you know. Whenever I go to PA or anywhere. But again, you know, like people like Guy and everyone really educated about how important to have a strong Indigenous component in everything we do in projects, not just, you know, like, you know, sorry to use this word, people always told me and tell me all the time, don't try to be a rent-a-feather. You know what I'm saying? You have a meaningful impact and meaningful, you know, projects. My own experience, I was very fortunate to create a close to $300 million of Indigenous economy in Saskatchewan with SAS Power, starting a first Indigenous procurement policy. Most of the people in the room has done work for the projects where I was involved. And I'm the president and CEO for PTRC right now. It's a Petroleum Technology Research Center. We have been in business for 28 years. We are subsurface experts. We are working on carbon capture and storage. We have a site in Estevan. We are injecting close to 600 tons of CO2 a day, and also geothermal. And our involvement in terms of working with FNPA, in terms of a great partnership is the FNPA partnership. We are working on a clean fuel awareness project. It's a third year working with FNPA. It's a gift for us, not to FNPA. We want to thank FNPA for educating organizations like us and learn and grow how important to have Indigenous partnerships. I want to thank FNPA for that.
Yes, those relationships are very important. Scott.
Awesome, thank you. Morning, everyone. Appreciate you having us here, and sorry if the lights are shining off. John and I probably shouldn't have sat together. They're reflecting a beacon of light, so we'll be the energy this morning. Scott Allen, VP Investments with the Alberta Indigenous Opportunities Corporation. For those that don't know, we're a $3 billion, I use air quotes around fund. We use loan guarantees to provide access to capital for Indigenous communities to invest into major projects, 4 of which are in the power sector specifically. We had the Cascade Power Plant. In a past life, I was working directly for the six nations that invested into that project, the first AIOC transaction. We have 2 cogen facilities, and most recently a renewable project, the Duchess Solar Project, which we'll talk about as well, which was a great opportunity to collaborate with Hillary is here as well. So thank you again. Look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. And John.
last but not least. Thanks for having me, everyone. John Rowinski. I am Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte member from Eastern Ontario. I have worked with the Anishinaabe communities that are across Ontario for many, many years. First in my career as a lawyer, but then I reformed myself and got into economic development about 5 years ago. And I had to hire people like Rob and Cherie to help us out. I work for the Hiawatha First Nation as the CEO of their Economic Development Partnership, and we work in conjunction with the other 6 members of the Williams Treaties First Nations across southern Ontario. It's a vast treaty territory with very small reserves and very small populations of people. And it just so happens that we're at a moment in time when the energy market in Ontario is literally blowing up, not in the negative way, but in the good way. So we're involved in significant conversations about equity participation and other participation in a number of energy projects, including nuclear projects happening within the territories. So we're in here at a very exciting time, and this is a very timely panel for these conversations.
Thank you. What a great lead into our first question for Hillary. What are some of the biggest challenges you faced in building partnerships between Indigenous communities, government, and private industry, and how have you worked through them?
So I like to think of these challenges as the opportunities. So I will say, and back to Rob's baby lawyer days, I led the Green Energy and Economy Act and the drafting of those Indigenous inclusion provisions, which included the Ontario Loan Guarantee Program, as well as what we called Aboriginal price adders. And the reason we did this in Ontario was because developers were saying, why would I partner with an Indigenous community? Like, they don't bring anything to the table. I heard it loud and clear, and I can name a long laundry list of developers who told us that directly. And so as soon as you sprinkle a little bit more money, and we did the price adders, we offered to pay a little bit more for your power if you partnered with an Indigenous community. And then we said, and the Indigenous community will have access to capital, so they can be real equity investors in your project, because we're going to backstop their loans. Suddenly, the tables turned, and this is dating back to like 2008, 2009, where now Indigenous communities, First Nations and Métis communities in the case of Ontario, have ownership stakes, major ownership stakes of projects where the assets, their debt on that equity has been long serviced. They're generating own source revenues, significant own source revenues. They can reinvest that in the next set of projects. They invest that into their communities' education and well-being programs. And they can actually start bidding in as developers themselves into projects in the Ontario market, which is really, really significant. But it took those conversations back then. Today, what I'm seeing is the trend for Indigenous equity, Indigenous ownership in projects has grown significantly over the last couple of years. The calls for power in major markets, BC, Saskatchewan, coming soon in Manitoba, Quebec, Ontario, the East Coast, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, they're all requiring that projects have Indigenous partners. So when you're bidding in, you know, it's not just you get extra points for having an Indigenous partner, it's a requirement. For example, in BC, it was a requirement that Indigenous communities had at least 25% ownership. Now what I'm seeing is sometimes there's a bit of gaming going on. So communities are getting access to these ownership stakes, and they can access capital from government programs like the CIB, but their equity is more akin to an impact benefit agreement. So they're not always getting the deep equity, the building of capacity, that ownership rights and governance of a project. And so there are really strong developers who are affording and really seeing them as true equity partners, building the capacity at the community level to actually be you know, an operator and build those skills so that these are generational opportunities, so that kids growing up today dream about being an engineer and designing a wind project, and a kid growing up today can dream about being a linesman on a transmission asset. That's what we are intending through the programs, and so that's the kind of push that government needs to continue to do. We need to continue to educate and work closely with Indigenous communities so they see the real opportunity as more than being a silent you know, provider of capital and guaranteed revenue streams. It's more about taking equity-like risk, so you get the upside, you can also see some downside, but you're building capacity because the communities are enjoying and the thrill of owning a major asset and all of the benefits that go along with that. So it's really, and again, along with that, the education of the development community to make sure that they understand the intention of this is not about an impact benefit agreement. If that's what a community wants, they should go and negotiate. It's a lot cheaper. You don't need to hire Rob, well, you do need to have lawyers, but you don't need to hire like the really, you don't need those type of lawyers. You can get an impact benefit agreement much cheaper and a cash stream. But to own a project is about governance, it's about building capacity, it's about generational opportunities for children and children's children, so that those benefits flow long term for the nation.
That's amazing. That intergenerational change is so important. It kind of leads into my next question for John. What kind of long-term community benefits, such as jobs, revenue, training, have resulted from some of your projects?
Well, in fairness, we're still working on those projects at this point in time. But I mean, it's a great thing to pick up on what Hillary's saying, because really the revenue part is kind of the easy part. Subject to raising the capital to make the investment to become the equity partners. But as Hillary said, it's basically a requirement now when you're talking major and minor infrastructure, whether it's a battery storage project or a nuclear generation facility or a transmission line. All of those things are going to invite economic participation from the affected First Nations communities. Raising the money to get there is an issue, but we knock on some doors. But we're working on that. But I mean that's great, and it's long term. It's sustainable revenues. You can bank on it. You can put it in the books, and you can build off of that as a community going forward. The difficult thing is the jobs and the training and the generational opportunities that Hillary spoke about. I started, as I said, about 5 years ago in the economic development sphere, working with Scugog First Nation, which has about 250 members across the country. So when Ontario Power Generation calls me and says, hey, how many community members do you want to come work at our power plant, at a nuclear facility? Well, we don't have them. I mean, they're all, the people that do live near the community live within 25 minutes of an urban center and probably already have jobs. When people say, can you contract an electrician service to a nuclear facility? Well, there's no business that large that can actually meet those procurement needs and meet the quality and safety standards of a large generation facility like Ontario Power Generation runs. So, I mean, that is the more difficult thing. And we have to look at, the youth. Realistically, I mean, it's nice to be able to offer jobs to go and sweep floors and plow snow, and all of those opportunities are going to be there across these projects. What we're really trying to do is demonstrate how you can build an economy out of an infrastructure project, right? So that people see when they grow up, the kids can see people leaving the community to go work, not just in those jobs, but also in the trades, in construction, in finance, in law, in accounting, all of the human resources, all of the things that are in those facilities. And that's not going to happen overnight, because you need to build up that trust that the job environment is welcoming, and that it's something that people from the community can leave the community and go work at these jobs and survive and come back and say, they have made a good life out of this. And it's, it is going to take generations to do, and that's the frustrating part. So it's finding those bridges and gaps in that sort of impact benefit style relationship in the interim that says, hey, we're all getting a check from our involvement in this, and we're creating these opportunities for the future for our youth as we move forward.
Well, as a young woman who did get an opportunity to go into a trade and really build a career, I think it's so important that those opportunities exist. And a lot of my work with my team at Bird is finding ways to bring capacity building to our projects. So if you want to talk capacity building, I can do that all day. I won't take up your time, but we can talk later. Ran, how is your organization ensuring intergenerational wealth building through research and demonstration projects in sustainable energy infrastructure?
Definitely. I think the most important thing Hillary and Rob talked about, the importance of the capacity building, right? Mm-hmm. For example, I don't know how many people in the room know about carbon capture and utilization and storage. Maybe they might have heard about it, but they might not seen the real projects happen, right? So we are trying to make sure, so we want to work with the, like for example, the project we are collaborating with the FNPA currently is a really good example of collaboration. The reason is because they have done some really good work on renewables, but when it comes to subsurface development, there's not much happening. So that's where we want to develop how we can develop that capacity and training and education piece, and also bring that opportunities to the nation, and also nation is taking part in that opportunity with us. That's where we believe in developing a mutually beneficial relationships are very important. And in terms of, if you look at the capacity development everybody is talking about, and we have a training program for the technologies like carbon capture and geothermal. I'm talking about the heating, and we are developing a compressed air energy storage feasibility study. We are getting that information out so people can take advantage of those opportunities in their communities. And not only they're looking at the construction projects, the basic, everybody thinks about is, one thing I always, when I worked at a big crown corporation is, okay, let's put some numbers in the contract where we can get indigenous, community people work in those jobs where we can just fill those quota. That's not the right. How we can get them involved in technology and innovation development. That's very, very important. That's what we are trying to do is how we can carry that momentum forward, not on just one project. It's like you said you are an electrician, right? So you work through and you work up, right? So how can we work through the technology and demonstration projects? We don't want to be a one, we want to be multiple. We want a lot of cookie cutters where we can take that ideas and technologies where we can put it in different parts of North America, even globally. So that's what we are trying to see, how we can, but we have to start somewhere, right? The collaboration and partnership with the FNPA helps to start that initial opportunities. Then you build on it. Like everybody said, it will take time, but we have to be really concrete and serious about what we are doing.
I agree, and I think the ripple effect of those opportunities is noticed quicker. Going through a program like I did and having my Red Seal at 25, I went from making, I think it was $6 an hour minimum wage to $45 an hour, and that's like life-changing for a young woman. So I believe that the more we use those opportunities to build capacity and provide opportunities within projects, it's very important.
I would just add to that when kids can see themselves having those opportunities at home, that's when community members start moving back because they can actually live at home where they're connected. So I think that's another additive.
Yeah, and those partnerships provide those opportunities at home. And I think when children see their parents succeeding, or nieces and nephews see their aunties and uncles succeeding, then generational change happens. Okay, Scott, you work at the intersection of Indigenous communities, government, and private industry. What advice would you give to project developers looking to build partnerships with First Nations, Métis, or Inuit groups?
First, I want to be a little contrarian to the panel. We'll stir up a little controversy, keep things live and active. So when we think about capacity building, absolutely important. I don't want to undermine that. What we also want to focus on is that, and Hillary brought up, equity ownership is what truly matters, right? Like it's having the residual cash flow streams going back to the community so that capacity building can happen on the existing projects where communities own or have a partnership in. But to your point, Rebecca, it can also then provide opportunities to build capacity around projects that aren't on community or partnering with, right? Like now that when there's wealth generation created with a community through project ownership, that's how you can also create some more step change. So that was my contrarian view on the capacity building. But from we build up a lot of our speaking notes around who is in the audience, and I feel like I'm going to be preaching the choir a little bit here, but I think what's missed from the corporate side of things sometimes is that the relationship building needs to start early, but it's no different. Like there's no secret sauce here that the corporate partners I think are a little afraid to take on sometimes, which is go out to community, meet leadership, be a part. Like you don't have to go out with an agenda or an objective. like just go be part of the community, be part of like what is happening, what matters to the community members. And so building those relationships really matter from the beginning. Co-design, we're really excited to talk about this solar project. There was a lot of co-design between Cold Lake First Nations and Elemental Energy. There was a fantastic leadership opportunity for Heather and Kyle, I'll keep pointing this way, to lead that project with Elemental and to have the needs and the inputs of Cold Lake community into that deal. So I'd say just starting early, building those relationships. Each nation or community will be different. There will be different needs, which is no different than talking to any other organization. Like between Hillary and I, between federal and provincial, it's a different conversation, but it doesn't mean people should be scared of it.
Yeah, it all starts with relationships. I also would like to agree with you on the equity and revenue piece. Communities cannot provide education or supports for community members to be successful without that revenue to support them to go build careers as well.
Exactly. And above our $6 minimum wage starting point, right?
Yes,
like,
yes. I'm aging myself.
I'm with you. I think I was 4.25 when I started, maybe 3.75, but anyway.
Okay, Rob, you're up. We often hear that Indigenous leadership needs to be embedded from the outset of major projects. What does that look like in practice?
So it's a great question, Rebecca. I think, and you've heard this theme not only from Hillary and other people on this panel, you've heard it from the previous panelists as well. This is like a theme that's again and again. Treat the Indigenous communities as co-developers, as project proponents, not as a box to be checked in a consultation process. Like that is a mindset, and Hillary referred to the change in Ontario from 15 years ago of getting around looking at this process as, oh, this is just another hurdle or another permit that I have to clear. It's like, no. So, what enrages me when I hear things about Bill 5 or C-69, I'll leave the commentary for another day, is, you hear taglines in the press about, oh, well, we have to do this for nation building. And I'm going, well, this in response to Trump tariffs. And I'm sitting there going like, have you ever talked to an Indigenous community? All they want to do is nation build. Like, are you serious? Anyways, so the most successful projects I've seen have that from the outset. It's early engagement, getting in with the community at the very outset as a co-developer, bringing them along as a partner, a true partner, and not as a procedural, reactive thing to get over.
Can I add too that when you do that, you always end up with a better project. It's often built on time and on budget. Indigenous communities aren't like your desktop studies, those early desktop studies we've seen in transmission lines where, they model out, oh, it's going to be this long based on this map in a Toronto office. Actually, if you talk to the communities, they'll say, you can never go that way, you're going to have to go this way. So you would actually have much better gauge of what you're dealing with because they know the land better than anybody. And so when you actually engage that early, you get a much better quality early insight into the project, some early cost estimates so that you know what you're dealing with. Communities have a wealth of, and obviously this audience knows this better than anybody, a wealth of knowledge that can be hugely beneficial at the early onset.
I just want to add one quick point. That's why the organizations like FNPA, First Nations Power Authority, are very important. You need the basic organizations with some capacity. Like I'm talking about building just a educational or training capacity. The capacity to deal with the big organizations on behalf of the nation, to take the ideas, bringing the lawyers, bringing the engineers together, developers. How can we take the PPAs? Because I remember FNPA was started in 2012 in Saskatchewan. I thought it was what a great idea because they are able to represent the, the ideas and the opportunities and projects. We need those base structures to be ready. That's very, very important. Right now we have organizations like Infrastructure Bank and AIOC in Alberta is coming up, right? These organizations, people need to use them as a tools to work with them. There are tools available. That's what organizations like. I'm being a little bit biased because I was on the opening ceremony of FNPA in Saskatchewan in 2012 because I thought, what a great idea. You know what I'm saying? We need more organizations like that where communities can, go to a one-stop shop and be able to take advantage of the opportunities. To building that base is very important. I think in Canada, we have quite a bit now. There's a lot of great examples, but the momentum has to be keep on going. And we need to support organizations like that is very important too. So they can also build more capacity. They can take more opportunities.
Yeah, just the one thing I was going to add to kind of Hillary's comment is it's that early alignment, right? Like whether it's regulatory, environmental, stewardship of the land, capital, whatever it is, you just get that early alignment and buy-in amongst partners co-creating the project. So it's absolutely vital to the success. And I agree with Hillary. It's going to speed things up, reduce costs from a bill perspective over time. You just have a better project at the end of the day.
Yeah, values alignment, I think, is the most important piece between a partnership, any type of partnership, whether it's with the First Nation or not. John, you work for a community. Could you give us some early signals that you see when Indigenous communities are being truly heard versus consulted?
Sure, and it reflects the point that was made in the previous panel, and Rob made, and others have made here about it's not check the box, move along, and this is a message we've been beating for 20 plus years since the Supreme Court of Canada made it essentially the law to consult with affected First Nations when rights are affected. I'll give you an example that I'm dealing with in real time on a daily basis, especially as the ECDev guy who's working with a number of communities that have major projects that are happening and are having consultation staff run ragged to meet the demands of those developing the projects and staff, right? I mean, we might have a lot of great top-down conversations with proponents, but permeating through, and I use Ontario Power Generation as the example, not the whipping child, but there's 10,000 employees there, with project teams and layers of bureaucracy there. Somebody gets on their desk, hey, we need to go and make a regulatory filing on fish habitat at one of our facilities. We need to do that filing today or next week or whatever the CRIM timeline is. And Sheree made the point earlier about having to adjust timelines as one of the major factors in all of this. I had this very conversation with OPG a month or so ago to say, it's not a great way to get off when your staff come to the consultation staff at the nations and say, we need to do this filing, we need to get this permit to move forward, here's what we're going to do to satisfy the needs. Say yes or no. That's the wrong approach. The proper approach is, in my personal view, and others I think echo this, is to say, we have this filing that's due not next week, in a month or more, hopefully, if you can do it. We need to address the following issues. Here is how we think we would best address those issues, and here's how we think we've incorporated some of the values of the affected First Nations in doing so. What do you think? What's your feedback on that? Take the feedback and then incorporate it magically into the findings and not just simply say, no, we can't do that. Find a way to make that work. And do that across the board, whether it's financing, whether it's regulatory, whether it's environmental, archaeological, all of those things. That is true, meaningful input at the grassroots level from the beginning of the project to the very end. And then when you're building the project, have that same kind of involvement. And then when the project is met its commercial operation date, making that go forward, and then reviewing it on an annual or semi-annual basis or whatever timeline or delta makes a lot of sense for that particular project from start to finish, because at the end of it, all of these projects have a lifespan. And our biggest responsibility as Indigenous peoples is to put that earth, that land, that environment back the way we found it. So having that involvement from start to finish allows us to think what happens at the end. And I think that, to me, truly means that we've got it beyond the economic part, which of course we want. Like, nobody here is saying no to the money that flows. We need that, obviously. But having that Indigenous lens and perspective included throughout the lifespan of that project is the important thing to me.
Can I ask a follow-on?
Sure.
Just What? But it
No
seems
follow-ons. What's happening?
I thought I had two questions. It seems like common sense, doesn't it? Like you would have come and you would allow for opportunity to process, to understand like what's being presented, not here, sign here right now, right this second. Like, any thoughts on, because I'm struggling to solve this for our organization when we talk to corporate partners, but any thoughts on what the hurdle is? Like, why is it just defaulting to, well, we've always done it that way, and someone actually doesn't have the guts to just change the process? Or
well,
theoretical to everybody. I'd love everyone's thoughts.
Sure, and listen, I mean, the biggest thing is understanding that this is education and going in two different directions, right? For, nuclear is our big example. It's nuclear. I mean, it's a very difficult beast to wrap your head around, and there's a whole lot of perceptions to break through. So on the First Nations side, if you're the nuclear proponent, you're starting off on a really negative foot that you've got to overcome. On the flip side to that, the nuclear folks, this is like I've made this example before. The guy sitting at his desk that has to do that suddenly, he's had a job, he's getting paid very well, he's had a lot to do, and suddenly one day they said, by the way, add to that, deal with the First Nations. That's just something new in his job. He didn't get a raise for that. That's not new. It's just another thing he's got to deal with. So that attitude and that perception of, it's another thing to get off my desk as quick as I can, that hasn't permeated all the way down. So, in part, it's the responsibility of the organization, from the CEO and the board of directors all the way down through the ranks, to understand this is not just an add-on to your job. This is important to how we succeed as an organization. This is how the project is going to, A, get approved, and B, work. And again, we've talked about this. I'm a fairly patient dude, I guess. Maybe I shouldn't be, but it's going to take time. It needs to flow down and trickle down through those various levels. But that's only going to come from constant reinforcement from leadership and constant engagement. Like you made the point about, Brian, you made the point about getting out onto the communities and getting involved as well. Look, we're busy, right? We don't want a bunch of energy proponents running around and trying to meet with our chiefs and our key staff and come out and do education levels. The communities are getting consulted to death. They have a lot of things on their plate. It just isn't. You're not going to flip a coin and make this stuff happen. It just takes time.
Can I add, though, I think on some of these last minute requests, the layer on the engineer, the nuclear physicist desk that now dealing with the nation, I think it comes down to, for me, true partnerships. And I'm not sure that even at the top of a lot of these organizations, they really understand what a true partnership is. And so they don't have that open forum for discussion and challenge around their documentation. And a great example, a very major energy developer in this country, who shall remain nameless, was working with my husband's community. And they were in partnership, and they wouldn't let him read the partnership agreement. My husband's a trained lawyer, and he wanted to read the partnership documents. And they're like, oh, you don't need to read that, don't worry about it. And his leadership, so he was there representing as more of the technical finance guy, his leadership were okay with that, because they didn't feel that they had the capacity to read a 250-page, partnership agreement. But my husband, Clint, was like, we're not signing this unless we've read it. And that means more than just my lawyer who's in downtown Toronto reading it. Like, I kind of want to know what I'm advising my leadership that they're signing. And so I think that, and this major energy developer had never been accosted that way before. And so I think it's really, there's a recognition it's more than a box that we have to tick. We call it a partnership. But if the developers never challenged to treat the community as a true partner in every sense of the way, that means, they knew that regulatory filing was due 2 months ago in 2 months. And so they should have alerted, said, hey, we're working on this. Do you want to come in and have some input? We're working through some of these challenges. This is what we're thinking. What are your thoughts? Do you have a process you need to undertake to make sure your leadership are okay with this? It still hasn't trickled down to that level. And so I think we need to continue as Indigenous communities, as representatives of nations, to challenge the development community to take that next step.
First of all, it's astounding that somebody wouldn't have recognized Clint and understand that he might actually be able to understand that, but that's a separate conversation. But yeah, And a part of that too, Hillary, is understanding that, as I think the number that Sheree cited, and that's common to me, there's 650 recognized Indian bands across this country, and that doesn't include Inuit, Inuk, Métis, and all the other Indigenous communities that are impacted and involved, and we all are a little bit different. We don't think other nations are all exactly the same. We don't think other nations all have the same capacities. Why should First Nations in this country be any different, particularly given the uneven inclusion and development of the nations across the country over the past 150 plus years? So to your point, it's not just, be a partner, but what's your partner's capacity? What's their desire, right? And they're basic questions. They seem like what normal partners would talk about, but unfortunately that gets lost in the world of corporate conversations. But.
And likely it was a tactic in the past to just push things through. So communities do need to advocate and push back and challenge to get things done properly. Yeah, I agree. Okay, Hillary, I'm going to jump over to you. Capital access is a recurring barrier for Indigenous participation in infrastructure. What needs to change in our financing systems to enable true equity ownership? And I know you do a lot of this, so what needs to change, or what is going well, maybe?
So I think a lot probably needs to change. I'm just going to lay it out there. So we have a new federal loan guarantee program that's $10 billion, and AIOC is a $3 billion loan guarantee. Ontario's just done they've increased to $3 billion loan guarantee. We're a direct lender of capital, so we're not a backstop. We'll directly lend the equity to communities. But lenders, I think, actually need to start taking a closer look at their understanding of risk of communities, especially in major projects. And we see this, it's not common to borrow your equity, I would say. Like, it's kind of like borrowing your down payment for your house. So that maybe isn't the most common for a typical lender. But when you're investing in something that's maybe regulated rates, major transmission asset that has these regulated rates, major, PPAs, where you can actually look at pricing, costs, and lenders need to lean in a little bit more without relying on the backstops, because these backstops are really desperately needed for more risky type projects. And if we start using all of them up, because believe it or not, the 16 plus billion, if you add in Saskatchewan, 75 and million, and Manitoba's just announced theirs. Like, if you start adding, say we have 20 billion in backstops, it's still not enough to meet the needs for capital that is going to be required for Indigenous communities to be real equity owners of projects. And so we need to be looking at how we use tools like the CIB. Not that I'm trying to promote the CIB any more than I already do, every stage I go on. But we can use things like CIB, which we can be concessional capital, so we can be lower cost, and we can take on different types of risk in the equity, and we can take different security. We can take risk on maybe future revenues, for example, on a risky project that doesn't have fully contracted power, or so there's different tools in the toolbox, but we do really need to see LifeCos. We need to see the major lenders, banks, institutional capital coming to the table with a bit more of an open mind. We also need to see Indigenous communities looking at their own pocketbooks, and I say that with all respect. There's over $80 billion in trust money sitting, invested in typically infrastructure, but in global markets. And that money is earning a healthy return or a safe return. And communities are often not able to access their trust because they're wrapped up in all sorts of legal documents, and so they can't access their trust. But it means that they're not able to use those trusts to lever as their own backstop for a loan for their equity inclusion, and sometimes miss opportunities, real opportunities and great opportunities, because they weren't aware of the CIB, or they weren't aware that they could get an AIOC facility, or maybe those facilities weren't available to them for whatever reason. A pipeline's right now not in my mandate, so I couldn't give a loan on a pipeline, for example. So I think there's a few things. I think both institutional and the private capital needs to look at this as a real opportunity, and I've said this to all of the major banks. The first bank that decides on some of these major calls for power where there's a PPA and rates, and you can do the math, to step up and say, we're going to do a loan, we're going to do equity loans here without a backstop. They're in the money, and they're going to be building better relationships with communities on the ground. They're going to find and forge greater opportunities both in their commercial banking sector and customer relations. Like, it would be an incredible opportunity. And I think they're starting to look closer, but it's taken too long, and we need to kind of leapfrog to today and the realities of the opportunity that's in front of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities.
Can I just add to that quickly? Because I think
Sure.
if Hillary and I ever go into a room, I'm sure people are like, "Oh, okay, here we gotta listen to these two have very similar thoughts," and I agree fully. Like the major financial institutions, and I'll name all 5 of them, really need to step up with capital. Like when we have a guarantee from the federal government, provincial governments, that's a no risk investment, but they're still taking a pretty healthy spread amongst Government of Canada cost of borrowing, and that comes right out of communities' pockets effectively, right through the debt servicing. So to get tighter on those spreads would be really important. And your numbers on 20 billion is what I have in my head for loan guarantees. RBC came out with a paper the other day where they've identified about $100 billion equity gap for Indigenous communities to invest into major projects, and like Hillary only has probably 20 billion left or so. So we got 20 billion there, 20 billion loan guarantees. Like, we still have a significant gap in financing this, and I agree there's a huge opportunity for a financial institution, a life co, a pension fund to say, yeah, we'll take on some of this risk, which is nominal, and price it accordingly, because it's good for the country, it's good for communities. Like, it is just a win-win for everybody.
So I was going to ask you the next question.
Oh, I can stop talking too.
Yeah. Okay. Innovative models like AIOC have helped de-risk Indigenous investments. What other tools or policies are needed to support long-term intergenerational wealth building?
Yeah, and I think it's kind of what Hillary just said. We need capital to step up. And I would reiterate that we all have different places we can play. So I love pipelines. We can do pipelines all day long for the most part. But the way we were able to stack the AIOC CIB program and just say, okay, and Hillary already said it, they can take certain risk, I can't, and I can do certain things that they can't. So utilizing the programs, and I know we've talked about in the past, just building a bit of a roadmap to say, all right, I've got this project with these attributes. Who can I go talk to? Is it Canada Growth Fund? Is it CIB? Is it AIOC? Is it, how do we do this? How do we make it work? That would be a useful tool, I think, out there as well.
So that roadmap doesn't exist right
No,
now.
Hillary and I are busy.
Okay.
So whoever wants to build that would be awesome.
That sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
Give me the keys to the vault. I'll do it for you.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, Ran, how can research organizations and other industry partners help strengthen Indigenous representation in STEM? And what steps are being taken to ensure Indigenous youth see themselves in these opportunities?
That's a really great question. I think I want to add one more point. The last one is, they're talking about equity and the projects, but also we have to think about how can we build some major Indigenous-owned organizations like beds, construction, like that kind of a sizes. Instead of looking at taking ownership, then the big companies where the Indigenous ownership is there. Yes. Like even Indigenous publicly traded companies, IPOs. You know what I mean? That's where we have to develop this economy. We have to think really big. I think this 20 billion, I think that the untapped Indigenous economy is going to be like hundreds of billions. If you really have to think really outside the bigger box, because we are talking about this again and again every year. Even I was involved in equity ownership with the hydro project. I negotiated that and worked on a project. I think those things, but again, we need companies where their ownerships of Indigenous organizations or communities own those organizations. And they have the capital, right, from that organizations to invest, right? Again, I'm coming back to STEM. I think the most important thing is what we did recently is we brought, I want to thank FNPA for that too. Like we brought 25 Indigenous students from Pine House in the northern community for Energy Literacy Week. in our labs. We have a 40,000 square feet lab. We do cutting edge work. And FNPA also hosted them and showed what are the work they were doing. And we have taken them to different universities. And we have entrepreneurial people coming and talking to them. So basically, you want to get them involved in a very young age. I am on the engineering advisory board for University of Regina. I'm an engineer by trade, but I don't wear my ring for different reasons. But I'm being a little bit biased. We need more. When we talk about the pipelines and carbon capture and geothermal, everything, we don't have enough engineers. That's what we are seeing our numbers. When we are looking in the board meetings and looking at, are we have enough capacity, not only on trades I'm talking about, even in engineering, even legal, lawyers, all those experiences, right? We need to develop that. We are already started doing that. It's very important for every organization to give a time and put some money and investment in STEM to work with the Indigenous communities all over Canada is very important. That's where we are going to, like all of a sudden, the first ministers and prime ministers talking about nation building projects. They're massive. Already people are complaining about not having enough employment, like gaps and everything. How are you going to fill it? I think Indigenous employment is very, very important. I think that's where we're going to fill the gap. I think we have to start today.
So I think money is important to educate Indigenous people and youth and get them into really great careers. But we also need mentorship and we need support systems. And they need to see themselves in those places. So I think those are the gaps, is we don't have enough role models. Yes. And when we do have those role models, we need to really showcase them so that other people feel inspired to do those jobs. For sure.
You are a role model, Rebecca.
Oh, thank you. I'm not an engineer, though.
But the electricians are better.
Not yet. Or a lawyer. Okay. I'm not even a baby lawyer. Okay, I'm going to ask you a question that wasn't yours.
Oh, all right, here we go.
Okay.
Think on my feet.
Yes. Looking ahead, how can government, industry, and Indigenous communities work better together to ensure future energy projects reflect nation-to-nation relationships, not just consultation?
Yeah, so it goes back to, I think this goes back to my prior comments about viewing the nations as co-developers, partners in these projects. It's funny because when I work with some Indigenous communities and a developer comes to town and it's actually a project that either is on or borders traditional lands, I'm like, this thing is in their backyard. Like, when this thing is being dismantled, you guys are long gone. Guess who's still there? The community is still there. Like, you have to take that legacy view. It's funny because when we negotiate these documents, everybody always says stuff like, oh yeah, well, I'm not going to be there. Like the people who are around the table aren't going to be the people who are there, blah, blah, blah. But I'm like, yeah, but the community's going to be there.
Forever.
Forever.
Yes.
Like, they will be there.
Yeah.
Right. So it's taking that different lens to these types of projects. And I mean, really, it's sort of just adjusting. I mean, Hillary made this point earlier. It's just adjusting your mindset. Right? It's really a behavioral adjustment as opposed to a legal adjustment, or all these things are already there. But it's going to the table and understanding that, with a sort of a non-adversarial approach. Now, I mean, listen, yes, there's negotiations, there's gives and takes, puts and calls, back and forth, but that's normal, right? Like, it's no different than negotiating with, your contractor to try to get the best deal. So fine. But at the end of the day, you're still partners in your project, right? Like, that's the way I see the recipe for success.
And all projects are on Indigenous land, no matter where they are.
Exactly.
Let's be clear.
That's exactly the point I was going to make. That you're a tenant. That's it. I mean, if you've got whether it's a power plant, a transmission line, a battery storage project, you're a tenant. At the end of the day, you're renting that land, whether you've got fee simple deeds or not. At the end of the day, you're borrowing that land from the people that were there first. And that's every single one of these projects. So your point is bang on.
Okay, I think we're ready to take some questions from the audience, if we have a mic out there. Or do we have all the mics?
I think we have all the mics.
Or if you come up, we can hand you a mic.
Yeah.
Or walk the floor. Yeah. Nice.
Sure.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mike. Gordon Moore, Southeast Tech Hub. I want to bring it back to STEM. So in Canada, we have a productivity crisis, as the Bank of Canada said. We also have a massive digital divide. For example, if you were to take the Trans-Canada in Saskatchewan down to the US border, from Manitoba to Alberta, up until a few months ago, there was no place any young adult or adult could take computer science. Over on the other side, yesterday we heard from Old Masset. They're running into how do they generate their own power. The mother of innovation is trying to overcome a pain. So we briefly talked about the other part I want to talk about there, a little piece of information. Stats Canada has a stat, 60% of all rural youth leave their community to get an education in technology. My worry is that says, go get that education. We don't value that education. Please don't come back. And that, I don't know how truthful it is, but you see it. So my solution is, and I guess this is more of a thought to you, what you think about it. BC's killing it. So my Indigenous family in BC, in the interior, 2 nephews went to TRU, got their computer science while on reserve, and are now coding for Netflix, making $180,000 on reserve. The other final thing, and I promise to stop talking, there's a truth behind DEI. As someone who owns an innovation company for 20 years, you need a diversity of ideas and backgrounds to challenge a problem. You can't just have a bunch of white guys with the same background trying to solve the same problem. You'll end up with the same solution. So within your panel, how would you take these infrastructure projects and help bring that education, not just trades, but technology, into those communities so like Old Masset can solve the problem so that we can have really cool, new, innovative ideas. Sorry.
Any takers?
I'll give you a flip around on that. Taking it from a guy who's got a philosophy and a law degree, so not maybe the best guy to talk about STEM. But we tend to, maybe it's the way we do the education. Maybe looking at education on these things with the Western lens of traditional maths and sciences is not the only way to teach the maths and sciences of the world. When we think about rural communities, when we think about Indigenous, the Indigenous perspective or lens on these things, we think about very traditional concepts, right? Living off the land, working the land, harvesting, traditional medicines, and all of those things. But there's a science to that, isn't there? There's mathematical calculations as to how we do our harvesting, for example. Maybe we're not looking at that from the right perspective to understand how these two things, so you borrow the phrase of the day, could be co-developed. So when we're thinking about engineering and science and all the things that go into these daunting concepts that are way beyond a guy like me, maybe there's another way of looking at it that can bring in an Indigenous perspective to it that will open the doors so that, because frankly, if you do live in a remote community and your entire life has been spent doing those traditional things, the concept of going to school and getting a degree in physics is seemingly insurmountable, right? It's beyond the lens. So I think it's a two-way street. And if we can find a way to make those opportunities seem less out of reach and less seemingly contradictory towards the lifestyle and towards that perspective, then maybe that opens those doors. Because it's a really large, untapped labor market when we're talking about Indigenous peoples, that's for sure.
Can I say something before we go to the next question? I think there needs to be investment in infrastructure to create those opportunities to have the positions available. That's the final, like, this is what we're all about, is creating opportunities. This is the theme of the panel, so I would say that needs to happen. Next question.
Oh, hi there. Thank you so much for your
interesting conversation. Oh, my name. I am Leslie Egger. I'm from the Ubijigugong First Nation in Northwest Ontario, but I'm here representing the Centre for Indigenous Environmental Resources. And I just wanted to make a comment on how First Nations can actually participate or be engaged more meaningfully. And I'm going to draw from an example of the Fox Lake Cree Nation from northern Manitoba. They have 3 existing hydroelectric dams that were constructed over the course of 50 years. And the Kies generating station received its license in 2015, we'll say. And the community, I think, had a very unique way of negotiating. And in my mind, this should be a bare minimum for how the community operates with industry. So firstly, rather than using consultants to negotiate on their behalf, they decided they were going to do it themselves. That was very, very daunting. And in fact, my friend from the community, interestingly, grew up on the reserve and is now finishing her PhD in physics. So it can happen. But anyways, I digress. Part of what the problem was, like you had already identified, is yes, from Manitoba Hydro, the sheer amount of documents that the community received was beyond anybody's capacity to understand. So what the community did was to demand that the scientists who wrote those reports, so we'll just use fisheries, because fisheries is obviously a major issue and requires federal involvement in the project so that it's a major project, so fisheries and oceans, demanded that not only that the fishery biologists who wrote the reports come to the community and explain to them what their science was telling them and what their predictions of the impacts would be. And then the community demanded that, well, I don't know that our TK, actually, our traditional local knowledges, actually, I don't know if we agree with you. We need to go out and do our own studies. We need to go out and hire our own scientists to review the science, and we'll tell you if we agree with your research or not. And then we're going to go out and we're going to do a collaboration of science and traditional knowledge based on the local and historical knowledges and cumulative impacts to understand not only what we predict our impacts are going to be, but what the mitigation can be. And so and they did this in every single area. They did it in the social impacts, they did it in the health impacts, they did it from a legal perspective, and it did take a long time. But in my mind, I learned so much for working with them and working in the North for 11 years. That was that should be a bare minimum of you're talking about what pushing back and what do communities need to be saying, this is a bare minimum. That is an example, Fox Lake Cree Nation, of what a bare minimum participation in industry, an industrial project. They did end up becoming partners in the project, which was very interesting. It's not as sort of glossy. I mean, there were a lot of people who were very much against it. And it made, we're finding out now, the community is out there talking about, well, what they negotiated, how's that working to mitigate the impacts of this particular dam that's almost been constructed. They're a really interesting, I hate to call it case study, but if you want to know more about how to actually participate meaningfully, you can look to Fox Lake. That's my only comment, but thank you.
Thank you for that. I think we're all out of time. I'm getting the nudge. So I wanted to say thank you to the panelists today. What a great job. Great conversation.
Excuse me. Over here. Over here.
Oh.
There's one lady here had her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, my name is Bren Little Light. I'm from Little Light Consulting. I'm enjoying what you're saying here, but I keep hearing this at every conference. I do speak on panels on how to do engagement, and one of the things I've always stated is get the right people, hire the right people. A gentleman talked about the DEI. Sorry, just a little flush right now. But I just wanted to speak about getting the right people. And what I mean by that is sometimes you do hire people that are First Nations, but have never stepped foot on the reserve. You want that authentic Indigenous relations person to work there and make sure they're Indigenous. Do your due diligence when you're doing that. And my question to you is, how would you do that? Thank you.
Anybody want to take this one, or do you want me to answer this one?
Maybe let me just take a piece of it, and then I think you can probably do a much better job. I just wanted to say, and it was something I wanted to bring up earlier, and it goes from many experiences on many projects where sometimes hiring is a real challenge, and especially hiring Indigenous people, whether it's somebody from your community to represent your community, or somebody from another community in the region, or another Indigenous person from across the country, can be challenging. And so what I've seen very successful is where, you know, you want to bring your community is a partner in the project, and you want to bring your youth along, and you may not have the talent developed within your community right now, but when you bring in somebody, you give them the instruction that they are going to be mentoring said youth, somebody who's, you know, in school right now, somebody who's got aspirations to lead your AcDev corporation, for example. And that's part of their job, and they're getting a 5-year contract, but over those 5 years, part of their job is to be mentoring and training up the next CEO, the next director of finance, the next head of engineering or HR, so that you are building, like I hate using that, building capacity, but it's about building the local community's capacity so that your community can lead. And so I think, I'm not answering your whole question, I know that, but I think it's really important. I've seen that happen in a really successful way in Nunatsiavut, for example, somebody who used to work at Bird, who worked as the CEO for Nunatsiavut group of companies, and he was non-Indigenous, and basically he was told, like, you're going to work yourself out of a job because we see our director here as the next CEO, but he needs, you know, a few more years of development and growth and executive training. So you're going to be our executive for today, but, you know that you're going to be out of a job in a few years. So I think that's one way that we can build local talent and grow it organically.
Any other takers, or can I go? I'm getting the cough, so we got to be quick.
You go. I was gonna add one point, but I'll let you go, Rebecca.
No, you go.
I was just gonna say, indigeneity is a weird thing that now it's something so cherished, and for a long time, my grandmother grew up trying to hide the fact that she was a Mohawk, and so it's a very weird era that we're in now, that we have pretendians and rent-a-feathers and all of those things. Indigeneity is really up to the nations, I think, and that's probably the easiest way to verify. It doesn't come on a card. That said, if you have a card, you're probably not afraid to show it if somebody asks. But I think if you're working with an Indigenous community, if you've got doubts when we're talking about things like DEI, then the community will tell you who is and is not part of that community.
I agree with that. I think communities know when you show up authentic and transparent, and you're willing to work with them. I lead a team of Indigenous relations folks from across the country. We have 11 people on our team, 3 summer students. All 3 are Indigenous young women who are in university. And of the 11, 9 of them are Indigenous women who work on my team. And we really work hard to show up and be authentic and work well with our partners and the communities we work with. So I think it's an important piece, but I also want to add that those allies that work with us as well, we have 2 allies that work with us, one that's just at the table next to you. He is an amazing person who shows up authentic and caring about the community as well. So we count on all those diverse perspectives to make sure that we show up and we understand where we are with the communities, both with allies and with Indigenous people. And I'll stop there before Hal pulls me off the stage. Thank you, panel. This was a great conversation. What an amazing hour and a bit.
Beautiful discussions, very informative. We'd like to do a project highlight at this time. Duchess Solar Project, Cold Lake First Nation. We'd like to call in Kyle and Jamie to come on in to make this presentation. You know, just a little note on the first, I guess your first image or your opportunity to make first contact with First Nations and business. I've actually been hired to go ahead and scout out customs and traditions of various First Nations for oil companies to have a first great impression. And one thing that I always suggest is that you always put a big budget, $10,000, $20,000 first contact budget for ceremony, for potlatch, something traditional, and that'll really give you a good opportunity to make a good first impression.
Thanks, Al. Thanks, Al.
Good, yeah. So I'll introduce myself and I'll provide a little bit of context on Duchess Solar and how we got there. And then Jamie will introduce himself and provide a little bit more on the financing and a little bit about his company, Elemental Energy. So my name is Kyle Martin. I work in economic development with Cold Lake First Nations. I've worked with the nation for the better part of the last decade, supporting corporate development and capital investment. So Cold Lake First Nations is located just south of the Cold Lake oil sands. So the reserve lands are south, and the traditional territory encompasses almost all of the oil production within the Cold Lake oil producing region. The nation has a number of businesses within its economic portfolio. Many of those are to service the conventional energy sector, a hotel, a casino, but really the health of Cold Lake First Nations economy is based on conventional energy. We, at Cold Lake First Nations, about 5 years ago, stepped back and started doing some strategic planning and looking at, ways that we could diversify and not be so reliant on conventional energy. We identified renewable energy as something that the nation ought to be investing in and started working towards project partnerships and really understanding the space and, paving the way towards what we essentially have now at the nation, building out a fairly robust portfolio of renewable energy projects. So interesting enough, about, I want to say circa 2019, 2020, at an FNPA conference in Saskatoon, I believe, we actually met one of Jamie's team members, and we were out looking for partners. We really hit it off with Jamie and his team, and we decided that we were going to work together and look at developing some projects. So the first project that we got involved together on is called Foothills Solar. It's a 150 megawatt project. We had a power purchase agreement with Synovus. Things were looking great. The project had great economics. CLFN was to have a large equity position in the project. Unfortunately, things got caught up in the regulatory process, and that project is on the shelf right now. Then we moved on to a second project, Chapis Lake Solar and Storage. That's a 20 megawatt project that CLFN has a 25% equity interest in. And then we've moved on to Duchess Solar, which was recently announced. CLFN has a 54% interest in that project. So you're seeing the nation take, a more active role in project development and leading renewable energy projects and, obtaining long-term assets that'll benefit the community. So it's something that the nation is incredibly proud of. We're excited to do more projects. We're working with Elemental on a third project that the objective there is for the nation to be 100% owners of that solar facility. So, very, very exciting times. We've, worked closely with the AIOC over the years and, have gotten to know Hillary and her team very well on the Duchess deal. And, only great things to say about both of those organizations. They pick up the phone when you call. They're there to provide guidance and support. And, really are kind of fighting the good fight to help communities like Cold Lake First Nations build, that strong backbone of equity investments. Getting to where CLFN has gotten has been, it's been a bit of a roller coaster, and major project investment isn't easy. We've had some wins, we've had some losses, but what's important is that we've really surrounded ourselves with really good resources. We've worked closely with ATB and their project finance team. We have good legal counsel, and then we have a great development partner in Elemental. That is really key. We think that we do a really good job in screening partners. We get approached for tons of projects. Weekly, we're probably approached with the new latest and greatest project, and we have some due diligence processes that we go through, and we have really strong board and really strong leadership. But at the end of the day, you got to get to a place where you're comfortable with your partner and they have a proven track record and that they can execute projects. And that's, what we've experienced with Elemental, and look forward to, continuing that relationship and continuing to, like I said, grow out our portfolio. So I'll pass it on to Jamie and he'll provide a little bit more context on Duchess Solar and kind of what's really interesting about this project and how the commercial construct came together.
Thanks, Kyle. Do we happen to have those slides available? If they are, maybe just throw those up for us. Thank you. It's a privilege and an honor to be on this stage. Thank you to FNPA for having us. Jamie Hussein, I'm the principal at Elemental Energy. We're a family-owned business based out of Vancouver, but working on renewable energy projects across Canada. And we're trying to do our small part in some of the biggest challenges of our time, frankly, which in Canada I think are climate change and reconciliation, and to try to do our small part to contribute to those challenges is what we're about at Elemental, and a lot of that comes into action through partnerships like the one we have with Cold Lake First Nations, Kyle and Heather and their teams. And it's been an honor to partner with them and to see the partnership evolve from project to project, as Kyle mentioned. So to focus on, I think today's chat is this Duchess Solar project. It's pretty timely. I was just out there yesterday. We're just breaking ground. It is a challenging environment in Alberta right now for renewable energy. I won't go down that rabbit hole too far. But there are some regulatory challenges with the whole restructured energy market and what's going on, as sort of the follow-up to the moratorium or the pause. So we're hopeful to be able to come through that and do more renewables. We built the first utility-scale solar project in Alberta down in Brooks. This one is just up the road, and we're really excited to be breaking ground and to partner again with Cold Lake. I'll let you flip through. I'll just let you flip through some of these slides here. So this was, that photo was actually from yesterday, just starting construction. So this is just about a 2-hour drive east of here. There's a fair amount of solar kind of going in that region, and we're excited to be able to build this project this year. Next slide. A few of the details. So as Kyle said, I don't know if Kyle, if you want to, feel free to jump in. Or 30 megawatt DC, 20 megawatt AC project. Kicks off about 50,000 megawatt hours a year. It's about 140 acres of private land. Single axis tracker with bifacial Longi panels. That's kind of the state of the union technology wise for these solar projects these days. We get the question of where are the batteries? No batteries on this project, but we're sort of the whole sort of value proposition for BESS battery energy storage is still evolving. We're sort of future-proofing our projects to be able to add storage. So you will see more of that, but this one right now is solar only. Next slide. That's just a quick shot. It's a great chunk of land. So you can just that's what 30 megawatts of solar looks like. I'll keep moving pretty quick here though. Next slide. This is the elemental propaganda slide, so I'll move quickly through that one. But yeah, this kind of shows the impact. Awassa Solar there had the pleasure of working with FNPA and the Cowessess Nation. Shout out to Daphne, I think she's in the house. So we're very fortunate to work with FNPA and Sask on that one. That's up and running, and we've on that one too. We've evolved from a majority to a minority, and ultimately Cowessess owning 100% of that project. And we try to find structures like that enable our Indigenous partners to. Sometimes it's a little risky, frankly, for First Nations to step in to a large percentage of ownership right away. We help to de-risk projects over time, and frankly, we're happy. We're happy to step down our ownership over time if it makes sense for the nation. So, okay, now we're getting into the good stuff here. Again, I know we're standing between you guys and lunch, so just a quick one. And again. So we've got CIB and AIOC on the stage here with us. And again, for you guys to have the opportunity to say thank you publicly, because this deal's still pretty fresh. We just closed this a month or so ago. Thank you guys for your support. As you can see, Elemental and Cold Lake First Nations both coming into a limited partnership, and CIB contributing both at the project level with what we called a sub-debt facility, at sort of the project level, and then also supporting Cold Lake at their equity level, as Hillary spoke about earlier. And then you can see the scene, sorry, the stage is a little bit blocking, I think, but so CIB sub-debt facility coming into the project, CIB in the red also coming into the CLFN holding company. And then the senior debt over here as well, we had Equitable Life, which is a Canadian financial institution, backed by Selkirk, who was a great partner as well, bringing the senior debt into the project. And that senior debt was in part made possible by Scott and his team with the AIOC loan guarantee. So I won't flash the number of how much money we spent on lawyers for this, because it's a bit embarrassing. But we supported the legal economy a bit with this one.
Can I just jump in here, Jamie? This is, I think, the prime example where Hillary and I get very excited that there was an opportunity for AIOC and CIB to work together and use our tools to support the project. But we couldn't have done it without each other. Like, I definitely couldn't have been involved in the project without having CIB support, and obviously the equity support from Cold Lake and Elemental. So utilizing those tools in the market, I think, are how we're going to get more projects done, how we're going to be able to see, the ecosystem sort of continue to evolve as far as renewable projects, or any projects, frankly, in Canada are built. So, and we couldn't have done it without great partners. And I know that came up a little bit on the panel as well. I said this at our 5-year event too. All of these transactions, deals, partnerships, however you want to call it, they take great partners. They take great advisors. You mentioned ATB, you mentioned the lawyers. Like, there are a stack of people behind the scenes on all of these deals that bring them together, but it takes the partnership, I think, amongst, in this case, Elemental, Cold Lake First Nations to really bring this to life. So just happy to be a part of it. Happy to have an opportunity to work with Hillary again on the deal, and looking forward to many more.
Hillary, do you want to jump in for a bit for what attracted you guys at CIB to this one?
Sure. For starters, as you know, we've partnered with Elemental on other projects. I saw them up on your map on the East Coast. And so we knew that there was a trusted developer who could deliver a project, and who was always interested in working with and has experience working with First Nation communities in particular. And so Cold Lake was, again, another strong partner with experience and ambition. And, that's the kind of a recipe for success. We want to invest in projects that are going to deliver infrastructure to the Canadian market, in this case, clean power that helps a jurisdiction like Alberta to reduce full reliance or a heavy reliance on fossil fuels. If we can have a positive impact on the environment, those are the types of projects that we want to be involved in. With this particular one, it was interesting because typically when we see backstops, like government backstops, like AIOC, we see them backstopping the equity. And so we had to be really creative here because this project being in Alberta, it's in the merchant market, so it's a little bit different than having a contract. And so there's a lot more variability and there's different types of risk. And so, that's not really the appetite. And so we had to use our tools differently and be really creative. And Cold Lake was definitely a great partner because they were able to come to the table with their own equity so that we could fill in all of the gaps and make sure that this project can deliver ultimately what it's meant to deliver, which is clean power to the grid. It also, from the CIB perspective, as an impact investor, when we're investing alongside First Nation, Métis, or Inuit community, we're investing for the impacts that that community is seeking. And so that's something that Cold Lake iterated to us. It is about generating revenue. It is about bringing clean power to the grid. It's also about jobs, opportunity, economic growth for the nation. And I know you can talk a lot more about that from Cold Lake's perspective, but those are the types of things that the CIB is interested in supporting and measuring so that communities can be included in Canada's economy and yield the positive results that they're seeking. So I would just leave it at that. It's been a great partnership. CIB's happy to support it. It's our third renewable project with Indigenous communities in Alberta. And so we're happy to play a role in this market.
Yeah, I think too, and I think we'll probably wrap it up quick, but I think too, I've been told a few times in my career in renewables, when we propose something, we've never done that before, and I think we got a few of those on this project, and I think when people say we've never done that before, that can either lead to we've never done that, and so get out of here. We don't have any interest in doing something we've never done before, or we've never done that before. Let's put our heads together and figure it out. And so that was kind of for me like the mentality on this project, which was a team effort to be able to pull it off. So, yeah. Kyle, did you want to?
Yeah, just a couple closing comments here on behalf of Cold Lake First Nations. So Hillary had made a point in the last session about nations looking to their own pocketbooks for investing into projects. I love having a new project come across our desks. I love calling Scott and saying, hey, what do you think about this? Usually have a pretty good sense of what the AOC is willing to support or not willing to support, getting a better sense of what the CIB is willing to support. But what the goal really is to build enough projects and generate enough revenue that we don't have to call the AOC. That there's projects that we know that isn't within either mandate of either entity, but we have the capital where we can go out and we can go to take on more risky endeavors and invest in projects that produce different types of economics. So that's really, it's a longer term goal, but project by project, CLFN is getting there, and that's something that we're really proud of. So.
No, agreed.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks everyone.
Thanks, guys. Thank you for that wonderful insight. We're going to have a keynote speaker during lunch, so you can go ahead and grab a plate and come back and enjoy our keynote speaker, Heather Exner-Payat. She'll be here interpreting her address. lunch keynote speaker, Heather Exner-Perot. Come on up.
All right, I know some of you are getting your lunch going, so sorry for the distraction. I'll just give you another couple of seconds as you move through the line. And I know we're going to be starting the live stream soon, which is why we're tied to a schedule here. But anyways, while you're in line, I'll entertain you. So my name's Heather Exner-Perot. I'm the Director of Energy, Natural Resources, and Environment at the Macdonald-Laurier Institute and a Special Advisor to the Business Council of Canada. And I know I have some friends in the room, and if you know me, I like to have hot takes on the situation of the day. And so for today, I thought I would talk about the fast track situation. It's what's been occupying us, certainly at a political level. Oh, good, you have my bio right there. So we can go back to the PowerPoint. So I titled it, Fast Track to Reconciliation or to Resistance, and we'll see what happens. And while you're sitting down, I'll just mention thank you, Guy, for the invitation. I'm very humbled to be here. Great to be on Tsuut'ina. I'm actually live on Tsuut'ina lands, actually a tenant of the Tsuut'ina, given $220 a month over in Redwood Meadow. So if you're a golfer, I'm on hole number 2, if you ever need to grab a beer during your rounds. So just to start off, to give the situation of why are we fast-tracking projects in the first place? Why are we even talking about fast-tracking? And certainly, before Trump, we had obviously anemic GDP growth. We're in the middle of a productivity crisis that's been brought up a few times, and also growing government deficits and debt. And obviously in Canada, the easiest way to fill up your coffers and to get more government revenues is with royalties and resource projects, the low-hanging fruit. We've also been having more electricity demand, and that's resulting in imminent shortages. So if you didn't know, for about the last 20 years, Canada has had roughly flat electricity demand as a result of mostly efficiency, for example, in appliances. But recently, and just recently with the data center demand, with EV demand, with electrification movements, we're starting to need more electricity. And so what we are building is no longer adequate for what we know that we will need. We've already started to have some issues, obviously, here in Alberta, and we expect there'll be more brownouts, hopefully no blackouts across the country. Then, of course, there was actually the threat of Trump tariffs and the need to diversify our exports, and so wanting to get off what in many cases for natural resource projects is a monopsony from the United States. Certainly with oil, they were buying about 95% of our oil, about 99% of our gas, and also our biggest purchaser of mineral products. And so being susceptible to their tariffs or to their policies is unacceptable from an economic perspective, wanting to diversify exports. And therefore, ports, energy corridors, that kind of thing. And the final reason we're talking about fast tracking is really for supply chain security. And we saw with COVID, less nefarious, but seeing the vulnerability of our supply chains, that, as the world became global and globalization took over, we started buying our products from anywhere and everywhere. And that sometimes that comes with risks. When you can't transport it, if there is a conflict zone, something like that, that becomes an issue. And then Russia invaded Ukraine, and then you started to see the security aspect of that, of tying your supply chain to potential adversaries. And in the case of Canada, with many of our minerals and lots of our components, that adversary is China. That they could put export restrictions on, that they do put export restrictions on, and our economy is pretty vulnerable to that. So those are all the reasons why we're talking about fast tracking now. Now we get to the contentious part. Is that certainly with BC and with Ontario and now the federal government, a variety of governments have now put forward fast-track bills that have certainly raised the ire of First Nations and Métis Nations across the country. And so let's quickly go through what are the particular aspects of those fast-track bills. In BC, we have Bill 15, the Infrastructure Projects Act, that was passed last week. And what it does is grant broad powers to expedite provincially significant infrastructure projects by streamlining regulatory and permitting processes, and it gives as its rationale to address economic pressures such as U.S. tariffs. And of course, for many of you will be careful watchers of this, there's been significant backlash right across BC from most First Nations. Does not have wide support, has felt like they're being railroaded, which was surprising to see because the BC NDP had usually been on the more progressive side of Canadian governments, of advancing reconciliation, and of course had passed the DRIPA bill, the Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the DRIPA bill back in 2019. So it did pass. EB rushed it through. It was a close vote. The opposition parties were against it. But Premier Eby has insisted that it aligns with the declaration and does require Indigenous consent. And he says that the fast-track bills will go to Indigenous-led or Indigenous-involved projects. But the legislation itself does lack explicit provisions to that end. So still a lot of suspicion. Next slide. Then we have in Ontario, which actually just passed yesterday, if you weren't paying attention. Ontario's Bill 5 that was pushed forward by Doug Ford. Again, very similar in nature. Aims to accelerate major infrastructure and mining projects by streamlining permitting processes, create special economic zones where provincial and municipal laws do not need to be applied, they can be suspended, and also for designated projects such as the Ring of Fire. And if you do listen to Doug Ford in Ontario, it very much Ring of Fire is front and center when they're thinking about the type of project or the infrastructure project that they want to fast track. And it is true that Ring of Fire has been languishing for a couple of decades. So again, very similar to BC, the bill has faced backlash from First Nations leaders for lacking meaningful consultation and potentially breaching constitutional and UNDRIP obligations. So similar to Eby, and here you have Doug Ford and Premier Eby saying roughly the same things. Again, they insist they support economic reconciliation. They still have a duty to consult. There's nothing a provincial law can do to abrogate those duty to consult responsibilities. And they say that they did make a small amendment to affirm Aboriginal and treaty rights in the legislation, kind of as a conciliatory gesture to the First Nations opposed. And they say that over the summer, they'll do more consultation and they'll add Indigenous-led special economic zones. So we'll see what that looks like. Next slide. And now finally, we have the federal government also wanting to have a fast-track law. And so Mark Carney met with the premiers last week, had also met with some of the chiefs of the national organizations, leaders of the national organizations, to move ahead federal legislation on national interest projects. And again, similar to BC and Ontario, this would oversee a streamlined review process for those projects of national interest. And they have a special office to move this forward with a single minister. And they have said that they will target 2-year approvals. And if you remember in the election, Carney had said then they would target 2 years, so this is consistent with what I said during the election. In fact, the Conservatives said it would be 6 months, so this is quite a bit less than what the Conservatives promised. Again, this is causing some more concern amongst First Nations leaders and feels again as though Indigenous rights are getting railroaded or that they will be left on the side if these bills go through. The government asserts the legislation, which we have not seen yet, will uphold UNDRIP and will uphold the duty to consult, but they have not provided the specifics on how that would happen and how you would fast track and maintain those timelines. Next slide. So I think at the heart of the issue, and maybe this has been a long time coming, is the gap between the duty to consult and free, prior, informed consent. And that is the cloudy, vague middle ground that we're in right now. And we are seeing some of this play out on the legal side. And I have to start out, because I'm going to get into some legalities here. I'm not myself a lawyer. I know there's some lawyers in the room. I don't know if Malcolm's still here. And in my perspective, and I think it's true, the Canadian legal system is by its nature adversarial, that there are opponents in the process, adversaries in the process. What I am is a political scientist, and from a political science perspective, a governance perspective, you're much more interested in interests and finding ways to align. But the discussion certainly has focused very much on rights over interests. And we'll see if we can evolve that over so that we can find all winners at the end of it. But just to go over the legal differences in Canadian law between duty to consult and FPIC. The duty to consult and accommodate has been affirmed by the Supreme Court of Canada. It's grounded in the Constitution, Section 35. That affirms and recognizes Aboriginal and treaty rights. And that usually has to do with use of the land, either your hunting or your gathering or your cultural uses or your spiritual uses. And so when we say there's a duty to consult and accommodate, it's about the impacts to those particular rights. And obviously the Constitution is the highest law in Canada. When we talk about free, prior, informed consent, it arises out of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And again, this was a declaration, but since then has been brought into Canadian law, both at the federal level with the UNDRIP legislation, the UNDRIP Act, and in BC with the declaration with the DRIP Act. There is vagaries between these two. And so the question we're now trying to solve or answer is, what is the difference between a duty to consult and what is the difference with free, prior, informed consent? And where does the Canadian law stand on the differences between the two? And that will tell us a lot about how you can fast track and whether you can fast track. Next slide. So we've had 20 years of jurisprudence on the duty to consult and accommodate. And initially in 2004, when the first decisions were made, it really just opened up, in terms of if you're a proponent, a ton of uncertainty and a ton of risk. You didn't know what the duty was, you didn't know what the standard was. It was applied differently between projects, between provinces, between territories, between nations, and it caused a lot of uncertainty, and it did drive away some capital. That proponents just could not see a way forward. They didn't know what they needed to attain, to achieve that duty. And so it became too risky to invest in many projects. Of course, other projects continued to go ahead. And in the last 20 years, companies still investing in resource development in Canada are those that have gotten pretty good in general at the duty to consult and accommodate. And so we have developed many new different models for Indigenous communities and for industry to work together and again align their interests. Now, the latest evolution of this law, we were getting pretty good at understanding the duty to consult and accommodate. But now for the first time, just in February, free, prior, informed consent has been brought into the Canadian jurisprudence, where a judge has opined on what does that mean? What does a proponent have to do? What does a regulator have to do to fulfill that different standard? And so it is the Kalbic First Nation versus Canadian Nuclear Laboratories. And of course, lawyers will be extremely familiar with this. Your lawyers will know what this is if you don't already. And this decision on February 19th addressed how do we apply FPIC? How does federal UNDRIP legislation fit into the law? And in that decision, the court clarified that FPIC does not grant Indigenous groups a veto. So it clarified this. This has been clarified a few times in a few cases. And in the development of UNDRIP legislation, the Justice Minister said it clearly in the Hansard. But it does require a deep level of consultation that goes beyond the duty to consult. And so this is the first time the courts are saying the duty to consult is not sufficient. We have a new layer or a new standard that must be achieved. CNL is appealing, and proponents are very worried about this because, again, the court is saying there's a different standard, but the court has not said what is the different standard, and the regulator does not know what the standard is. In this case, it's the regulator's decision that was overturned. And so now regulators will want to have more certainty, more process, more consultation before they grant permits. And proponents will be unsure if their projects as they are today meet this new and different standard that has been introduced. So we'll see if what happens with the appeal. It'll be in the Ontario court, federal court, and will likely end up at the Supreme Court of Canada because it is so important to define what is the duty to consult and what does that have to do with FPIC. Next slide. So this is obviously the messy middle ground that we find ourselves in. And I think for most Indigenous nations, certainly the ones that I have heard from, there is an expectation of consent. And that's what they believe the standard is. But from a Canadian legal perspective, there is not a requirement for consent, even if that is the standard you should try to receive, and you must make efforts to achieve it. And so just this week, we had, of course, the new Justice Minister, Sean Fraser, saying that, it's clear in the courts there is no veto over nation-building projects. And then, of course, the backlash that followed immediately. And so him backtracking literally the next day after talking to the AFN chief to say, apologize for saying that, and it's a little more complicated than that. But which is to say that there are very different expectations in Canada of what FPIC means and where it gets applied to. Next slide. So I just thought I would take us through, because I think we don't often go back to those source documents and see what does UNDRIP say. Because the government did add UNDRIP kit and caboodle into federal legislation and said it would work to make UNDRIP consistent with Canadian laws, acting in good faith. So just a few of the highlights where we see FPIC, the term free, prior, informed consent, in the UN Declaration. In Article 19, it says states shall consult and cooperate in good faith with Indigenous peoples and obtain their free, prior, informed consent before adopting and implementing legislative or administrative measures. Why does this matter now? According to duty to consult, what you're assessing is impact on Aboriginal and treaty rights. There's no requirement under the Constitution to consult with First Nations and Métis communities on Parliament and legislative laws. But UNDRIP has a different standard. UNDRIP says you must consult when you're making laws about us. It's not about the impacts on my rights, it's laws that affect me. And so obviously the fast track bills are in a sense violating this because there's not the standard of consultation that you would expect in passing new laws. Again, the Constitution doesn't require it, but UNDRIP requires it. So which one will stand? Next slide. The other one is Article 29. States shall take effective measures to ensure no storage or disposal of hazardous materials shall take place without free, prior, informed consent. There's two, and one I didn't include here, but two areas where it really does seem like there is a veto. And one is storage of hazardous materials, and you could see that with nuclear waste, would obviously qualify as a hazardous material. And the other is relocation. A separate article here that says that you will not relocate a community without their free, prior, informed consent. And I think in Canada, whether it's legal or not, I cannot imagine that we would ever relocate a community or store nuclear waste, in their territory without their consent. And actually, the NW and hazardous waste, but I'm talking about the deep geological storage site, and the MWO did do a 15-year process with a consent-based process to determine where to put that final resting spot for our nuclear waste. And so. Yes, which is what the CNL case was about. So when we say there's a veto or not, the point I want to make is there's a spectrum of where you require consent and how much consent. And certainly in Canadian law, you would think that there, at some level, you do need a veto. When the impacts on rights are so great that there should be and is a veto. And at the other side of the spectrum, and I'll get to some cases where they say the impacts are not so great, your rights can be accommodated, that you don't have a veto, for example, in a pipeline. Next slide. This is the one in UNDRIP that relates to natural resource development. So this is actually what UNDRIP says about free, prior, informed consent in the context of resource development. That states shall consult and cooperate in good faith with Indigenous peoples through their own representative institutions in order to obtain their free and informed consent prior to approving projects. So it's also a little muddled. It's not clearly saying you need to achieve free, prior, informed consent, which the hazardous materials article said. It is saying that you need to consult and cooperate in good faith to obtain. And so there is some wiggle room for legal, for judges to interpret what exactly does that mean. It's not exactly clear, and its application in Canadian law is not cut and dry. Next slide. finally, we have a portion of the discussion which we don't discuss as much, but which is established also in case law in the case of some of the Trans Mountain appeals. And again, here we're talking about what the pipeline appeals, and there was a lot of discussion and legal intervention there. So in the case of Trans Mountain, the expansion, the Federal Court of Appeal emphasized, and it is in a pair of cases, Indigenous nations have a reciprocal duty to engage in good faith. So yes, under UNDRIP and under FPIC, states have an obligation to engage in good faith, but nations also have an obligation, a reciprocal duty to engage in good faith, so that they must participate constructively, provide relevant information about rights and interests, and respond to the Crown's efforts rather than obstructing or refusing dialogue. And what this standard says is that, again, the lawyers will interpret it, and different courts will interpret it in different ways, and people will make arguments, is that states must consult in good faith and try to achieve and do what they can to achieve consent. But nations cannot obstruct on their side. They must come up, as it says here, propose feasible accommodations and articulate specific concerns that can be accommodated. And so both sides under the law must be looking for solutions to accommodate the impact on Indigenous rights. It's not enough to just be opposed to a project in principle. The opposition must be in relation to the impact on your rights. Next slide. And so again, the conversation has become in the last 20 years very much based on the law and very much based on a rights discussion. And what we've seen with the private sector in particular, we've heard some of it this morning, is finding ways to align interests, not just focus on rights, but to focus on interests. And of course, that's where the political science and me or a politician would be more comfortable. And so, whereas the legal system is adversarial, we have winners, we have losers. Of course, when a good business deal happens, you have two winners. And so what are the processes, what are the outcomes where we can find benefits that are mutual and that are fair and that everyone is a winner in the end? And that's what we've been trying to do with a lot of the equity deals and some of the other strategies as well. Next slide. So what are ways to align interests? What are ways to earn that consent? And of course, we have a few decades of working on this. We usually had impact and benefit agreements, still have those, regardless of what we call them. Again, that's usually a duty to consult checkbox. That's usually about your impact on rights. That's usually about the law. A business transaction is something different, not linked to the duty to consult, but about finding alignment and interests. That can take the shape of procurement and contracts, so making sure that affected nations and Indigenous nations in the region have good jobs, have good business opportunities. It can take the shape of workforce development and employment targets. It can take the shape of royalties and tariffs, so where the payment is tied to revenue, how much the oil and gas company makes, how much the mining company makes, how much generation the power company makes, and tie it to their revenues. Sometimes it can be payments that regardless of how well the company does or doesn't do, you get a consistent payment not tied to the revenues. And then more recently, we've been focusing on equity. Next slide. And which is where we really get to the heart of this conference and this conference's theme at the FNPA, what FNPA has been doing, is that in particular, power generation and transmission, and to a similar extent pipelines, are very good fits for equity. And so where we have seen equity deals is very much in that sector of the economy. So this is from Fasken, just came out yesterday actually, or came out publicly yesterday, where they identified where are we actually seeing Indigenous equity investments. This is, I think, number, not value of projects, but you can see overwhelmingly it is in renewables, overwhelmingly in wind, and that a lot of that is driven by the BC process where they had their call for equity, call for power for BC Hydro, in solar, and energy storage, and to a lesser extent in this time period with oil and gas, and then a variety of other small transactions. It probably represents one or two deals. So we are seeing a lot, yeah, there we go. We are seeing a lot in the power generation, and in particular in clean energy. Again, it's just a very good fit for the model. Next slide. And similarly, this just breaks down to what extent is there Indigenous ownership. And of course, it's much easier to have 100% Indigenous ownership or majority ownership in smaller projects where the capital requirements are not as high, and you're more likely to see a minority stake in the much bigger projects where you're looking at 100 million or higher kind of order of magnitude. But in the vast majority, or in the plurality, 40%, there's majority Indigenous ownership. In 22%, it's wholly owned. So the majority is seeing mostly Indigenous ownership. And then in 38%, you're seeing less than majority owned, so equal ownership. And only 22% actually have a minority stake. Next slide. And just if you had never seen the list, because we all know AIOC has been a trailblazer in this, although it has mostly focused on oil and gas. And so 7 of the 8 that have been funded by AIOC have been related to oil and gas. And then this most recent, we just heard about the Duchess Solar, which was just concluded 2 months ago. Also, the smallest on the list was the first to be in the renewable energy sector. Next slide. And so here's a list, and I know most of you are probably familiar, but it's sometimes useful just to put it all in black and white. Here are a list of the Indigenous loan guarantee programs. Ontario's was actually the first back in 2009. At the time, it had a very specific mandate focused on green energy, mostly transmission, generation. And just last month, that it was expanded to, first of all, to go from 1 to 3 billion, but also to include a broader assortment of categories, including pipelines. So now explicitly in Ontario, the loan guarantee can be used for energy, which is broadly defined, so includes oil and gas, and also for pipelines. AIOC, as you know, is at 3 billion. Saskatchewan is quite small on paper, but they do have the ability with cabinet directive, as Matt Smith walking by, to increase that if they need to. So it's a little deceptive, the small figure for the Saskatchewan program. BC has their equity financing framework very much focused again on wind. Canada just started theirs, announced in the election they would double it from 5 to 10 billion, and announced their first project just a couple of weeks ago, a natural gas pipeline in BC on an existing Enbridge pipeline. Manitoba has just set up its loan guarantee program, 300 million, again focused purely on wind energy. And Quebec has something similar, has had several iterations of it. We never talk about Quebec, I think, because we don't speak French, but I just want to make the point that they do have something similar there. Shannon's from Montreal. Next slide. So I'm getting to the end of my time. I just wanted to make the point, some of the lessons learned. Maybe it's obvious to this crowd already. The projects that are a good fit for the loan guarantee programs, and to a similar extent to equity, for some of the same reasons, are usually utility types of projects, which is why we tend to talk about them at FNPA and at oil and gas, because pipelines and transmission generation are very good fits for that. That creates the problem that upstream extraction is not a good fit for it. No one is going to give a loan guarantee for a project like upstream oil and gas or mining, because those are very highly volatile commodities and volatile business cycles, and they require different kind of financings. Yet those are the projects where you have the most impact on Aboriginal and treaty rights. And so that is still a conundrum that we had to fix. Royalties, revenues, procurement are some solutions to that. And then the enabling infrastructure like the transmission or the pipeline to the upstream project. Usually these entail very limited or no risk to the communities. Why does industry like it? Because they are often able to sell, these are low risk projects, which means they have a lower return. And so for some industries, they will look at the landscape and they'll say, we're willing to take more risk, even if the government or the Indigenous community is not, but we'd like to recycle our lower risk, lower returning assets into a higher risk, higher returning asset, and we'll absorb the risk, but we think we'll get a higher payback. And so they like to recycle the capital, and also industry's cost of capital is much higher than government's. So if you have a low returning asset, if you're borrowing at Alberta's rate of borrowing or the federal government's rate of borrowing, you probably still have a healthy margin. If you're borrowing at the oil and gas company's rate of borrowing, that margin is very small. So they'd rather give someone else the low returning assets. And of course, for governments, that's how you get nation building projects done in Canada. Next slide. So these are some of the things of the conversation that I think we aren't addressing. There are some tricky spots, and it's, we want to focus on the best practices and the lessons and things where things are going right, but there are some tricky issues that we have not resolved. One is that we talk about the right to say no, but we don't talk as much about the right to say yes. And what happens where there are multiple nations affected? And in a lot of the cases I think we're talking about today, if there's just one or two communities are affected, then yes, a proponent should, be going there and building relationships. They should have great partnerships. They should know each other. They should go to the powwows. It's a very different thing when you're dealing with 10 or 15 or 20 nations, or you don't know where your project's going to be. And so how do you balance the right of some nations who are impacted to want to say yes, to want to see a project move forward, and some that are impacted to not want to see the project move forward? How do you balance when some of those nations are more impacted than others? Whose voice matters most to what degree? If you are lightly impacted, but you're still impacted, do you get to say no? Is your consent required when the most impacted nations are saying yes? That's a very real question in a lot of projects. Then there's the question of how to divide the finite benefits and resources amongst multiple nations who are impacted to different degrees. Again, a project will only go forward if it can make a certain return of investment. Otherwise, it just won't go forward. And there's a certain amount of that investment that can go to Indigenous partners and to the impacts and the benefits and so on and so forth. It's one thing when you have 1 or 2 or 3 affected nations, and it's another thing if you're saying you have 8 or 10 or 12 affected nations or even more. And how do you divide up that pie, and what is fair based on what are the impacts to your rights and how close are you to the project? And then we have the tricky issue is that in Canadian law, it is true the Canadian Constitution is supreme. And under Canadian law, a public interest determination and what's in the public interest is weighted to the majority. That in particular instances, the Indigenous community will have, it will be impacting their rights. It may not be acceptable to them, but you may still have a court ruling that it's still in the public interest or the national interest. And how do you weigh the minority versus the majority rights? And then there's the question that often what you need for political consent or social license may be different from what's required legally, from what's required just to accommodate the impacts on rights. And how do you determine where that balance is? We're not always very good at finding that middle ground. And then my last slide here. Next slide. So the question still remains with us, can we get to 2 years approval? Is 2 years a reasonable time frame? Is this something you could apply blanket to all projects, or is it something you can only apply to some projects? And here are some strategies I think might get us there, but of course, depending on the complexity of the project and the willingness of the nations, there are cases where 2 years simply won't be achieved. One is to ensure there's a suite of tools to address Indigenous interests for different types of projects and situations and nations. So equity, loan guarantee is great, it's not enough. We need many different tools, and we need still some more. The other is that this process that we have now and for the last 10, 20 years has seemed to incentivize delay and drawing out processes, that there are incentives that go to communities and certainly lawyers and consultants to draw a process out. Is there a way that we can incentivize short processes, that you can have bonuses for agreeing to a project early or doing your due diligence early and incentivize that behavior so that there is a benefit to getting to 2 years for the communities as well as the proponent? The next is that we have made with our process, we have turned Indigenous nations oftentimes into the bottleneck. We talked about the time frame to get permits and how there's not enough time to consult. We've made very much Indigenous nations a bottleneck. So we need to provide the adequate support so that nations can do their own due diligence, as was discussed at the last panel, that you can assess the risks and the impacts and do your own studies and have your own lawyers in time. And if we don't provide the right resources, then that will take longer than the proponent wants or the government wants. So if you want it faster, make sure that you are providing those resources in that capacity so nations can do it in that timely manner that you expect or that you want. And finally, and I think that, this is not just in the law, I think the law requires this, but I think as good people and good partners, everyone requires to do this, government, private industry, and Indigenous nations, everyone must act in good faith and in a solution-seeking manner. And it's, instead of treating it as zero-sum or winning and losing, hopefully this moment is at least provoking us to think about how can we all win together. And I'll just end off with a quote from Ellis Ross, who many of you will know in this room, the new MP for, is it Prince Rupert, and former chief of the Haisla. And he said, what is reconciliation to you? And he said, it's where everybody wins. And I very much like that definition of reconciliation. And there's certainly a path forward, and there's certainly been projects in this country, especially in the last 5 years, where everyone won. And we have those great lessons, and I hope those are the ways that we try to, wind through this path, which has a real potential to get very fraught and very uncomfortable, to find that path down the middle where everyone's looking in good faith and looking for solutions and looking for the ways that everybody wins. And with that, I will thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much. Give me a big hug.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Back to our MC. I think we're just going to keep rolling along, and yeah, here you go.
Most definitely. Beautiful keynote address. Thank you, Heather. And thank you for the food once again. We're going to bring our panel, Building a National Energy Corridor in Canada. We'll ask our moderator, Glenn Hudson, CEO Sovereign Energy Projects, to come on up, introduce our panel. As Canada faces threats on tariffs on our energy, electricity, oil and gas, and critical minerals, what can Indigenous-led projects do to bolster our national energy security? This panel explores the variety of proposals that provide a partner and a way to these powerful opportunities. So welcoming Glenn Hudson.
Okay. So what are we doing? Okay, yeah. Good afternoon. First of all, just want to give thanks for being here today. I was just grabbing my lunch here just before I came up. But I'm Glenn Hudson. I'm a former chief, Peguis First Nation, 14 years in Manitoba, tribe of 11,000 members, and many projects, many partnerships that we had over the years. And today, I'm no longer the chief of our nation, but still engaged in renewable energy, sustainable energy, and actually over the last couple of years been planning to do some pipeline work in Manitoba and certainly across the country, and working with various groups. One of the partnerships we've had in the past was with Enbridge Pipeline. We've had other partnerships with Manitoba Hydro, PCL Construction, I know Bird Construction, various groups that we've had a lot of good relationships with. And I just wanted to, share, I guess, a bit of that background. Myself, I'm educated as an engineer, graduated some years ago, worked in the oil sands industry with Syncrude Canada for 6 years before I became chief of my community. But it was always to be the chief engineer in Peguis, and that being the chief of the community, to have our community move forward as far as developments go. I know today, I was asked this question actually not long ago. What have you ever done for Peguis? One of my members had asked me, and I never really thought about that. When I took over for our community, We were 27 million in debt, reliant on the federal government as far as our annual funding, had no trust money, had no trust created. And when I left, we had over 200 million in trust money for our community. 3 trusts, our Surrender Trust, our Treaty Land Entitlement Trust, and our Real Estate Development Trust. And, you know, that's something that we all strive for in terms of bettering the outcomes for our communities and our members. And that's what drives a lot of our initiatives in terms of those relationships. And you know, when it came down to engaging in these relationships, you know, it's not a matter of just mentoring. It's not a matter of just being I guess a partner, but also to be owner of a lot of these projects in terms of going forward. I know today I was just sharing with a couple of visitors here and having discussions about what is happening in Manitoba today with the emergencies, where there's 37,000 people that have been evacuated, and a majority from our First Nation communities. And you know, they don't have the supports from government. They don't have the supports from the provincial and federal levels. There's a lot of bureaucracy and red tape that goes on in terms of supporting those type of emergencies. And we have to prepare ourselves. And the only way to do it is to have these partnerships, to take ownership and to exercise our true sovereignty as far as what we feel that needs to be done as a people. And you know, we had exercised in setting up a facility like this in our community, where we spent $17 million in being one of the best facilities in all of Manitoba. But we also designed it with the idea in mind to be an emergency management facility where we could host people that are going through crisis. And during this time, we ended up hosting, I think it was around 300 people from Cross Lake, one of the main communities that has been hit. And you know, when you set up those type of facilities, you want to be able to make sure that people are comfortable. And the only way to do that is to ensure that the facility is in place, all of the amenities are in place, the food, the security, the nursing, everything across the board, but also being First Nations to First Nations. There are no racial issues, there are no biases, there are no problems with respect to dealing with one another, because we can relate. We're First Nations people and we want to support one another. And you know, that happens across industry, where racism plays a role, bias play a role. Are they capable of doing it? Are they capable of setting up these type of facilities? Are they capable of doing this type of infrastructure? We've had engineers thousands of years back. Where do you think the teepee came from? You know, in terms of engineering, something that shouldn't collapse even through the windiest storms. We all have that ability, but it's just a matter of tapping into that ability, tapping into those relationships and creating those partnerships and being able to do those type of things together. And that's how I look at today, you know, in terms of the things that are going on here. You know, there's not many leaders, chiefs at the tables here, but there are a few. But there are ones that want to look at continuing to move our communities forward, and ones that work for our communities, the people that are here that do a lot of good work for us as a people. And you know, I just want to commend, you know, the First Nation Power Authority for putting this type of event on, because we do have to engage. Even today, you're seeing what leadership on a global level, the changes that are being implemented, how they're impacting us negatively. And we must be prepared for that. And today, you know, the opportunity is now There are tremendous opportunities in front of us. We must engage, the government must engage us in terms of moving forward with a lot of these major projects. And we also must engage in taking ownership, our rightful place, because those natural resources out there are ours to begin with. That land out there is ours to begin with. The waters, we never signed treaties on waters. You know, that's ours. So we need to engage in that. And that's something, you know, the message I want to send to a lot of the corporations, a lot of the companies out there, a lot of the businesses. Let's engage together, because we want to have partnerships. We want to have a successful future. We want to have a beautiful Canada going forward in terms of this country, not only providing for us as a people, but providing for everybody. You know, and that's something that I take a lot of pride in, because I guess when being the chief, the 18th chief of our community, my blood ties go back to our original chief, Chief Peguis, Treaty Number 1, the very first signatory of treaty in terms of treaties when they were established, the number treaties. And what did they do back then? They opened up these lands to settle in peace and harmony, and to live together and to work together. And today, you know, that's what we need to do and continue to do to keep our economies moving forward, keeping the developments moving forward, and also the engagement of our First Nations in terms of continuing to move forward with our communities, because we see the issues today in northern Manitoba where they have no equipment, they have no resources, they have no ability to protect their own communities. One of the chiefs was stating all they had was garden hoses to protect the wildfire. How do you fight a wildfire with garden hoses? You know, it's those sorts of things. So I bring, you know, I come here today to share that message, I guess, in terms of not only my outlook as an individual and as a former chief, but also from our leadership perspective, and also from our partnership and the creativity that we can put together in terms of finding solutions, not only for us, but for everybody, and continue to live in peace and harmony in this beautiful country of ours, of Canada, because we want it to continue to move forward. We don't need Trump. What we do is we need to band together in terms of working together. And that's something, you know, I've always done as a leader, as a person. And one of the surprises, I'll state, you know, is the barriers across our borders, the provincial boundaries, all the barriers and things that are in place that hinder that growth as a country. I couldn't believe that there were those types of barriers in place. Us as Indian people, if we reach out, you know, from Peguis to Enoch or to Cetina, there are no barriers. It's us wanting to work together in terms of how we do things together. And that's something that, you know, we're striving for. That opportunity is here now. And that's something we need to create and we need to do together. So I just wanted to share those words. I don't know how long I'm supposed to be up here talking, but I guess I can speak a few more words, you know, but that's the outlook I have in coming here today and being a part of this and encouraging, you know, all of our leadership, whatever company that you represent, whatever communities that you represent, the good work that's going on, we need to do this together. And the time is now. You know, I've always stated the seventh generation is coming. A lot of our people know that. We're on the verge of that seventh generation in terms of where our people are going to rise up and take their rightful place in society. And I think that's right in front of us here today. And that's something I certainly want to encourage each and every one of you to grasp that. How can we improve our relationships? How can we help our First Nations people? You know, the duty to consult, that's a government's responsibility. But you as corporations and leads and heads of those corporations can demand that also on our behalf in order to move projects forward. And that's what I encourage you to do. So I'm going to leave it at that for now. I certainly give thanks for being here, but I don't know if there's any questions that people may have of me. Again, my background is an engineer. I've pivoted and set up my own company in terms of SGE Consulting, but I'm also looking at driving a natural gas pipeline in Manitoba to help our communities. Back in 2019, we went through an ice storm where a lot of the hydro was disconnected, and a lot of our communities, our elders, remained in our communities without hydroelectricity, some communities for 30 days in late October. And you know what the weather's like in late October, it's pretty cold. And you know, just to share a story of an elder, she didn't want to leave home because that's her home, that's her community, that's where she felt comfortable with. So she went outside and made a fire and was cooking on her fire, made her tea, made whatever she had to drink there in terms of being able to keep warm. And we had our young kids that are their young adults, some of them teenagers, and yep. And they didn't know they didn't know what to do. They didn't know what they should do in terms of remaining home. So that she showed them, just make a fire. That's how it's always been for us. You can look after yourself. And you know, so we have to do those things in terms of showing our young people and mentoring them. Just like what's being spoke about here today. You know, the guy mentioned there's not very many engineers out there, not very many lawyers, not very many CFOs, people with finance background. There are a lot of them out there. You just need to engage. But also, we need to continue to show our young people the good ways of life and what our history has showed us in terms of being able to survive in a climate where we may not be able to. And I know that resilience of our people still lies here today and remains. So I just wanted to share that story of one elder. And it was a lady that's into her 70s. She went outside and made her own fire and did her own cooking, made her own pot of tea, and she was comfortable. She didn't need the hydro. But that's something that, again, we were taught, and we need to continue to share on a technology level. And certainly, you know, the mines, the minerals out there, the Creator put those things here for a reason. And if they're meant to be mined, you know, if they're meant to be extracted, you have to engage First Nations people in those communities on I guess, in terms of what those teachings bring forward and how we can sustain ourselves going forward as a country, as a people. And only that way will we have a better future for us all. And that's, I guess, my message here today also. But I do want to call up my other panelists. Mark Sweeney is here. And also, where is he? Daryl Bolio. And Mark Sweeney's from Cross Lake, Manitoba, has a history of working with Manitoba Hydro. I'll let him introduce himself. And Daryl Bolio's from the Deneta Nation in near Yellowknife. And I think they were into diamonds. And I was telling them, man, you got to get into gold now. Forget the diamonds. Because it's much more valuable, but certainly a rich resource for many in terms of that extraction.
I got a presentation.
Yep. So I'll turn it over to Mark. And again, I just give thanks for being here this afternoon. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief Hudson, Nistam Gawitian, Tapen nanaskamak ugamaganak goetsebetsik nisna tapetutianot taise witaman ke wanuma gawidutamak. Mina naiton nanaskamaw na kiksatok kitinimanak ta neteka pastek kiwetnuk. I just want to open up by thanking the chiefs from Treaty 5 who asked me to participate in this forum along with Guy. I don't know where he is, but Napeo is what we say that in our Cree language. And I also want to just acknowledge many of our nations in northern Manitoba, but also in Saskatchewan and Alberta that are going through a lot of the wildfires and being displaced from their communities. Is a really tragic event that's taking place right now. So I just want to acknowledge them here, and I'm very honored to be at the same table as Chief Hudson and Daryl as well. So if I might, if you can get my PowerPoint up there, sir. A brief introduction on what I'm here for. So this is kind of a 10-minute bird's eye view on what we're up to in Treaty 5. And so I'll just kind of go through it really quick because we're told to be 10 minutes here. So I'll try and get. So this is the Wawatewak Infrastructure Corridor Initiative. And this project was once commissioned by one of our Grand Chiefs in Treaty 5 in 2018. And the idea was to come up with some economic projects that would help our nations. And there's my good friend there, nice to see you, Faven, was to help our nations in our territories that are challenged when it comes to economic opportunities. And so this project was commissioned, and although it wasn't driven at the time, it was put, because there were from various reasons, but it's one that I got involved with in 2021 to help drive it or revisit it. And so I want to kind of go through it really quickly here. So this is an east-west energy corridor concept. And you hear a lot about it on national news right now. It's a national discussion. But this is something I'm proud to say our nations have been looking at for within the last decade. And I'm glad to see that Canada and the federal government are finally catching up on what we feel that would help us benefit. So the Wawatewak Corporation, we had our public announcement in 2013, and it was at the Treaty 5 gathering in Manitoba in Chimawauan First Nation. And we federally incorporated in 2024, early 2024. And since that time, we've been working on our legal structure along with our governance and ownership model. This is 100% owned by a coalition of First Nations in Treaty 5 and Treaty 6. And we hope to include Treaty Nations from Treaty 8 and Treaty 10 as we move towards Alberta and some of the Métis Nations as well, but I'll talk to that really quickly in a bit. If we can go to the next slide, please, sir. So the infrastructure project that we're looking at a HVDC transmission line from northern Manitoba to Alberta. We're looking also at a fiber optic line within the corridor. We're looking at all-weather roads, including maybe even a trans highway, nation highway. The corridor would be between the 57th and 58th parallel, northern Manitoba straight across. It also includes, in Manitoba, in Treaty 5, we have, nations that are still have diesel, that are diesel communities. So as part of this project, they're included to electrify those communities, along with access to roads if they so desire, including, as well as in Saskatchewan, there might be a few there as well. But as we engage, that is what we're looking at when we talk about projects that are going to benefit our nation in a very significant way, and that's what's important to Wawatewak. Along with jobs part of construction, and you heard a lot about that probably in the forum, but jobs that are going to be permanent for our nations and truly reflect the people that are living within these areas. Manitoba has a long history, and so does Saskatchewan, many of our provinces where we see development in our nations, within our territories, within our waters, and yet our nations are left in poverty and with high unemployment rates. And this Wawatewak project is going to ensure that we're not allowing that anymore. And I'll explain a little bit why. So the corridor project itself, we have a 50-kilometer width, but that's within the proposed area, and that could shorten depending on what infrastructure we get in place. Next slide, please. So where we started from looking at the treaty concept, not looking at the provincial boundaries, not looking at federal regulations requirements. We started with our own people, because in Wawatega's view, that is the greatest partnership that we need to really align with, is our First Nations, our Métis, connecting with that and creating that partnership. And that's why we engaged for the last couple of years, moving down to engage with our nations and making sure that this is something of interest, because the reality is, some nations don't want infrastructure, but it's really trying to find a balance between the two. So again, when I think about this, I was prior to coming here, I worked for 24 years with a Manitoba public utility, publicly owned, which is one of the largest electrical utilities in North America, Manitoba Hydro. I worked in various sectors, customer service, distribution, transmission, Indigenous relations, including 4 years with the executive. When I parted ways, it was really to find, I'm a member of Pibichikamak, which is Cross Lake First Nation. It's one of the largest First Nations, and one of the largest First Nations in Manitoba, but I want to say that too lightly because Chief Hudson will suggest that Peguis is the largest First Nation there. But again, it's really, and I spent some time with MKO, which is a northern political organization, Grand Chief Sati. I was a senior aide for him for a number of years and working for 37 nations within our Treaty 5 territory. So that's the concept we're starting with. And I always say we have the power. We don't have to, we have the power, and our nations have to realize that we have the nation, we have inherent rights to our lands and waters. We have the responsibility and the jurisdiction within these traditional lands and water. We have the power. It's about asserting our, and that's what we've done with Wawateg. We're asserting our positions when it comes to utilizing our lands and waters. No more will we be the, on the receiving end of advisory or mitigation type arrangements. We're looking at ownership. So I had a reference here with Bipool 3, which is the last transmission project that was done in Manitoba a number of years ago. Our proposed transmission line is actually 300 to 400 kilometers shorter. We're looking at 850 to 950. And if we can go to the next slide. So you'll see here that we're looking to come from northern Manitoba. The young lady talked about Fox Lake Cree Nation. That was one of the chiefs that asked me to be here as well. We're going straight to Churchill, Hudson Bay. When cutting credit, the proposed area would be to cut, thank you, Bill, to cut across Saskatchewan through Treaty 6, along with Treaty 8 and Treaty 10. The connection point has not been decided. It'll take obviously more studies. We're looking at Fort McMurray or Fort Saskatchewan, depending on the transmission line, along with the other projects that are going to be in the area. So though we're starting with the transmission project, we've already engaged a pretty big industry player, Fortis Inc., who is one of our partners at this time when it comes to the infrastructure project. We've been engaging them for the last number of years, and this is very important. We didn't wait for them to come to us. We looked at Fortis Inc., and we looked at other companies that could be a potential. And we reached out to our sister nations in Ontario, with the Wate Power Group with 27 nations. We asked them about Fortis because they're partnering with Fortis, which is pretty forthcoming as it relates to ownership, that 51%. Moving from that's decision making to advisory. And so we chose Fortis to be one of our partners in that area, so we've been engaging them because they align with our vision. They align with our nation vision, and they also are innovative on the way supporting the pre-development is the key here. And I heard some of the partnerships that were talked about, but that's one key that we'll probably discuss a little bit more through as we. So this will be the segment to the national grid, the national security for Canada, and we've been pursuing some of the provincial governments along with the federal governments to help them see that the capacity is here. Nations have the capacity. We do have the capacity. It might have to be grown, but with the capacity is there and the expertise are there, and as you see at this panel. And this transmission process will allow Alberta to access emissions-free electricity from Manitoba, supporting renewables development and the electrification of Alberta. Last slide, please. So this project is about moving the opportunity for our nations to move from managing poverty to managing wealth. And we deserve it, and it's about time that we start asserting our position. So the Indigenous governance and ownership model, we can apply throughout the various LLPs that we have planned within the corporation. What will change is the 51%. The 51% is solid. It's within the shareholders' arrangement, legal arrangement. It will not change. The LLPs will remain 51%, but will differ. So we have 6 LLPs that'll come out of this. Fortis will take the HDDC line LLP, but the ones are still open, and Glenn has some connections with the L and G or hydrogen, so that's another option. So, and those partnerships can be defined. This is about win-win. It's about making sure that our Indigenous people that are impacted by our projects benefit economically. And it's about changing that economic disparity that often happens. And we have a long history and a long legacy that our nations continue to have to deal with many of the projects that have taken place. We have a 10-year strategic business plan, and we also have a 10-year capital acquisition and expenditure forecast for these types of projects. And one thing I'll say is that, and just lead off what Chief Hudson spoke about, it's about adaptation. You know, nations for a long time had to adapt to industry development and the legacies left within industry development within our own territories and water. But now partners, our potential partners, our industry, our developers have to adapt. They have to adapt to our nations now and what we like to see. So I just want to kind of reiterate that, and that's important. And without going any farther, for the sake of time, I'll just leave it at that. So thank you, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you. I guess I'll turn it over to Mr. Darrell, the one and only.
Oh. There's the other brother, Darrell.
Other brother, Darrell.
Yes, yes. Yes, is this on? Now it's on. Hey, thank you. Honored to be invited here by Guy Lonechild and the First Nations Major Project, or First Nations Power Authority, I should say. I got First Nations Major Project Coalition on my mind because I'm a director on that. But yeah, no, I really enjoyed the discussions today and yesterday, and really enjoyed the youth that were here. I see youth rising right across the country. It's just totally amazing. And what's amazing here is, we're going to talk a little bit about corridors, but what was just shown here, what's happening in BC, what's happening in Nova Scotia, Ontario, Manitoba, it's just amazing the amount of activity that Indigenous people are having in relation to resource development and how they're going to participate. But first, what I'm going to do is just show you a short video, and then I'm going to go through some photos, and I'm going to speak to them, and leading up into the corridor, and then where we should be going from there. So I'm going to ask the techie here if we can put up the Naka video.
connect and light up our communities across the territory. For over 70 years, we have been connecting communities, forging partnerships, powering essentials. Just as the Northern Lights have illuminated the night and inspired generations of people, we're here to light the way forward as we embark on a new chapter in our history. We are proud to honor our equal partnership with a new name, Naka Power, a symbol of our shared commitment to the prosperity of the North. Naka Power, lighting up the North.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to show that video. The young guy you've seen there was Jay Cleary. He's one of our band members, and he's an engineering technician. He's been with us for a number of years, and that's the whole idea, I think, getting our youth involved in all of our initiatives across this country. Next, I'm going to get the techie to start putting up a couple of the photos, and I'll just let you know when I need to. I wanted to show this photo. You see the little red dot up there? That's just below Great Bear Lake, and that's where, maybe I should start with who I am, who I work for. Denendeh Investments is owned by the 27 First Nations of the Northwest Territories. And the Northwest Territories, as you see, is a huge landmass, 1.3 million square kilometers, 34 communities with a population of 45,000 people. So I think Red Deer is almost double the size of the population of the whole NWT. But in any case, Denendeh has been around since 1982. We're kind of diversified into different sectors. We were in the oil and gas sector for about 30 years, 35 years. Oil and gas drilling. We had drilling rigs, service rigs. A majority of our work has always been in Alberta and British Columbia. There wasn't that much work in the Northwest Territories, but we did have a bit of work there. But Denendeh, we created a company called DEMCO, short for Denendeh Exploration and Mining Company, in 2013. So it was probably one of the first 100% owned mining exploration companies. And what we did is we acquired a bunch of diamond properties, gold properties, and silver properties, which is the one we're focused on now. However, it's not a silver property. When we went and looked at all, or compiled all the data, geological data, we found that we had what's called an IOCG, an iron oxide copper gold. And IOCGs tend to be the largest mines in the world. The Kiruna mine in Sweden has been operating for over 400 years. Currently, the largest IOCG is owned by BHP in Australia, and that's one of the biggest mines in the world now. So our geology is very, very similar. So I'm going to show you a little bit of pictures later on that. But why are we doing all this? And I think the question is, we want our communities and our people and our nations in the place where our elders, when they signed treaties, that they wanted to move equally with the newcomers. And we want to have a quality of life too. We want to be able to look after our children, our families, our communities, etc. So the 27 chiefs back in the early 2010s passed a resolution. And what they said is that they wanted to support controlled resource exploration and development and the establishment of resource development and export corridors. So they gave us the direction to say, okay, go talk to industry, to governments and other First Nations, and see what we can do to start looking at stimulating Indigenous economy and also looking at stimulating the Northern economy and the Canadian economy, because we all got to live here together. So since that time, we've been talking across Canada and really focusing on Indigenous-led infrastructure and how we can do that. So I'm just going to get to the next picture. This is the property. This is just the proper geology. I just wanted to show you some of the work that we're doing. And next slide. Okay, the last 10 years we were doing a lot of assays and sampling, and the last couple of years we've been doing gravity, and you see all those little dots on there, and you see the high purplish, reddish. We're getting really, really good results in our gravity surveys. It's not quite done yet. What we're trying to do is trying to pinpoint some of our drill targets, and we're hoping to get a drill in there next year, next couple of years. But the beauty about this, it's 100% Indigenous owned indirectly by all the First Nations. And the next step is that it's going to be owned, that's the intent, by the First Nations themselves. So we're doing all of the preliminary exploration work, which is really R&D. Next slide. Here's some of the copper results. That's just to give you an idea of what we've been doing besides the gravity work. Next slide. And this is our crew that's been doing the gravity, and 3 of them are from the Deline First Nation. So they've been doing all the work there. And next. And there's Jay again. Sorry, I stuck his picture in the wrong slides. But this one I wanted to show you because we're talking about corridors today. And back in the 1970s, the Dene Nation, we did a trail study. And because at that time, people wanted to know where were their territories. So, being from Yellowknife, and I know there's a couple of people from the Gwich'in territory here, and there's some people from Mikacho. But you look at the trails that runs right up to the Arctic Ocean, goes way up into Alaska, and into BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba. So people travel. You see some of the big, well-used trails. I was fortunate to have an elder in our community that was the last one that went from Yellowknife to Churchill, Manitoba. And that was kind of a trading route. This slide here is Canada now, probably a couple of years ago. And about 90% of Canadians live within 200 kilometers of the US border. 90%. That's huge. And I needed that dark slide because it gives you a really good picture of when the lights are turned on at night where everybody is, except for the teepee crawlers in the north there. But it's important that the only corridors we have in Canada is the highway, the Trans-Canada Highway, and then you have the CPR rail lines that was given. It was really interesting because in this country, the British Crown gave Hudson Bay a huge swath of land to stimulate their economy. The Canadian government later gave CPR rail a huge corridor to stimulate the Canadian economy. So I think there's a trend there. I think where we need to go now is a corridor that's Indigenous led across this country. to stimulate the Canadian economy, to stimulate the provincial, territorial, and Indigenous economies, because we have to work together to do that. Can I get you to go to the next slide? Good. So here's the concept, and again, with Mark and some of the other projects that's being considered across this country, you have these corridors that goes from coast to coast to coast. And I just wanted to show you where the First Nations are. There's over 600 First Nations, and a majority of them are all along that corridor road and in the northern part. And guess what else is up there? There's oil and gas up there. There's minerals, critical minerals, gold, diamonds, and you also have no infrastructure up there. And if there is, it's very minimal, and they were probably built in the 50s and 60s. I know the Alaska Highway took 2 years to build. Of course, the World War II stimulated that. And the Canal pipeline from Norman Wells to the West Coast took 1 year, I think, or a year and a half. It's several months. That's how fast those projects, but regulations now kind of change that a bit. Right now, the projects, the Grays Bay Port and Road, they're in the EA process, an environmental assessment process. And Carney has, our current Prime Minister Carney, on Monday, I think, just indicated that that's a project that Canadian government really likes. And it'll be a stack project with defense probably, and mineral development, and of course to try to bring down the cost of living in far northern communities where it's very, very expensive in all these fly-in communities. And of course the Nisga'a are working on their port and their corridor, and Mark, you just showed that project, and I know there's a lot of discussions in Ontario around the Ring of Fire, and there are discussions in the Cree of Quebec, the Grand Council of the Crees, and their economic people, and of course with Chief Terry Paul in Nova Scotia, who's working on port projects there. So it is happening incrementally, but I don't think there's really a strategic linkage at this point. And how can we move that forward, I guess, and have that, the investment that is strategic in terms of meeting the needs of the Indigenous people, meeting the needs of the resources that's required to stimulate the economy of Canada. I'm just going to stop there for a minute. Oh, that's Alice. It says, let's just get it done. So I wanted to leave that for the time being. If there's any questions, or then I can move into a couple of little concluding or recommended remarks there.
On your minds there, do you need to get a permission from somebody to go ahead? Because we have a magnesium mine down by Osoyoos, where Chief Louis, he gave permission, and they've been waiting 15 years to go to work. They said if you're in the U.S., you get it done in 2 years. Here, they still haven't got a permit yet. Permission from who?
Yeah, in the north, it's really interesting because the top three regions in the north, well, you got the Inuvialuit, the Gwich'in, the Saulteaux, and the Tlicho, have signed comprehensive land claim agreements. And with those signed agreements, they ensured that they had some control over the environmental and the regulatory process for projects. It's probably one of the most modern regulatory regimes right now, but they're still working on how they can get it more efficient. Because you still got the federal government involved, then you got the territorial government involved, then you got the regions involved in the communities, and how can they all work together more efficiently to get these projects moving ahead. So that's I think it's always a work in progress across Canada here, but there is a system that's been developed currently.
Sure. Thank you very much. I appreciate the comments. I'm Francis Bradley. I'm with Electricity Canada. We were previously known under the name of Canadian Electricity Association. Maybe a question both for you, Darrell, and Mark. I'd like to hear your views as well. Let's get it done. Maybe just some observations in terms of what the challenges are, particularly in the incredibly cumbersome federal, provincial hoops that have to be gotten through. How do you see this working, and how are we going to get past some of those barriers?
That's a good question, and that question is going to be asked over and over and over again. And we really have to develop some sort of mechanism out there. And so, when you looked at that national corridor map, how wide is it going to be, and what's going to go in there? Can we put in roads, rail, fiber line, transmission lines, pipelines, etc.? And who's going to select the route? It just makes sense that the Indigenous people that's along the route will decide to select where it's going to go, because there's a lot of environmental sensitive areas, cultural, sacred sites. All of that has got to be taken into consideration. And I was part of on the external advisory committee for the School of Public Policy here at the University of Calgary, and we did about 45 or 46 studies, just looking at different parts of Canada and what the issues could be. There's environmental issues, there's governance issues, there's financial issues. There's a whole bunch of issues that need to be dealt with. And it's going to take a while, but it needs the resources, and I think that's where the federal government can step in now, because we need to know more specifically, and the First Nations have got to be in on the ground floor and say, okay, what's your thought on this here? What do you think can come through here? Is it a pipeline, or is it a fiber line? And what's your expectation? Is your expectation fully 100% owner of the corridor, or is the expectation that you're going to take equity in a pipeline, or in a road, or in a fiber line, or etc.? So it's generating revenue. It needs to have a recurring revenue stream, and that's what First Nations are needing. For so long in the last 100 years, you got your band support funding, it's prescribed, and that's it. That covers everything, that is expected to govern First Nation. It doesn't work. We know that doesn't work. So our recurring revenue stream through huge national projects like this is really going to up the ante exponentially. It's an exponential risk, but there's also an exponential benefits that's going to come if it's done right. So that's going to be the key, is doing the architecture, I guess, of how it's going to be done, and strategically prioritize what should be done, and then tactically who's going to do it and how it's going to be done. And that's going to take a while, but it needs a lot of resources just for that part before anything ever gets built. So that's going to be a key. There's going to be a lot of challenges. We're not going to lose sight of that.
Well, just to add to Daryl, I don't want to reiterate, but with Wawatewak, there's lots of challenges, but I think our nations will overcome those challenges. We're used to industry in our territories. Development is not new to many of our nations, no matter where we live. From our perspective, I mean, this is a coalition of nations that are leading Wawatewak. We have a board of governors that are made up of our leaders within the corporation. And one of our biggest challenges, I mean, and it's a challenge many of our nations go through. It's just we're a collective governance, and many of our nations are sovereign, and nations have different priorities depending on where they're located, depending on the resources that are available to them. At the same time, we have the bureaucracies that we have to deal with, the federal government and the provincial governments, that don't seem to align with the priorities and our vision on how we see forward. So in our case, we just decided that we were going to do it on our own and go straight ahead with it. Get those partnerships. The partnerships is a challenge as well. So those of you that are part of corporations here, it's adjusting how you incorporate your cultures within your own organizations that help them better align with our nations that don't have economic prosperity. Many do, but many don't. So those pre-development dollars are so important that, that is a real big issue when nations have great ideas and we have ideas that are going to bring us out of the economic disparity that we so face in our own territories. Despite all the resources coming back, and you've seen the light that Daryl had up here, it's kind of a shame when all those resources to light all those lights are coming from our northern territories. 80% of hydroelectricity that is generated in Manitoba comes from the traditional territories and water of Treaty 5. And that is why we're not asking to own it. What we're asking for Manitoba is that we take on the surplus energy. We'll utilize the surplus energy and ship it to Alberta where they need it. And there's enough surplus energy because, and that means we're not talking about today, we're talking about 10 years from now. So our children, our grandchildren have economics that don't have to rely on governments like the previous panel discussed. We don't want to rely on governments. To get economic sovereignty, we need to make sure that we are players when it comes to any development. And you see how quickly the federal government will change the game and fast track, but we need to be at the forefront of those too. We need to be part of that, and we need to be the leaders when it comes to that. And Wawatewak is a great example where you have First Nation, Indigenous leadership leading the corridor discussions, or even some of the stuff Daryl was talking about. The capacity is there. It's the governments and the bureaucracies that come, and even corporations. One of the biggest challenges and why we took so long to get that legal and governance framework is because we had to do it ourselves. And we don't have the dollars that are associated to get a legal arrangement that is over $100,000 to get it in place. But we have to do that because we're not giving up equity. And that has been firm from our chiefs and our leaders. We are not giving up the 50% equity because there's a difference between decision-making and advisory. And great that there's equity relationships that involve First Nations, but as long as we're in advisory positions, and maybe that's where it starts because we have many in Manitoba that have grown from that, but we need to be decision makers because those are our lands and our territories. Despite Section 35, despite the jurisdictions that have been in place very recent in Manitoba, I mean, don't even get me going into the NRT and all that kind of other boundaries. Our nations are going to assert, and you see it happening in Manitoba and Treaty 5, and we're going to come right across to Alberta as well. So those challenges, I think, is just really having that capital, that pre-development capital, because CIB was up here, we've met with them, we've seen some of the government announcement when it comes to billion-dollar infrastructure projects, but try accessing that. You can't access it unless you have the scoping and everything else, then you can have a great idea, but you can't access it. We need the pre-development dollars that'll help us plan, that'll help us get the right people in place, like some of the the ladies talked about there. So that's the challenge. It's a challenge to Manitobans, to Albertans, to Saskatchewans. It's also a challenge to Canadians. You have to trust the nations. We've done the other way around. We see the economic disparity. We see the poverty. Nations want to be a part of the economic transformation so that we become our real, true sovereignty, because you're utilizing our resources, and that doesn't change. So that's my thought. I don't know if Chief Hudson might have.
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in on it. You know, at a federal and provincial level, you're hearing today, you know, what the issues are in Northern Ontario and the Ring of Fire. It's up to government to make those decisions in terms of those changes and being able to implement them and working with First Nations. I'll use the example of treaty land entitlement in the past, where it took 6 to 8 years to have additions to reserve. One minister one time made a decision on behalf of a nation. It took 75 days when he made that decision, rather than 6 to 8 years. So it's up to governments to make those changes, that fundamental shift as far as transformation, and to have inclusion of our nations in those developments. So I just wanted to share that.
Got some questions here. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a question about an idea. I'm Scott Jansen, electrical engineering consultant for First Nations in British Columbia. One of the ideas that I have seen come up is the idea that the Canadian military could actually come in and build transmission lines and then transfer 100% ownership to First Nations on their traditional territory. Then also fund, because I've worked in utility for years and decades, fund the local First Nations to do vegetation management, lineman control to control those assets, and wildfire core. So hired by the Canadian military so that you're managing the wildfire around those assets so they don't burn down. Just interested to hear what the panel thinks about those ideas.
Yeah, well, I'll take that's interesting, to say the least. Well, I think nations are in a position to build the transmission lines with appropriate partners, relying, you know, the government likes to, we want to be part of the whole economic business case that when it relates to transmission lines. We have our own people that could manage and maintain those transmission lines within our territories, you know, and it's really trying to get that mindset that we have available expertise and capacity that's there. It might take some to build, but we already have it. So, you know, my strong position is we need to prosper from any economic development. So, like I said, we're partnering with Fortis Inc., which is one of the largest private utilities anywhere in North America. And you know, what I would suggest is that the federal government provide those pre-development dollars so that we can be equal players at the table rather than trying to build it themselves, because that's not their you know, forte, so to speak.
And one final question here.
Yeah. So again, Daryl, we had a telephone call last week with a few groups of interested parties in a national corridor. And I think the First Nations Power Authority and its members would be pleased to be a part of any kind of future discussion regarding corridors. But in our meetings we've had with, geez, who is it again? Out of Ottawa. The Transition Accelerator, that's the one. So we often get to talk about sometimes nation-building initiatives, and building energy corridors was on the topic for discussion. And overwhelmingly, the entire table was made up of almost all non-First Nations people, except for myself, said it needs to be Indigenous-led. So I want to encourage all of you to write a letter to Prime Minister Carney and say that this needs to be Indigenous-led. We need to, as Hillary says, put some money on the table from our trust funds, build a sovereign wealth fund that will help to reinvest and make that transformation happen. So my question to you is, each of you, and then we'll wrap this up in terms of this panel, is what are the next steps in your mind?
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Guy. That's a good question. And yes, we did have a national team Zoom call, I think, with Indigenous leaders right across the country. And I think I mentioned some of the locations earlier. And so we had that same question. What are the next steps? So a letter is being in the process of being drafted to the Prime Minister. And I think I provided a draft of the letter that I had drafted about a month ago or a month and a half ago or something like that. But there is, as I mentioned, there's a lot of work that's needed to be done. And what's needed is really a comprehensive framework, to assess which projects are going to be most appropriate, in relation to the First Nations across Canada. What's going to be the most strategic? And then what's going to be most capable of delivering those multi-purpose benefits to our communities? Benefits, economic benefits. We're talking about social benefits, cultural benefits. And of course, that's all wrapped, with the shared vision of the future for Indigenous people across this nation. So, like I said, it's going to be huge, and we need to develop some tools, especially maybe a tool to visually map out the major transportation, the energy and the communications infrastructure, and whether they're exist now or they're proposed, right? And we need to have all that data, so it's providing a comprehensive data-driven tool set or inventory that we can measure what's happening across this country and who's doing it and what's the benefits. Because if you do something and you don't measure it, and then we tend to complain or condemn or criticize, which we should never do. We should look for solutions. Thank you.
If I can just add, so that's a pretty complex question on one of the next steps, right? But from our perspective, as it relates to Wawatowic, I mean, some of the next steps would be like I said, the feds opening up some of the pre-development dollars so that we can be at equal players, bringing the right people and resources and capacity so that we can participate at the level that needs to be. Like I said, we already have some of the best industry players that are partnering, that have adjusted and aligned their visions and their corporations. It's reflected within the engagement, but also within their internal processes. So the industry is changing, but I think I don't know I don't know how many federal bureaucrats are sitting in this room, and you would think an energy forum as this nature that includes Indigenous people, you'd see tables full of them to listen, considering it's our resources. So there has to be a mass change as it relates to that, and the positions, I know we didn't get a chance to talk about it, but you see a lot of these bills coming out very quickly. Those are really concerning, and a lot of our nation leadership are speaking to those. But again, Section 35 is not always about simply consulting and getting out there. When you have nation-led, Indigenous-led projects, we engage our people. These are the collective governments. We engage. We don't consult. We engage. We find ways to work with many of our people, our elders, our traditional resource users, all the people that are going to be impacted. So the next steps, governments need to really step back and allow and become service providers, co-support some of the long-term arrangements that we're going to need in place when it comes to, say, provincial jurisdictions, federal jurisdictions, and help nations be a part of that.
get the 20-year plans. Alberta, help us, the premiers, help us do these things. And so that's, I think, where industry and the public sector can play. But I mean, for us, again, it's that those public dollars that got to flow through at the beginning, not at the end. Anybody can give you money when you already got the project underway and you got the criteria, the business plan. It's really the upfront dollars our nations need. Aside from everything else that we deal with within our nation governance, as far as the social needs, the economic, all these types of things, but really understanding that we want to be a part of this, and we need to be a part of it because we can't repeat the previous 150 years.
I'll just add by, stating that, again, government needs to be engaged. They need to change the way they approve things in terms of working with First Nations, and I'm referencing both the federal and provincial levels. We need to engage our First Nations, and with the engagement, our First Nations have to be ready, as Mark indicated. The work that they've done previously, they're ready to move, they're ready to go, and they've taken that stand in terms of 51% ownership. A lot of our First Nations will be ready in that fashion. And, those are some of the next steps that need to happen, that engagement. Because today, things are moving so quick, so fast. We need to implement those strategies that are in place already in terms of being prepared to move. I believe a lot of our people are ready to move. Because as stated, the last 150 years, when I sit there and listen, they're pleading, they're wanting to be engaged, they need that help. Instead of pleading, we got to take and put it into action. And a lot of the good work that both these men do here in terms of the corridors and developing that, we need to engage our nations, and both levels of government need to be open to that and change the way they do business. Go ahead.
How about a big round of applause for our panel? Thank you for that. Building a national energy corridor in Canada. We're going to bring in our next panelists, AI and data center development. We'd like to call upon Katrina German to moderate this session for us. We'll get a picture of you, fine gentlemen in front of the teepees there. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So technology and clean energy are converging in exciting ways. This presentation will examine how AI and data centers are shaping Canada's energy landscape, explore the intersection of clean energy and technology innovation, including the role of AI and data center development in supporting sustainable energy systems. Welcome, moderator Katrina German.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. We're just waiting for our third panelist here. And someone's going to grab her purse. Oh, that's hers. Yeah, don't give that one away. And here he comes. I think I'm okay. So we're going to do this less as a fireside chat, more of a conversation. We've got several people here who are absolutely amazing and doing really incredible things in the AI space. And each of us is going to share a little bit about our different approaches and thoughts about AI, especially when it comes to data centers. So maybe we can begin with Christine. She's from Microsoft, and she can share a little bit about some of the things that are happening in Microsoft around the AI space and data centers.
Is this better? My name is Christine Dent. I have been with Microsoft for about 14 years now. I'm a born and raised Calgarian. So those of you that are Flames fans probably know how I feel about our current Stanley Cup final. But I've grown up in the data center sort of world. When I started at Microsoft, Azure, which is our cloud data center, was about 1% of our total revenue at the time. We had one data center that was in Quincy, Washington. And to be honest, when I started, I came out of midstream. and I didn't really understand what the cloud was and what we were trying to accomplish. And in those 14 years, obviously, it's become, the main part of the business that I work with. So I have a team of incredible individuals that work with enterprise customers across Western and Eastern Canada to essentially move their operations to the Azure cloud. 14 years ago, that wasn't a thing. It's now 55% of our business. And the biggest part of data center operations for Microsoft is our commitments to sustainability. So in 2012, we made commitments to carbon neutral operations, and by 2030, we want to be carbon negative. We just put out a refreshed sustainability or environmental report, I think, last week. And even given some of the changes in the administration in the US, we still continue to commit to those goals for 2030. So it is something that a lot of our industry peers have kind of wavered on a little bit, just in terms of the administration not being as committed to sustainability. So Microsoft continues to do that, and I'm proud to be a part of that. So where you'll kind of hear commentary often is, well, you're doing some of those things through things like RECs or credits that you're buying on the market, and that's true. So a big portion of what we do is we invest in sustainable organizations, and that provides us credits to sort of offset the carbon that we're putting out into the world. But it doesn't change our commitment, and we continue to push towards those goals. We also have goals around water and waste, and we're working on, our biggest sort of issue at this point would be what we call Scope 3. So Scope 3 is not direct carbon in that we control. It's part of our supply chain. So that's where we do a lot of this carbon offset. But our Scope 1 and our Scope 2, we're really investing in innovation, and we're investing in sustainable energy sources. And that's kind of, I guess, the next talk track that we'll get into is, how is our 100 global data center footprint changing with the dawn of AI? And we are fully invested in AI and believe ourselves to be a leader in AI transformation. How is that changing? The biggest thing we're seeing is this notion of sort of Moore's law, which is, coined from the 60s, where compute power was doubling every 2 years, is now a scaling law that's doubling every 6 months. And so in order to kind of keep up with that level of compute, the answer is more data centers, more chips, or better chips, better data centers, and obviously more power. But how do we control, the carbon that comes into our world with this additional power? And for Microsoft, that's a problem that we're trying to solve all the time. So when we think about building a new data center or investing, we're looking at what are some of the sustainable ways that we can power these data centers, and that problem's becoming more complex. So you'll notice that we invested in 3 Mile Island, which is nuclear. Nuclear has become a big focus for us. Wind, solar, and hydrogen are probably kind of the 3 key areas. Alberta doesn't have a lot of hydrogen, hydro, so we are looking at, how do we sort of invest more in wind and solar. So a lot of our power purchase agreements in Canada are public, some are not, but you'll notice that that's where we're investing. And so when we make decisions around data centers and where we're going to build those data centers, a lot of what we're doing is trying to figure out how do we create sustainable energy sources in order for us to put those data centers in. That was a lot, and I can talk about sort of our point of view on AI and how we're investing in that and how that translates into, how organizations will do things differently, and in particular, how do we sort of change the way that we think about education systems? How do we think about, the future of how we feed people, how we build our communities? AI will have a huge impact on that, and I believe, and I think Microsoft's point of view on this, without getting myself into too much compliance problems, is that we really do think that there's a greater good that's achievable through AI. We just need to have guardrails in place to make sure that we're using it for good. And Microsoft actually has a program called AI for Good, where we do kind of build a governance and a strategy around doing things that are positive for the world and the environment. So maybe I'll stop sucking the air there and let somebody else have a chance to chat.
Well, that was wonderful. It was really interesting. We'll come back because we're going to ask a few questions and such, but we'll do some opening statements here. So I'll maybe share a little bit from the ethical digital perspective. So that's my company. We have the small goal of changing the trajectory of the internet. So just a teeny tiny goal. We accomplish this through a lot of different ways. We provide educational and inspirational information through digital marketing. We do a lot of research. We've researched how to get more women involved in technology, especially Indigenous women. And how to get more women involved in venture capital, which funds the internet, and we might be able to see more women-led projects being created in that kind of a case, and other things like how social media affects well-being, which is a really big area. So I kind of bring a lot of those different ideas into it, and then we do a lot of corporate training on top of that, as well as in the AI space. I have an AI product, and I love AI. I love it. I use it every day, all day already. And there's a lot of tasks that are sort of my everyday administration tasks that have really become a lot more simple. But a lot of the things that I speak about is really a lot of the things that we need to be thinking about as leaders right now when it comes to AI. So there's some things that are really important. Number one thing that's very common is around the idea of misinformation. There's a lot of things, and AI can tell you something in a way that's so authoritative, like here is the answer, but it's not actually the answer. And so we need to be doing a lot of things about thinking about that from a business perspective and from leadership perspective. Job loss, that's another big area about AI. We're already starting to see that a lot of our graduates who are coming out of schools, we're starting to see this wave of them not being able to find jobs because a lot of the entry-level jobs are actually being taken over by AI right now, and there's not that natural path into some of the more robust positions. Other things like the data bias. This is actually a really, really big thing. The AI is often trained on the information that's on the internet. Some of that can be fairly extreme, maybe inaccurate, that sort of thing. And actually, I did a presentation with Sharon Angus from Saskatchewan Indian Institute of Technologies, and she said, she actually did a live demonstration, and she said, if you actually put, create a picture of an Indigenous person into a lot of these softwares, it's actually going to show up and there's going to be that headband. And she's like, that's never been a part of our culture, but that's part of the John Wayne culture and the internet culture. And so that's something that's showing up and is going to continue to perpetuate that myth. Same thing for me. I'm a woman in technology. If I put, something into the AI, saying like, show me a person in technology, it's very rare that a woman will be, be the one who's showing up. So there's different pieces around all of this that we need to be thinking about. And when it comes to the energy perspective, which is what we're talking about here, this is actually a really important conversation because they're expecting that AI is actually going to be doubling the worldwide usage of energy in the next year. There is a massive amount of energy being used. And if you think about it, like even here, everybody has a device in their pockets that they're using, they're charging. You probably have 10 of different things that you're using and charging every day just in your home. And then we're using a lot of these data centers, which are really, they do require a lot of power in order to do the data. So for example, ChatGPT is just using a lot of data. In China, DeepSeek just came out, and apparently the way that processes data is less cumbersome on the environment. And so I think that it'll change as different groups are creating different ways of doing AI, and development is evolving, that we may not need as much energy in the future, but right now it's coming, and it's coming right now, and energy is going to be a really big area that we need to be looking at. It's directly connected with this AI. So really excited about this particular conversation, because again, we need to be thinking about all of these things as leaders, and how are we tying in our AI policies and how we're approaching AI in our organizations to our values and to the things that are important to us, and how we're going to be approaching those things. But also, particularly for this group, we need to be thinking and preparing for what's coming, because there is going to be a massive amount of energy needed in the future as this becomes more and more powerful. So I'll maybe pass it over to John here. He's got really cool projects underway.
Hi, my name is Joshua McCann, and I am from the Lac La Ronge Indian Band, and sorry, I lost my voice this weekend. I have a program called the Energy Knowledge Keepers, and we have an elder that leads that program, Elder Kenich. He is an amazing person. He is so culturally rooted, yet at the same time, he loves to research science. So it usually starts off with, are you ready to go down the rabbit hole with me? So with him, he's really dedicated towards having AI tools empower Indigenous people. Like if we own the data that the AI was running on, like a data server, we could culturally protect all of our stories and our oral traditions, and AI can talk. So it doesn't have to type. So therefore, in a sense, it honors our oral traditions. And as long as the AI is properly programmed with the proper data sets that aren't biased, which is one of the major risks, right? So if we top down the AI, there's two different ways to do AI, and my understanding is top down is we give it the right information and it'll run off that information. Now, if our elders and our community get together and watch over this in the right way, we can provide very powerful tools. And one of the tools would be, so the people out and about, these young kids that don't take the time, unfortunately, to sit with your elders and whatnot and learn this stuff, would have, or those people that are in the urban centers that don't have any cultural roots, would have a verified cultural tool to help enrich them and bring them back to their communities, is the hope. So with the Energy Knowledge Keeper program, our elder is inspiring youth in the school on a regular basis, braiding culture and science together, trying to inspire the youth to build capacity. So we have people working in this field. Now, this field of data, everyone's all worried about pipelines of oil and all these resources. Well, guess what? Those are old school. The most important gold or financial resource that is right now is data. Every time you open up an app and you click on a thing and it's like, hey, accept all this information before you can use this thing. Well, they're taking all that information and they're making money off of your information. Apple's making money off your information for every single thing. Netflix on your head, all your choices, all your shopping choices, Amazon. These are all big oil. And it's coming from your brain. Every one of us that's connected to a device, our devices know more about us than any of our family members. So that data, if we could control some of that data or have a piece of that pie, I think it would empower our economic and social development programs. It would empower capacity and job employment within our reserves. And as long as we keep it culturally sound, I think we would be good stewards of that technology.
Very nice. Yeah, and that's an interesting question too. So maybe let's dive into that a little bit more around the idea of data sovereignty too, because that's going to be a big conversation happening in a lot of Indigenous communities and others as well. For me, one of our projects, we're actually creating an AI product where we're looking for language and that sort of thing, and it's tricky because it's one of those things where the data that you use for whatever you're doing with AI is incredibly important. And so I think there's actually some really interesting opportunities for Indigenous groups, other groups, to sort of own a little bit of their data in different forms. So could we maybe explore that a little bit? Maybe you could talk a bit about data sovereignty, and then maybe we could move to you and we could ask a little bit more further.
So I'm no professional or expert on data sovereignty, but my understanding is it falls within our sovereignty, so we would then have to create our own laws in regards to data sovereignty within our communities, and it would become like Aboriginal law in regards to data sovereignty, data usage, kind of like Switzerland. in the banking world. You know what I mean? Like, it could be like that if you designed your laws to protect the data storage, which is great, and it is a very profitable sector. And I just wanted to touch in about doing that project. There is a project called First Voices and the NRC projects in Canada. It's an Indigenous language technology project being fueled with AI and whatnot in order to do predictive text keyboards and language. It has to do with writing and speaking different languages. We have already involved, looks like, several different bands, including the Cree are in there, and several others have just started putting their syllabics in there and their dictionaries of terms, and then the AI is helping people learn.
Love that. Great resource. Yeah. So Christine, talking about that from your perspective, the idea of data, right? And there's going to be a lot of people in this audience who are thinking about, or maybe a couple years into an AI project, or are thinking about getting into it a little bit more. What kind of things do you need to be thinking about when you're thinking about your data, getting it prepared, all that kind of stuff, making sure that it's clean for your organization, or whatever the case may be?
Yeah, we have a bit of an analogy that works really well, obviously, in Alberta, where, as Josh said, data is the new oil and AI is the engine. And the generative AI, so the ability to have this user interface that you can talk to, has just made it really easy for us to use our data better. But if you don't have the right data, or you don't have, clean is a word that can sometimes, trigger people, but let's call it clean data, then often you can't solve the problems that you're looking for. And what we're finding with AI is that it helps you to interrogate that data faster. The reality is that, we've probably been telling people for years, collect more data, and to Josh's point, some of that data collection is being used for things that we can't control as individuals. And so something that Microsoft's really invested a ton of money around is trust and security. And I don't want to do like a sales job here on Microsoft, but if you are working with hyperscalers or you're working with third parties, you want to make sure that your data is your data, that they're not accessing your data. You're not just collecting data willy-nilly, because there's huge costs around that. We make our money off of storing and computing your data. So you want to make sure you're collecting the right data, the data that you need to have, and that it's your data, and you don't, others don't have access to it. So that's kind of our mantra, is using AI to help us get to the right data, and making sure that that data is secured, it's protected, and that you can trust that no one's using your data. So I think we used to spend $1 billion a year on our security and our R&D around trust. That's now up to $5 billion a year, because this has become just a massive focus for organizations across the planet.
Did you want to follow up with that, Josh? Yeah. Okay. So let's talk a little bit then about jobs, because a lot of people here are interested in making sure that the future is good for our young people. I'm going to say in my industry, communications, we've seen it. I used to have 3 writers, now I have 1. I used to have 3 designers, now I have 1. These are things that are already changing. We talked about young people already seeing a lot of the trends. I think it was the New York Times that just came out and said it's happening. Like, we're starting to see a lot of people having difficulty getting jobs in these entry levels coming out. What would you say, just knowing, what we know about AI coming up, what do you think is the, is the type of things that we should be preparing our young people and ourselves too, as older people? How should we be preparing for this whole new workforce, this whole new way of doing things?
I mean, there's a lot of ways we could think about this, but I think what we need to accept is that AI is going to happen with or without us. And it has been. I think we've kind of branded AI, we've kind of lumped a bunch of things into AI. We've been doing machine learning for years, right? And essentially, this is what's behind it, is a large language model that we're now able to interact with better. And so it's doing things for us that we used to have new graduates do for us. They would come in and be an analyst and prepare things for us. And those kind of entry-level positions are starting to become eliminated. We're even seeing, you know, of course, for me, I'm in the tech industry, but I also work with, you know, a variety of different, oil and gas being probably my biggest customer. We're seeing layoffs. You know, our organization is going through massive layoffs. We laid off 6,000 people in the last 2 months. It's a scary time for professionals that have been around for a long time, let alone for new graduates. And so what can new graduates or what can our young people do to be prepared for this? They need to be prepared to know how to use AI, and they need to be able to figure out how do they augment that through their learning path. So how do you get to a point where you're not just entry level, where you have a skill set that you can come into an organization and create impact? And we don't know exactly what that's going to look like, but some of the things that we know for sure is this idea that we're not going to have software engineers anymore, or you're not going to require those skills is not true. You just need to be able to use AI to augment that. So something I'm talking to my kids about all the time is, you know, the languages that you need to know out there isn't just a second language, although I would say that's important too, but you need to know programming languages and need to understand that that's not going away. Comp science degrees are not going away. We're on a bit of a hype cycle right now, but having those sort of hands-on vocational type skills are still going to be important, but you need to know how to use AI to augment those learning paths. So that's kind of, you know, this is all new. Like, since 2023, the world has changed as it relates to generative AI. So we're trying to figure things out, and organizationally, we're going through massive changes. But what we are seeing is that people that can utilize AI, understand how it works, understand LLMs, understand how to, you know, make sure that they're governing those things and understand the responsible AI sort of protocols around that. Those are the people that will have roles in the future. So that's my perspective.
And just to put a bit of context there too, an LLM is a large language model.
Yes, sorry, a large language model.
And so that's our ChatGPT, that's Microsoft Copilot, all that kind of stuff. So
it's a Microsoft person for you, just using
So
acronyms.
I guess those people who are using AI will replace people who aren't using AI. AI is a tool. It's not going to take over the world, but it is a tool that will allow us to live in a better world, because it does make information faster. It can verify information from multiple sources to give you a more accurate answer. Depending on how you use your AI is depending on the results and answers you get.
So how are you preparing your students and the people in your community? What are you doing to sort of help everybody in La Ronge get there?
Well, first of all, we'll be utilizing it in the Energy Knowledge Keeper program on how to use it in a good way. It's not there to write your essays, kids. It's there to help you do the research for your essays. That kind of thing. That's basically giving them the ethical standards to use it, not to be a plagiarist kind of thing when you're doing grammar. How to use it as a tool and not use it as, can you clean up my room for me?
That'd be nice, though.
Yeah. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Knowledge Keeper program?
So the Energy Knowledge Keeper program has gone through a few different visionings. We are currently working within the schools, Hall Lake, which was just devastated by a fire, but a lot of the buildings are still there. We have the elder in his language. He does classes, and then we are in the process of securing funding to push it forward and do science lunches with the kids at school, and then a couple times a month we'll have an after-school event where elders and community members can come out and they can play with 3D printers and drones, or do a cultural lesson with the elder. And so we're making sure we're feeding both the culture side and the science and innovation side. When the two-eyed seeing, the elders will be like, okay, this is allowed to be on AI, and it's up to the youth to put that into the AI, because they're the ones that are going to have the skills. kind of thing. So making sure we get that relationship built back between the elders and the youth to properly guide us in this time. That's basically the root of it.
Now, data centers, again, a lot of people here are very interested in that particular area. How would one go about setting up a data center or partnering with a group who needs a data center, that sort of thing? How would a community here begin that type of a conversation?
It's a loaded question. From a Microsoft perspective, that's something outside of my day-to-day, but we do have a massive team that works on land and lease. They work on power purchase agreements, and so they're always looking for partners, basically to partner with, for lack of a better term, around sustainable energy, figuring out trades that are thinking about innovative ways like green steel to build our facilities. It's a massive process. There's huge business cases around it. It's behind a bit of a veil for us on where they decide to make those investments. I can tell you that from a Western Canadian perspective, we're constantly trying to put together business cases, and we're looking at our partners to come forward around partnerships around sustainable energy. It's a little more difficult sometimes in Alberta, to be honest, because hydro seems to be, I'd say, a bit of a path of least resistance to more sustainable energy, but we're still working on it. So don't know if that answered it exactly, but...
Well, I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity for data centers in the future, because I think we're going to need a lot of them. So I think there's going to be, opportunity. And plus, a lot of the trends that are happening in business is that people want to make sure that they have access to, they want to keep their data within the country or within a nation or, somewhere that they can actually see it or have it close, and there's geopolitical reasons for that. You want to make sure that no one can intercept your, if you're storing all your data in the States and suddenly their laws change, that could have impacts on you, that sort of thing in your organizations. So I do think that there's probably going to be a lot more demand from the entire world, but also from Canadian organizations as well, as we're looking into this kind of an area. So we're getting the giant cane to start wrapping things up. So maybe we can just start, Joshua, if you could give us a little bit of just final statements and what you think that people need to know about AI and data centers and the future of what we're looking at here.
I guess from Lac La Ronge Indian Band perspective, it's a good tool as long as we build it right. Data center is something that we are seriously looking at to be paired with a solar farm as a business model case. greengeeks.ca has been doing solar data farm for about 20 years almost, and they've gone global with that. They started in Ontario, so if we do a project, I would probably aim to go and get some guidance from a professional like that with a nice cultural alignment that they have. That's probably what we're going to do. That's our goals, because I know that the data center will create a whole bunch of jobs in the field and the youth that are coming up. And I know that we already have techs in IT. So in Saskatchewan, it is really hard to get an IT job.
And I love too what you said is you're also going to have animals grazing.
Yeah, we're going to pair it with agrovoltaics. New word for me, agrovoltaics. So we're going to make sure the solar panels are up high enough. We can have grazing and grasslands, maintain that carbon footprint, and produce some food for the reserve.
Very cool. Thank you so much. Christina, your final thoughts.
From a Microsoft perspective, we're betting our company on AI. We're betting the future on our ability to keep up and to ensure responsible AI use. We do believe there's massive economic benefits, but we also know that there's also massive sustainability concerns around that. So we're committed to our 2030 goals. We'll continue down the path of partnership around power purchase agreements that are sustainable. And that's really where we're at. So thank you for having me, and thank you to the beautiful nation for hosting as well.
Yeah, for me, I think, AI is here. This is part of the future, and clean energy has to have a huge role within that because it is here, it's coming. We know these numbers are coming, and so there's massive opportunity too in that space. But also as leaders, we need to be thinking about how we're implementing this, how we're thinking about it in terms of what's going to be economically valuable, but also what's going to be really important to align with the values of our organization. So really important conversations to be having and thinking about. This is not something you can ignore. It's something that is here and happening. And so there's massive opportunity here, but also some risks. So thinking about those particular pieces and really being conscious about the development, I think is probably one of the most important things that we can be doing as a society. We are the foundation of this. This is one of the biggest changes that is happening in our culture in years. Probably bigger than even when social media entered into our lives, much bigger in terms of what this is going to be for impact on our lives and all that kind of stuff going forward. So really thinking about it, being conscious about it from our individual use, from our family's use, how you want your children, your extended family to be involved in it, but also for a lot of us from our organizational perspective, what can we be doing to really grab this opportunity, but also make sure that it's within our values. So thank you very much, everybody. This has been a wonderful panel. I really appreciate the two of you being a part of this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Katrina.
Thank you.
Get a picture of you in front of the teepees. Our media crew has been capturing some highlights of this beautiful event, including the golf tournament, as well as the last 2 days of the forum. Let's take a look at the FNPA highlight video.
Hi, I'm Larson Starlight, here from Tsuut'ina Nation. I'm one of the golf professionals here, and we love it that you're here at the wonderful Redwood Meadows Golf and Country Club. We thank you for coming here.
The FNPA Golf Tournament has been an excellent event for networking, and it's a great course.
I have played here, and it's just an incredible opportunity to be part of this group here today. I'm really enjoying it.
I've only just begun, but it's been great. It's these events are always really good to meet with new people and new partners, and just establish more relationships within the community.
We'd like to thank Tsuut'ina for hosting the event and for the FNP for putting on a great event. We're having a good time.
Yeah, we're having a lot of fun today. Good weather. It's amazing.
So it's been really great to expand westward and bring First Nations Power Authority and our golf tournament to Alberta.
No, great time, great people. I've met a whole bunch of people on the golf course today already, and a lot of fun.
We've got great company, great golf, great scores, and we think we're just going to take it to the next level on the next tee shot, which is a hole-in-one sponsorship from one of our major sponsors. So absolutely delightful. Couldn't ask for a better day.
What I love about First Nations Power Authority Golf Tournament is it's a great time to have fun. Anything that furthers economic sovereignty of First Nations, I'm always happy to participate. Thanks, First Nations Power Authority.
Well, I think it was great today to connect with folks from across the industries, talk about clean energy opportunities here in Western Canada, but also some of the experiences we have in Eastern Canada. The confluence of agriculture and energy security, I think, is really, really important. Got a lot out of today.
It's absolutely amazing to see so many entrepreneurs, community leaders from people all over Canada just collaborating of how to make improvements in our world.
I feel like there was a lot of connection, there was a lot of relationship building, and I feel like that is really a theme that has come across, is building relationships with each other, and today I felt like that was accomplished.
Nuclear is something that we really need to discuss within the First Nations communities, because it will also have us be one of the players and a seat at the table when this new wave of electricity that's happening, and we'll be part of the supply chain.
Yeah, the feedback has been very exciting. They've shared that they feel really good about being here. They've thanked us. Even before the day was end, they were already saying, you know, it feels so good to be here.
Oh, this is a very good event this year. We had an amazing turnout for being in a new province here in Calgary, in Alberta. So we are really happy with the outcome, with all the people that came here from all across Canada.
Coming together, discussing important topics about very important details.
The effort being made to make sure that there was Indigenous people on all the panels, people getting a chance to speak, and getting to hear that people are working towards building a better future together.
Everybody kept saying how good the energy was in the room, and I could really feel that. So I'm very happy.
We thank FNPA for their leadership.
Being here today has been powerful and inviting and welcoming, and it's just powerful to see the energy sector and what's growing for the next generation of kids.
Yeah, it was a great day. Super excited to be a part of this event, and thought the energy was high, and great participation from the crowd and great panels.
I think there was a lot of meaningful discussion here today. There was a lot of different groups and different industries brought together.
This conference is bringing together a community of people that are really looking for meaningful change.
We're like seeds. We're all seeds. Students can start to see that planting seeds is a lot like life. You know, they can start to plant those little seeds in their own life. And I often tell my students that it's my belief that it's the Indigenous communities in our world that are going to save our planet.
Fantastic representation of both public sector, private sector capital, investors, and both Indigenous communities from across the country.
So we're really excited about this partnership today and this Memorandum of Understanding with First Nations Power Authority. We've worked together for the last 16 months closely on different things, and to make it official is really important to us to move opportunity and economic empowerment forward for First Nations.
I think the First Nation Power Authority Cleaner Energy Forum is an opportunity for us to start looking at financial sovereignty as Indigenous nations, and this is a place to start.
Being here at the FNPA Forum has been an amazing experience. We've been connecting and collaborating and looking at future possibilities. Thank you, everybody at FNPA.
Yeah, this very First Nations Power Authority Forum is amazing. It brings us all together from coast to coast. Industry is here to listen to all of the developments that we have in First Nations territory.
Our door is also open, and we want to help open doors for you, and I certainly am very much committed to that. This conference is a wonderful opportunity to get started, to build relationships, exchange knowledge, and create new partnerships. I encourage you to make the most of your time here, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring day.
One of the best things about this conference is the sense of community. Everybody here feels like they're family.
Well, there was a lot of energy. There was a lot of people that really wanted to tell their story, and it became very impactful for the crowd. And I think it was admirable, all the different people that had different stories to tell. And it was just a great event.
How about a round of applause for our media? Woo! That was excellent. That was phenomenal, guys and gals. Thank you. We got another community project highlight. We'd like to introduce Ed Vance to come on up, introduce us to your project.
Okay, thanks very much. And I want to begin after that awesome video, and I have to begin by thanking Guy for his leadership and his great support and inspiring passion that one of the youth member talked about. It's so important for allies not just to be willing, but to be driven. And I absolutely feel that. And also, of course, thanks to the mighty FNPA team for this awesome Cleaner Energy Forum.
Yay!
So my name's Ed Evans, and I'm the National Account Manager for Ledvance, a leading global LED manufacturer. And thanks to the FNPA, we're here to share the story of the pathway and the process of the powerful benefits of LED lighting for energy efficiency and conservation. And equally important, the well-being that comes from good quality light at schools to community elder homes. Our focus today is to provide you with an update on the process for this wonderful Lac L'Orange School LED retrofit project. And it's now my pleasure to reintroduce you to a member of the awesome Lac L'Orange Energy team, Joshua McCann, their energy coordinator, who will also be providing our acknowledgement.
Good day, how's it going? I'm Joshua from the Lac L'Orange Indian Band. I'm an energy coordinator, as you heard before. And like I said, I've lost my voice. Forgive me. We acknowledge that we are gathered here on the traditional territory of the peoples of Treaty 7, the Tisuna Nation, and all the Indigenous people who call this beautiful land home. With gratitude and respect, meeting here today, we honor our ancestors and descendants as stewards of this land, past and future. So,
yeah, slide, please.
Slideshow.
Have you got a Lac L'Orange Ledvance presentation there that it'll be a little more?
Well, that loads up.
There we go.
There we go. And Pithisu Iskitu is our name, the community energy team. It breaks down to, it means basically the bird's lightning fire. So not the bird itself, but the lightning or the fire that comes off of the bird. In this energy right here, we have all the colors of the energy, and then the different, oddly enough, the circles of our colors work out to blue light, yellow light, and red light. Just because we're doing a Ledvance thing. There you go. Today we're grateful to share what's possible when communities come together with allies like Ledvance and someone as passionate as Ed Evans is. Pithisu Iskitu is more than a project. It's a shared effort grounded in Woodland Cree values, guided by the land, elders, and youth. We've developed, our team's made up of people from our own communities, ones who see and who live this reality. And we, as a team, have been lucky enough to be awarded a few awards, but latest, the most, I think it's cool. Community Governance Recognition Award was in Regina this last week, and a few others that Jason was awarded personally for being so amazing.
Next slide, please. Yep.
So, where community-driven solutions have provided us. Oh, there's Jason right there in front of some solar panels at remote camp, doing his hero pose. That camp had 10 cabins, all powered by solar. Unfortunately, Morning Lake was hit by the fires, and this whole entire unit is now ashes, unfortunately. It's really sad. I grew up there. I fished with my grandfather at that trap line, and I didn't actually know that it was my friend's trap line that I work with now until we were working together. We're like, oh my goodness, that's your trap line? Yeah, it was pretty interesting that my grandfather and his father were good friends. Great fishing there, by the way. You want pickerel? Go to Morning Lake. Let's be a little faster. The team is made up, like we did that. So we've created community energy plans for 6 communities, utilizing community door-to-door. Like, we went door-to-door, had conversations at kitchen tables. We also went door-to-door and invited them to our events. We've seen a really good return of amount of people that would show up at an event because we went and we showed respect by, knocking on the door and talking to them. And then that led to having elders, youth, and all community members at our community engagements, giving our voices. One of those things is it needs to change. We need better things, and we need them now. So when we're out here at a place like this, we're seeking strong partnerships to do good things for our community. We've secured funding for solar and battery microgrids. We're working on biomass in Hall Lake. We have funding for hydro. We've retrofitted almost 100 houses on our reserve so far, and we're keep going. We have more funding for that. We are retrofitting our band-owned community buildings and revenue buildings, stores and such. And then with Leadvance, we have done a collaborative. We are well on our way to creating the most technologically advanced lighting system in a school, and it's going to be in northern Saskatchewan. And that's because of Leadvance, his dedication to the project. And Senator Miles Venn is totally open to the idea. I can't wait to see some innovation hit their schools.
Okay, and this is very much an FNPA good news story, that how our collaboration came together, that the Lac La Ronge Leadvance LED pathway and process began at the FNP Forum in Saskatoon last year. We met for the very first time and talked together about the range of LED products and support we can share, with examples of our work with First Nations across Canada, and a focus on the Eskasoni First Nation LED case study, of which we've got copies at our display. It's also on the FNPA website. So we agreed to begin the LED project process with a Zoom call to discuss objectives for energy conservation and light quality, and how we could best collaborate together, always with a focus on what works best for Lac La Ronge. We agreed to arrange a community visit for one of our lighting experts to review community buildings together to uncover maximum LED savings opportunities. With the discussion of these initial findings, the Lac La Ronge team decided we'd focus on this beautiful large community school. This next step was very important in discussions, and out of the last year's FNPA Forum, we created a special lighting audit assessment training program specifically for First Nations community buildings, LED projects, and shared this with the Lac La Ronge Energy team. Again, this is based on our experience working with the FNPA and First Nations across Canada, that Leadvance will provide its industry-leading LED training and resources to Canadian First Nations at no cost. From there, together on a collaborative basis, we completed the lighting assessment and provided all the data to one of Western Canada's most experienced, knowledgeable lighting experts, one of our NEDCO partners, to complete the LED report for Lac La Ronge. Slide, please. And here in brief are the highlights of the LED project: the retrofit of 2,560 old fluorescent light fixtures to new sustainable LED lighting panels in the classrooms, strips and wraps throughout the classes and hallways, all of the outdoor lighting to new LED high bays in the gym. This new sustainable LED lighting reduces and saves 50% of the electricity use for school lighting, for an approximate savings of $80,000 every year. Over 1.5 million kilowatt hours of electricity are saved every year, helping Lac La Ronge achieve sustainability goals. And when you consider the LED system that our team has designed in collaboration with Lac La Ronge, with the long LED rated life and the hours of operation of the school, we forecast this LED system will have a life of well over 12 years. So over the life of this new system, Up to $1 million in electricity and school maintenance savings will be achieved by the community, with well over 5 million kilowatt hours of electricity saved. A very important part of the Lac La Ronge process is the sharing of information, knowledge, and training. L'Advance provides very helpful LED training programs, and our Canadian team is particularly strong at sharing this training. We have, as a Canadian team, committed to support all First Nations with a focus on supporting FNPA members with all our LED training and other resources at no cost. A key area of support is collaborating on maximizing all incentives, rebates, and financing, as well as providing special costs for all First Nation projects and collaborating with First Nations to ensure they're getting the best right price on all labor and installation. New LED is designed to be as easy as possible for electricians to install to save on labor costs, and wherever possible, we work to ensure all of this work is done with First Nation electricians. We believe the best pathway and process is to freely share our training and resources to empower all First Nations to have control over the power of LED light. So, before we say till next time, again, we want to say thank you very much to the Lac La Ronge Energy team for being great leaders in sustainability and protecting the natural environment. Our L'Advance team thanks you for your vision, and we're extremely proud to provide Lac La Ronge and all First Nations with LED lighting that delivers the benefits of good quality light, maximum energy efficiency, sustainability, reliability, and long life. We're committed to provide any support you require for the success of your LED lighting project and community sustainability goals. We believe good light is powerful and want to share our knowledge of LED lighting, learn from your knowledge, and share and support First Nations sustainability and LED project success. And as the FNPA says, walk the pathway to powerful opportunities together. So thanks again. We'd be happy to engage, answer any questions, talk today or any time that works for you. And once again, to close, on behalf of FNPA, on behalf of L'Advance, before I turn back over to Josh, just a huge thank you to Guy and the FNPA team for this opportunity to share First Nation LED success stories and build them together.
All right. So, thank you so much, Ed.
Slide.
So the one thing we did come to the light when we were talking to the maintenance and the staff at SMV was that the school lighting was abysmal. They had sleeves over the lights in order to dim it. They had other creative ways to, control the lights. So the automation of this whole entire project, the ability to give the teachers to control the dimming depending on what they're doing in the classroom, are they using the natural light, all that kind of stuff, will provide a better experience educationally for the students. It'll also make the teachers have less of a hassle, so they enjoy being there more. So that's a big thing. It's not just new light, it's a brighter environment for learning and an example on how clean energy can improve your daily life. It's a step, but a meaningful one, towards a more energy efficient community. So what we've learned together is that when a community leads and when culture is respected, work and the words become something lasting. It's not about us as individuals, it's about the strength of the team and the knowledge shared by its people. This journey is not about restoring energy sovereignty. This journey is about restoring energy sovereignty, growing local capacity, and lighting a path forward for future generations. We align most of our work with the community energy team aligns with the sustainable goals 4, 7, 13, 11, and 17. So I also noticed that the sustainable goals is mentioning spirituality, but that's one of ours too. This work continues through powerful partnerships, and like with Ed here and Guy, who are amazing friends and allies to Lac La Ronge Indian Band. We really appreciate that. Now for closing remarks, I just really want to thank Guy Lonechild for your steady and generous leadership. Monique and your whole organizing team, great work for gathering so many awesome people and making it go so smoothly. Our teammates at home and abroad, our good friends and allies, led Vance, and the most dedicated ally right here, Ed Evans. We really appreciate you for walking this path with us. Our prayers and smudge are with all those affected by wildfires at home and across Canada, including my own home community, which I'm holding in my heart real big right now. It's been kind of a different experience being out here working for my community while my community's at risk of not even being a community anymore. So the conversations we've had here at FNPA are huge, and you never know where they're going to what ripples will come from them. So let's let these words echo forward, and let's keep building together in good ways. Megwich, thank you.
All right, thank you for that beautiful final presentation. We get a picture of you in front of the teepees there. We made some draws here. Thank you to all of our vendors that contributed some beautiful gifts. So if you're here, you can go pick it up at the back table. And if not, we'll mail it out to you. Douglas Winnipeg, Ken Cutarm, Sean McCollin, Scott James, Craig Soldier, Misso Yulvet Cheryl Greenland, Guy Henry, Kenny Moore. Congratulations. And we're just going to make a couple more draws here. We thank these awesome, beautiful. Just come on up.
Also from Taquatagamu First Nation in Ontario, we have to draw for first, second, and third in terms of those who entered into the draw at the booth. The first one, Tiffany Rain, Samson Cree Nation. Is she here? If not, we will mail it to her. Tiffany Rain. Second place. For the goose? Okay. Joe Cachamonius?
Northwest Angle, number 33.
Northwest Angle, number 33, First Nation. So we'll mail that to them as well. And third, Carolyn Buffalo from Yellowhead Tribal Council. Carolyn Buffalo, Yellowhead Tribal Council. So we'll mail that to Carolyn as well. We know her.
Thanks so much.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming.
Thanks, Guy.
All right. Just in closing, if I can get everybody to come to this side of the room, I really want to invite each and every one of you to dance out the Eagle staff. Help me with the dancing out of our lovely staff that looks after us, and then we look after it. And as we've heard so many times today, that we need to lead with spirituality. And each and every day when we wake up, it's important to show self-love, love to ourselves, to get a good rest, to eat healthy, to exercise, keep our mind clear, and to build a better tomorrow, not just for you, but for those that are watching you or watching us. And so if you can come right up to the front over here, we'll get right to the flags, if you could, all of you on this side, and then we're gonna line up. So again, because of FNPA's mission of building energy, food, and water security and sovereignty for all Indigenous peoples in the world, not just in Canada, not just in North America, but ultimately we need to lead, as we know, as Indigenous people. We are beautiful people, Yes, colonialism was really, really hard on us, and our children who were taken away from their families and our home fires. We fight for a better future to go in a different direction. And so, as we've been guided by our elders and our pipe ceremony, my dad Ivan, who's here, thank you very much. I love you very much. We have to lead with love. And that's what's going to keep this circle strong for all of us. And we'll come back each and every year with the same kind of direction, the same people, and it'll just get larger and larger, and it'll snowball. And I want to thank each and every one of you who have stayed here today. So in fine fashion, I'll hand it back to our MC. Please give our FNPA family a round of applause. Give yourselves a round of applause for being here today. And of course, our MC, Hal Eagletail, let's give him a special round of applause as well. He did such a fabulous, fabulous job. I've known Hal for some time now, and I consider him a dear friend. And the laughter that he brings to our hearts, to our minds, that's just the way we are. So again, Hal, thank you very much. Really, really appreciate you. Love you very much. Aho. So let's dance this thing out and then wish you on your way.
All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to have a one start honoring the Eagle staff with our First Nation national anthem. So we'll just stand there, and when the start is over, then the grand exit song will be sung. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been my great honor. My name's Hal Eagletail. I'm here from Tsuut'ina Nation. I also do weddings and bar mitzvahs. We're going to go to the 9-time world champion, Grammy-nominated 9-time singing champion of Northern Cree. Staff, our connection with Creator God Almighty. That eagle flies the closest to him, takes our prayers and brings back his guidance and wisdom through that beautiful eagle, sacred eagle spirit. This song is for that staff. The grand exit. want to touch them? Do you want to touch them? Powerful esophaguses emanating from their vocals. Hey, I ended my recording. All right, that concludes it. Thank you to our media, to our sound. You guys are just the most professional. I loved everything, how it all came together. As well as our organizers, thank you for all of that great work, Monique and Guy and all of the crew. See you, guys. Safe travels. Don't forget to call your spirits as you leave. Otherwise, your spirits are still at the casino playing Buffalo.